at the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. The expression of a gray-clad old man changed drastically when he saw Sima Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. His domineering aura caused the people with a weaker cultivation base to shudder in fear as he cried out, "How's this possible? So powerful. Who's he? His aura is so domineering. You don't know him? He's the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan? Why's he here? Normally, people of such high status won't come here, right? I don't think the Grand Elder can accept Sima Chun's death. That's only natural. A person of such caliber as Sima Chun was definitely the rising star of the Sima clan. How could the high-ranking members of Sima clan not mourn the loss of such a talent? The old man, Sima Pingdong, was the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was not inferior to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans present on the scene, except for Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. This was his first time leading the members from the Sima clan to the entrance of the lower realm in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and there was a reason for that. Although many people recognized the old man, not many knew of his relationship with Sima Chun. He had personally led the members from the Sima clan here because Sima Chun, one of the participating overarching heavenly supreme celestials, was his beloved grandson whom he was most proud of. Si Chun'er is dead? Sima Pingdong lamented softly with a disbelieving expression on his face. I'm so sorry for your loss, Grand Elder. A middle-aged man standing next to Sima Pingdong said. He was only an ordinary elder in the Sima clan. Unlike Sima Pingdong, he knew Sima Chun was very dear and irreplaceable to Sima Pingdong. Now that Sima Chun had died, one could only imagine how Sima Pingdong. He sighed inwardly. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's most beloved grandson. Now that he has died, the Grand Elder must regret letting him enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. Most people who knew Sima Chun were surprised he had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. One must know he was the most outstanding genius to appear in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. He was not even 200 years old, but he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Such a person was definitely at the top among those who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even so, he had died just like that. Boom! Sima Pingdong's body flashed out of sight, leaving ripples in his wake. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 5 leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans. He looked at Bihai Mingfeng and cupped his hands together. Sect Leader Bihai. Elder Pingdong. The Sima clan was a grade 7 clan, so it was only natural that Bihai Mingfeng knew the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. Before Sima Dongping could speak, he said, I already know what brought you here. However, nobody is privy to what happens in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not even the few of us here. There's nothing we can do even if we agree to help you identify the person who killed your grandson. I'm aware of the situation. Sima Pingdong nodded and said in a low voice, I would like to ask for a favor from you, Sect Leader Bihai. If I'm able to identify who killed my grandson, I'd like Sect Leader Bihai to hand him over to me. He completely ignored the other 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans since they were no match for him. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him from avenging his grandson. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not up to the 3 sects and 2 clans to decide on such matters. After all, we're only given the authority by the profound Nether Mansion to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sect Leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, I believe the profound Nether Mansion wouldn't bother to find fault with you, Sima Dongping said persistently. Alas, Bihai Mingfeng remained firm with his decision. Sima Dongping could only dejectedly return to his position. Most people could guess Sima Dongping's intention when he approached Bihai Mingfeng. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan, Sima Pingdong, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun's dead, there's no doubt he wants to rip his grandson's murderer apart to avenge his grandson. He must have asked Sect Leader Bihai to not interfere when he seeks revenge. But how does he intend to find out who killed his grandson? Do you think he knows? I don't think so. He probably just wanted to be prepared. What if he really manages to identify the murderer? In any case, he won't be able to avenge his grandson if sect leader Bihai decides to interfere. He must have gone to sect leader Bihai to ask him not to interfere with his revenge. Based on his unsightly expression, sect leader Bihai must have rejected his request. Well, if sect leader Bihai agrees to his request, who would dare to kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? At the same time, some people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally discovered how it worked. It seems like nobody has gained 8 points after Sima Chun's death, a middle-aged man muttered to himself as he looked at the scoreboard. Of course not. If the scoreboard instantly reveals who has gained 8 points, won't it be akin to revealing the identity of Sima Chun's murderer to everyone? The points will slowly increase for the person who killed Sima Chun. This is to protect the anonymity of the murderer, an old man retorted. So, this means unless the murderer confesses to killing Sima Chun or if there's a witness, no one, bar the murderer, will know who killed Sima Chun? That's right. If the participants are afraid to kill, in fear of the repercussions of their actions, what's the point of entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm then? Meanwhile, the eyes of Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, lit up as he looked at the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian's points have just increased by 2. He has 5 points now. He really doesn't disappoint. However, the smile on his face was replaced by a frown when he saw the name at the top of the scoreboard. However, the top scorer has already accumulated 11 points. Even the person in 10th place has accumulated 7 points. I hope Duan Ling Tian quickly makes it into the top 10. Although Sima Chun's death had caught Hu Lin Yi's attention earlier, he did not connect it to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Sima Chun, let alone killing Sima Chun. After Sima Dongping returned, another elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly as he said, Grand Elder, even if the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, it's still difficult to find out the identity of your grandson's murderer. I'll just kill the most suspicious one, Sima Dongping said as his eyes flashed coldly. Although he had many sons and grandsons, Sima Chun was his favorite. He was so enraged by Sima Chun's death that he wished he could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now to avenge his grandson. Upon hearing Sima Pingdong's words, the elder could only smile helplessly. Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials, only a few from grade 7 forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, it would still be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun unless they joined forces. If that was truly the case, it would be even more difficult to identify Sima Chun's murderer or murderers. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was going on outside the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although his points were slowly increasing as time passed by, nobody suspected him to have killed Sima Chun. Sima Pingdong was quick to rule out Duan Ling Tian as a suspect after he investigated Duan Ling Tian's strength from people who were in the know. His eyes were glued to the scoreboard, memorizing the names of those who had suddenly gained a lot of points as suspects. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in a blink of an eye another month had passed. It took Duan Ling Tian 1 month and traveling at top speed to exit the seemingly boundless forest under the guiding force. Based on this, one could see how vast the forest was. I'm finally out. Duan Ling Tian had run into 3 people along the way. One of them attacked him upon discovering he was not even 100 years old. Alas, that person was killed by him. The other 2 had witnessed his strength when he fought the 2nd prince of Southern Qi Nation, so they did not dare to engage him in a fight. In fact, they had thought he would definitely kill them. However, since they did not act against him, he did not bother with them. It was of utmost importance that he arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple that he suspected was created by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord as soon as possible. There must be many treasures and fortuitous encounters there. After leaving the forest, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a vast and seemingly boundless plain. He had traveled for 3 days and was flying over a mountain range when he heard the sounds from an ongoing battle. A loud and pompous voice rang in the air. When he heard the words, his expression turned grim, and he descended immediately. Huang Jiachao, you're no match for me. Die! These words prompted Duan Ling Tian to make a detour into the mountains. Duan Ling Tian saw two figures in the midst of a fearsome battle soon after he descended. The loud and pompous voice clearly belonged to the young man who held the upper hand in the battle. His opponent, who was at a disadvantage, was none other than Huang Jiachao, the fifth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jiachao was also Huang Jialong's brother. As Duan Ling Tian drew close to the duo, he deliberately released his aura. The duo was quick to discover his presence and broke away from each other immediately. "Be brother Duan?" Huang Jiachao, who thought he was going to die, did not expect his brother's good friend to suddenly appear at the critical moment. Hope instantly rose in his heart. He was delighted. "Brother Duan?" Huang Jiachao's opponent was a young man who was dressed in a fine robe. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had interrupted his battle. When realization dawned on him, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't he the genius sexless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Ling Tian? He had easily defeated the Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, before we entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? With these thoughts in mind, the young man dressed in fine robes did not waste any time and tried to flee. His body flashed away in just a blink of an eye. Alas, before he could get far, a figure appeared like a phantom before him, barring his path. The person who had stopped him was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had no conflict with the young man, he could not just stand aside and watch this person kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. "Duan Ling Tian, did I offend you?" The young man's eyes were brimming with fear and his face was pale as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His hands that were tightly clenched were drenched in sweat. He was not even a match for Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. How could he hope to defend himself against someone who had easily defeated Shui Jingyu? Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's speed, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was leagues above him. Duan Ling Tian did not bother replying to the young man. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he struck at lightning speed with his long rod. The young man was killed before he could even react. Even if he had time to defend himself, he still would not stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian, who had used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity to cast the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, the immobilization king method and the Eastern purple chi. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had not comprehended any law, defend himself against such an attack? "Are you all right?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile when Huang Jiachao approached him. "I'm fine." Huang Jiachao shook his head. "Thank goodness you appeared in time, Brother Duan. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Xia Ho Ji." Lingering fear could be seen on his face when he spoke. "Xia Ho Ji? Do you know him prior to this?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Based on the words he had heard earlier, it seemed Xia Ho Yi, the young man, was acquainted with Huang Chaojia. Otherwise, Xia Ho Yi's would not be laden with so much animosity when he had spoken earlier. "Of course, we had a huge conflict. To be precise, he had a huge conflict with my brother, and I got involved as well," Huang Jiachao said with a wry smile. "Jia Long." Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew Huang Jiachao was referring to Huang Jialong when he mentioned his brother earlier. Although Huang Jiachao had other elder brothers as well, they were much older than him and rarely spent time together. He would not address his brothers in such a casual manner, with the exception being Huang Jialong. Duan Ling Tian did not want to waste any time if it were not necessary, so he quickly continued on his journey to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since Huang Jiachao was his good friend's younger brother, it was only natural that he brought Huang Jiachao along with him. The Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao was shocked when Duan Ling Tian told him about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had never heard of it before. "Those who obtain 10 points will be shown the way to the Celestial Lord Temple?" Huang Jialong muttered to himself. All of a sudden his eyes lit up. "That's it." No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out from the southern heaven ancient realm previously found items in their spatial rings they couldn't remember obtaining. Moreover, some of them couldn't even remember how they obtained some of their points. It seems like there's a formation that can erase the memories of people who have obtained 10 points and entered the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm pretty sure I'm right since nobody has ever heard of the Celestial Temple. I'm afraid my memories will be erased as well since you've told me about the Celestial Lord Temple. I probably won't be able to remember meeting you.
That's very likely. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. Then he looked at Huang Jiachao and asked, Jiachao, how many points have you accumulated so far? 3 points, Huang Jiachao said with a sheepish smile. I was fortunate enough to meet 2 average peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with 1 point each. What about you, Brother Duan?
Me? Before I killed that man, I've already accumulated 16 points. Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade as he replied, Now, I have 21 points. I didn't expect him to have accumulated 5 points. Although Huang Jiachao had a feeling Duanling Tian's points would not be low, he was still shocked when he heard the number of points Duanling Tian had obtained. 21 points. That Xia Hoji would have accumulated 8 points if he had killed me. Unfortunately, he met you, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao sighed in relief when he recalled his close brush with death. He looked at Duanling Tian and solemnly said, Brother Duan, I know you saved me because you're good friends with my brother. Nonetheless, I'm still grateful and deeply indebted to you. I'll definitely repay you in the future, Brother Duan. His eyes flashed with determination when he spoke.
Duanling Tian only smiled in response. After a while, he recalled something and said, Jiachao, I'm not sure you can enter the Celestial Lord Temple. During our journey, I'll kill the people we encounter and you can collect their points. We need to make sure you have 10 points, at least, to ensure you'll be able to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. We'll need to do it fast.
This is inappropriate. How can I claim the points when you do all the work? Although Huang Jiachao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duanling Tian's suggestion. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but it's my wish that you rank first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Just do as I say. Duanling Tian insisted vehemently. Huang Jiachao smiled helplessly. He was extremely moved. In order to help Huang Jiachao accumulate enough points, Duanling Tian was no longer merciful. He would even kill those who did not provoke him. After killing a few people, he managed to obtain 10 points for Huang Jiachao. I can sense the guiding force now, Huang Jiachao said. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. As they made their way to the Celestial Lord Temple, Duanling Tian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points for himself. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knew they were putting their lives at risk when they entered the realm. However, those whom Duanling Tian killed were resentful and filled with grievances. After all, Duanling Tian was so powerful that they did not even have a chance to defend themselves at all. In fact, those who were able to survive more than 2 months in the harsh environment of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were mostly the stronger overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Although some of the overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials Duanling Tian had met did not comprehend any powers of the laws, they had mastered Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. They were even stronger than Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat and possibly on par with Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Alas, they encountered Duanling Tian and died before they could even react. With Duanling Tian's strength, it was incredibly easy for him to kill overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had not comprehended any law. Brother Duan, it's best if you don't sell the king-grade celestials that you obtained from those you killed. In fact, it's best if you don't sell them at all if you're not short of celestial crystals. If you really have to sell them, at least wait until after you've joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Huang Jiachao reminded Duanling Tian. He was afraid people would seek revenge from Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian's identity was exposed when selling the king-grade celestial weapons. Initially, Huang Jiachao was shocked by Duanling Tian's monstrous strength. Although his brother, Huang Jialong, had told him that Duanling Tian had gotten even more powerful than before, hearing and seeing for oneself were completely different, after all. However, as time passed, he became accustomed to Duanling Tian's strength. All right, got it. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. As they made their way through a desert, Huang Jiachao narrowed his eyes. The guiding force seems to have changed. Is it possible that we're almost there? I feel it as well. Duan Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the distance. Suddenly, his ears twitched, as if he heard a movement nearby. There seems to be movements over there.
Huang Jiachao looked to the far left, following Duan Tian's gaze.
They saw something that was aqua blue a few thousand meters away from where they were. Despite the movements, it was not in the direction of the Celestial Lord Temple. Moreover, Duan Tian could sense the movements were getting more and more intense. He was much stronger than Huang Jiachao, but their divine consciousness was almost the same since they were both peak overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials. Therefore, Huang Jiachao could sense what Duan Tian sensed as well.
Let's head over and have a look. Curiosity got a hold of Duan Tian. Since it was not too far away from their destination, he headed toward the aqua blue light.
Huang Jiachao quickly followed suit. With his abilities, it was rather difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since the day he met Duan Tian, all the overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials he encountered and whom Duan Tian killed were extremely strong. Even the weakest was almost as strong as him. In just a moment, they arrived near the aqua blue thing. It turned out to be a lake. At this moment, the lake's surface was roiling.
It seems like some people are battling in the lake. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and sensed vibrations in there. A battle?
In the lake. Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up. Is it possible that the lake contains treasures or fortuitous encounters? In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were many treasures and fortuitous encounters. Could be a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, divine ability or cultivation method, valuable medicinal pills, and even celestial talismans. Places that contained these things were casually referred to as places of fortuitous encounters. Although nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple, many people had spoken about places of fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Jiachao, it seems like both of us are rather unlucky. We've been here for 2 months now, but this is the first time we ran into a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. Duan Tian said as he looked at Huang Jiachao. There was a relatively large number of people who had come across places of fortuitous encounters and successfully obtained treasures. Even those who did not come across any place of fortuitous encounters managed to obtain treasures by killing those who possessed the treasures. During their journey, they had not come across any place of fortuitous encounters at all. Based on the spatial rings of some people whom Duan Tian killed, it was clear they had come across places of fortuitous encounters. Some even had 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Since Duan Tian did not know which king-grade originally belonged to his victim, and which his victim had just obtained in the lower realm, he did not dare to recklessly use the weapon in fear of exposing his identity. It was better to be cautious since there were many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from powerful backgrounds who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Huang Jiachao looked at Duan Tian and asked excitedly, "Should we enter and have a look?" If he were alone, he would not have even approached this place. He would have fled immediately even if he knew it was a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. After all, he was aware of his strength. "Let's go." Duan Tian nodded. The duo's bodies flashed and disappeared into the lake. Celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and parted the lake, revealing the bottom of the lake. As the duo moved deeper, the sound of battles grew louder as well. All of a sudden, they came to halt. The sounds of battle had abruptly stopped as though what they had heard earlier was just a hallucination. They exchanged a look. "Is it possible that they've discovered us?" Huang Jiachao asked through voice transmission. Duan Tian nodded slightly and replied, "Of course. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to stop so abruptly." The duo continued to head deeper into the lake and extended their divine consciousness to explore. Soon, they discovered a suspended dilapidated gate that was protected by a water barrier formation. A sword-shaped stone tablet stood at the side of the gate with 2 clear words carved on it, Sword Tomb. The duo looked at the stone tablet as they passed through the dilapidated gate. Sword Tomb. There's no doubt this is a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there's a celestial weapon hidden in each place of fortuitous encounters.
The celestial weapons are king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords using their celestial origin energies over a period of time. These king-grade celestial weapons are stronger than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons since they've been nurtured by celestial lords' celestial origin energies, Huang Jiachao said. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duanling Tian learned there was such a huge difference between ordinary king-grade celestial weapons and king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords' celestial origin energies. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it must contain a king-grade celestial sword that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. The people battling in there must be fighting for that king-grade celestial sword, Huang Jialong speculated out loud. As soon as Huang Jiachao finished speaking, a deep and loud voice rang from inside the sword tomb. Since both of you are here, come in. Based on the words, it seemed like the person inside had no intention of ambushing them. Otherwise, he would not have spoken. However, the duo would still probably discover him with their divine consciousness since he could not hide himself with a celestial talisman. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was more than enough to hide someone from Duanling Tian and Huang Jiangchao's divine consciousness. However, celestial talismans were useless in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After stepping through the dilapidated gate of the sword tomb, the duo entered a tunnel that was 10 meters long. At the end of the tunnel was a cave. They saw tens of thousands of deep and shallow sword cuts on the cave wall, as though someone had been practicing swordplay in the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, they saw a sword-shaped stone platform. Thousands of images of swords in varying shapes and sizes were carved on the stone platform. Not one of them looked the same. A simple, unadorned giant sword as long as a 7-foot spear behind the stone platform was the most eye-catching thing in the cave. Despite its simple appearance, it shone with 7 different colors. Upon closer inspection, they saw the lights were, in fact, sword cheese from the sword carvings on the stone platform. The sword cheese were constantly surging into the giant sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From time to time, a few sword cheese would shoot out from the giant sword and land on the cave wall, leaving marks behind. As it turned out, the cuts on the wall were made by the sword's cheese. As soon as Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao stepped into the cave, Duanling Tian could acutely sense the killing intent coming from the 2 people standing in the middle of the cave. At this moment, their eyes were brimming with hostility when they looked at Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the center of the cave in the sword tomb, glaring at Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao. Just as Huang Jiachao said, the middle-aged man and the young man had chanced upon this place of relics and fortuitous encounters, and were fighting over the king-grade celestial sword. It was superior to ordinary king-grade celestial weapons since it had been nurtured by a celestial lord over a period of time using his celestial origin energy. The 2 men's strength was equal, so whoever could obtain the king-grade celestial sword would definitely have the upper hand. They were in the midst of a fierce fight when they had sensed other people approaching this place. As though they had a tacit agreement, both of them stopped fighting immediately. As the saying went, when the shepherds quarrel, the wolves will benefit from it. Both of them naturally did not want to be the shepherds in the saying. Therefore, before Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao entered the cave, both of them reached a consensus to kill Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao before continuing with their fight. Both of us discovered this place. Why don't we join forces and kill them before we continue our fight for the king-grade celestial sword? All right. After Duanling Tian entered the cave, he ignored the middle-aged man and the young man as though he could not feel their killing intent. He looked at the giant sword behind the stone platform and nonchalantly said, "That sword seems good. Boy, the sword suits you well." The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in his mind. For example, it's best for those who comprehend the law of wind to wield light and sharp celestial weapons. As for you, since you've comprehended the law of earth, you're suited to using heavier celestial weapons such as huge knives, hatchets, or this giant sword. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the chaos divine earth's words. Not only did he come across a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy, but the weapon also suited him. Completely ignoring the 2 men who were glaring at him, and Huang Jiachao with killing intent, Duanling Tian did not hesitate and said out loud, "I want this sword." "You want the sword?"
Let's see if you're capable of taking it. The middle-aged man sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's domineering words. You want to see what I'm capable of? Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously as he looked at the middle-aged man. Before entering the cave, the Chaos Divine Earth had already informed him that the two men did not comprehend any laws. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials might be powerful, but their strength was limited if they had not comprehended any profundity from a law. For this reason, he was rather relaxed when he entered the cave, as though it was his home. He did not feel worried at all. That's... Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's elemental profundity surged out. He vanished and reappeared in front of the middle-aged man like a phantom. Bang! With just one strike from Duan Ling Tian's long rod, the middle-aged man fell to the ground and died.
Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The young man did not even have a clear look at what happened. As soon as he regained his sense, he saw the middle-aged man lying on the ground in a pool of blood. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a trembling voice, "He's dead."
Why, Your Excellency. The sword is all yours.
Please spare my life. Please spare me so I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive.
Alas, Duan Ling Tian only responded with a strike from his long rod. Bang!
Similar to the middle-aged man, the young man died. Since he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he did not bother to put up a fight at all. If he had been courageous enough to retaliate, perhaps he could have stayed alive longer.
Since he lost the will to the fight, it was even easier for Duan Ling Tian to kill him.
The two men's accumulative points jades shattered and their points now belonged to Duan Ling Tian. After killing the two men, Duan Ling Tian retrieved the giant sword from behind the sword-shaped stone platform. As soon as the giant sword was in his hand, the sword cheese that had been surging into the giant sword shot out in all directions in the cave.
Whoosh! 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 In just an instant, tens of thousands of sword cheese swept in all directions in the cave. Moreover, their numbers seemed to be increasing. Apart from that, their auras were overwhelmingly ferocious.
Brother Duan, it's said that one must pass a test in order to obtain the treasure in a place of relics and fortuitous encounters. It seems like those two men hadn't passed the test and were just fighting for the chance to take the test.
In the past, there were many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in places of relics and fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Due to their lacking strength, they died when they were trying to obtain the treasures in the places of relics and fortuitous encounters. Huang Jiachao said.
A test? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the colorful sword cheese in his surroundings. There were, at least, tens of thousands of them.
Whoosh! 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 When the sword cheese stopped shooting out from the sword-shaped stone platform, the sword cheese in the surroundings collectively swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword cheese swept past Huang Jiachao. The sword cries were ear-piercingly sharp. He did not dare to move a muscle at all.
Meanwhile, as the sword cheese swept toward Duan Ling Tian, red armor appeared on his body. It was the red scale vest, the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that was given to him by Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At the same time, a golden light with flashing purple lightning bolts shrouded the red scale vest. A whirlpool had also appeared next to Duan Ling Tian, greedily absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Soon after, rings of mustard yellow light that was blindingly bright appeared on the red scale vest. With this, Duan Ling Tian cast his strongest defenses without the help of the Chaos Divine Earth. Whoosh! 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 The sword cheese merged into a wall of swords as they continued on their trajectory toward Duan Ling Tian. When they landed on Duan Ling Tian, they vanished without a trace, like water evaporating from a hot steel plate, and the red scale vest's surface merely rippled. Clearly, the sword cheese were unable to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. With this, he easily passed the test and obtained the giant sword. The formation on the sword has vanished. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian had held the giant sword in his hand,
He had discovered a formation on the giant sword. The formation allowed the sword to recognize its master through blood.
All he needed to do was drip a drop of blood on the giant sword to claim ownership over it after passing the test. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jiaqiao was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had easily passed the test. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he was not certain he could smoothly pass the test. It's so powerful. After claiming ownership over the giant sword, Duan Lingtian sent his celestial origin energy that he had boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity into the giant sword. He could acutely feel it was stronger than his long rod.
I know that king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord are much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons.
However, since I didn't own one before this, I don't really know what the difference in power is like. Now that Duan Lingtian obtained the giant sword, he could tell it was on a different league than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Naturally, it still could not compare to the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring that were royal-grade celestial weapons.
After all, even a king-grade celestial weapon had been nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy was still a king-grade celestial weapon. It was a grade lower than a royal-grade celestial weapon.
Jiaqiao,
is there a possibility that those whom I killed earlier possessed king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian thought about the other celestial weapons he had obtained from killing other participants after he witnessed the difference in strength between a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon.
Sure, that's possible.
Huang Jiaqiao nodded as he replied, in the past, some of the forces were rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans with king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords when the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who represented them ranked at the top. Although king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords are rare and hard to obtain for most people, they're not as difficult to obtain for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion. Huang Jiaqiao continued to say, although most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time around are from grade 8 forces,
there are some grade 8 forces who possess king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possesses a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord.
Huang Jiaqiao paused for a moment before he added, from what I know, His Majesty has given 4th Prince Hu Jinyong a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord this time around. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Jiaqiao's words had dispelled some notions he had.
Initially, he had thought if the participants he had killed did not possess king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it would not matter. Even people knew he possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords, since the forces supporting those he had killed would not be able to trace their deaths back to him.
However, after listening to Huang Jiaqiao's explanation, he knew he could not afford to expose the celestial weapons he had obtained. It seems like I must keep those king-grade celestial weapons a secret unless I know for sure the weapons were only obtained after those people entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
Alas, there's no way for me to find out since all those people are dead. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity, he did not dwell on the matter.
Duan Lingtian put the giant sword away before he left the sword tomb with Huang Jiaqiao. As soon as they exited the sword tomb and the formation, he felt a disturbance behind him. He instinctively turned back to look. It collapsed. He was shocked to see the sword tomb had collapsed. Even the sword-shaped statue by the side of the dilapidated gate had been reduced to rubble. At the same time, the formation that had kept the water at bay had disappeared as well, causing water to rush into the sword tomb and drowning it. Once the treasure from a place of relics and fortuitous encounters has been obtained, the place would self-destruct. Huang Jiaqiao explained without any prompt when he saw the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. Although this was also his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and a place of relics and fortuitous encounters, he had heard of many stories. As the saying went, one doesn't have to see it to hear about it. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he and Huang Jiachao exited the lake. After exiting the lake, they continued to follow the guiding force to the Celestial Lord Temple.
Just the mention of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms was enough to strike terror into the hearts of those who heard it. Rumor had it that even heavenly emperors would have a difficult time surviving in those places.
Even the least deadly place among the 7 places was so terrifying that heavenly emperors did not dare to simply enter that place.
Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In terms of deadliness, it was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest places. There was no distinction between day and night in the Azura Hell. It was constantly shrouded by endless darkness.
In a way, Azura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was much smaller than Devata realms, it was as big as a realm of gods. The sky in Azura Hell was red like blood. In fact, even the ground was red, and a blood-red mist hung in the air all year round. It seemed as though the entire place had been dyed red with blood. The stench of blood permeated the entire place as well. At the entrance to Azura Hell, "Die!" a voice cried out. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a blood-stained face and robes could be seen shooting up into the sky. At this moment, he was locked in battle with a humongous python that was charging at him from afar. The giant python's scales were blood-red.
Its body was hundreds of meters long. Its sharp fangs glinted menacingly when it opened its mouth. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It moved at lightning speed as it sped toward the middle-aged man with its mouth open as though it intended to devour the middle-aged man. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the python were about to collide.
The middle-aged man dodged at the moment he was about to collide with the giant python, successfully avoiding its mouth. Then he brought the giant axe in his hand down at the center of the giant python's head, cleaving it into 2. Boom! In its death throes, the giant python swung its tail powerfully and it hit the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man was instantly sent flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood before he crashed on the ground. Although he was injured, a crooked smile could be seen on his face. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the corpse of the hundreds of meter-long giant python on the ground and muttered to himself, "It's finally dead." Suddenly,
whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The middle-aged man heard movements in the distance and instinctively turned to look. He saw a huge figure approaching from afar. As the figure drew closer, his heart shook when he saw an eagle with red blade-like wings.
He watched as the eagle swooped down and caught the corpse of the giant python with its talons. Is that another blood eagle? Was the injured red blood python I killed its prey?
The giant python the man had just killed was a red blood python. When he encountered the red blood python, it was already injured and dying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill the red blood python that was as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor.
After all, despite the extraordinary laws he had comprehended, he was just a 7 stars celestial emperor. Moreover, since the red blood python was as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor, the law it comprehended naturally would not be simple. All of a sudden, the nether blood eagle sped up, disappearing out of sight and leaving only a streak of red in its wake.
Look at its speed. It's definitely as strong as a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face immediately. He closed his eyes in defeat as he felt the killing intent in the air. He was well aware that even if he was at his peak, he still would not be a match for the nether blood eagle, let alone the fact that he was now injured. There was truly nothing he could do except wait for his death at this moment. To his surprise, after a few moments had passed, he did not die. In fact, even the killing intent he had sensed earlier had disappeared. The middle-aged man's eyes opened when an indifferent voice suddenly rang in the air. "You're just tempting death if you continue to linger at the entrance of the Azura Hell. Hurry up and leave." Boom! The middle-aged man heard a loud explosion as soon as he opened his eyes. He saw the ferocious nether blood eagle crashing onto the ground not too far away. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something had pierced the space between the eyes of the nether blood eagle.
Apart from that, he discovered the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with many fresh wounds of varying sizes. It was as though it had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. His heart felt as though it had stopped beating when he finally sensed the faint aura of a formidable profundity of a law. The law of destruction?
Soon after, the middle-aged man saw a figure standing on a sword flying away. In just an instant, the figure had turned into a black speck in the distance. He quickly cried out, "Thank you for saving me, Senior. May I know your name? If I have the opportunity, I'd surely repay this great favor in the future." With his cultivation base, the middle-aged man's eyesight was still good despite being injured. He could see that the black speck in the distance was the back of a young man. However, he dared not underestimate the other party just because the other party had the appearance of a young man. After all, someone who was capable of killing a nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye had to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the other party was very likely a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor who had comprehended an extremely powerful law. If you really want to repay this favor, go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province Realm and look for a young man called Duanling Tian. Bring him to the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the solitary destructive heaven. The figure on the sword turned around to look at the middle-aged man, revealing a handsome young man with a cold and solemn expression on his face. Before he flew off on his sword and vanished before the middle-aged man's eyes, he said, "Also, you can call me Feng Qingyang." Feng Qingyang? Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in fear and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the old heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Didn't he die in the Azura Hell after being forced to enter the Azura Hell to escape pursuit? Although the middle-aged man was not from the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard about the terrifying heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and how talented he was. He speculated inwardly. Is he going to return to the solitary destructive heaven and seize the heavenly emperor's palace? It disappeared. Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao followed the guiding force, traveling up and down. Eventually, the guiding force disappeared when they arrived at a vast desert. Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao were still staring at each other in confusion when the accumulative points jade they carried with them began to thrum and vibrate. Before they could react, they felt a burst of mysterious force appearing out of thin air and shrouding them. The mysterious force caused their bodies to turn stiff. They were instantly rendered immobile. What a terrifying force! Duanling Tian could only see darkness in front of his eyes after his mobility was taken away by the mysterious force. He could no longer see Huang Jiachao or the vast desert below him. He instinctively struggled to free himself from the hold of the force, but it was futile. As soon as his energy came in contact with the mysterious force, his energy would disappear immediately. Boy, stop struggling. This force's strength is akin to that of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, it's sending you somewhere. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. It feels like a transportation formation. A transportation formation? With the Chaos Divine Earth's reminder, Duanling Tian stopped struggling. His eyes lit up immediately. This force should be sending me to the Celestial Lord Temple. About a dozen breaths later, Duanling Tian, who was still shrouded by darkness, found that he was stepping on solid ground unlike earlier when it felt as though he was flying in the air. Soon enough, light appeared and vanquished the darkness. This is... Duanling Tian surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a small room with a stone bed. There was nothing else in the room except for the stone bed. The room had no windows, only one door that led outside. The door glowed with a faint light, indicating there was some sort of formation on it. Where did Jiachao go? Duanling Tian wondered out loud after discovering Huang Jiachao was not by his side. Was he sent to another room? It was just as Duanling Tian had speculated. Huang Jiachao was, indeed, sent to another small room. When Huang Jiachao discovered Duanling Tian's absence, he instinctively wanted to leave the room to look for Duanling Tian. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, the light around the door intensified. Then, a voice which sounded similar to the voice that had spoken after he had obtained 10 points in his accumulative points jade earlier, rang in the air. Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. You are now in a secure room inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Even a 10 Directions Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. You have two options now. 1. Stay in this room and cultivate. You'll be automatically sent out by a formation when it's time to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In a way, this is a reward for obtaining 10 points. You no longer have to look for the exit in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
Second, you can leave this room to search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you're at risk of running into others who have also chosen to search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temples. Think about it before you make your decision.
Huang Jiachao could only smile bitterly when he heard the two choices. Did he really have a choice? His safety would be guaranteed if he was by Duanling Tian's side. However, he was alone now, and there was no guarantee he would be able to find Duanling Tian even if he chose to leave the room. If he ran into other overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Celestial Lord Temple before he could find Duanling Tian, he could very well die. Whatever. With my strength, it'd be good enough for me to survive. There's no need to risk my life for a fortuitous encounter in the Celestial Lord Temple. Soon enough, Huang Jiachao decided to stay in the small room until it was time to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was aware of his strength. Without Duanling Tian, it was unlikely he would run into fortuitous encounters if he left the room. Even if he was fortunate enough to run into a fortuitous encounter, he would not be powerful enough to retain it.
With these thoughts in mind, he sat on the bed cross-legged to cultivate as he waited for time to pass.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had also heard the voice and discovered the small room was in the Celestial Lord Temple. Jia Chao is a smart boy. I don't think he'd recklessly exit the room. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian sighed in relief. Then, he reached out to open the door without any hesitation.
After he left the room, he extended his divine consciousness, wary of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who might be lying in wait to launch sneak attacks. However, soon enough, he discovered was overthinking things when he saw the vast and seemingly boundless hall he had walked into.
Although the hall was elaborately decorated, it still felt empty due to its vastness. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a slight movement behind him. He turned around and saw the room he had just exited had disappeared. It seemed like he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he stepped out the door. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind howling. Soon after, he saw many figures appearing in the previously empty hall. They were men and women of varying ages. All of them exuded a powerful aura. All of them are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duanling Tian, who still had his divine consciousness out, discovered that the hundreds of people who had abruptly appeared in the hall were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. He noticed that despite their appearances, their eyes were lifeless. It looked like they were soulless.
Are they battle souls created by a formation? Duanling Tian had studied formations in Devata realms previously. Therefore, he was aware that there were numerous formations in Devata realms that could create battle souls. Naturally, these formations required many high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was no different from burning money to gather battle souls. He also knew the strength of the battle souls depended on the formation that created them. Although battle souls with strength akin to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could not cast any celestial method or divine ability or utilize a profundity from a law, they could grow more powerful through fusion.
While Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the hundreds of battle souls comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to divide themselves into groups and began to merge. In just a short moment, 100 battle souls fused into 10 battle souls before 10 battle souls merged into one. In the end, there were only 10 battle souls standing before him. These 10 battle souls, although the battle soul's strength was still that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could sense they were different. Swoosh! 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 Before Duanling Tian could ponder on the difference, the 10 battle souls began to circle around him as their eyes glinted with killing intent. The strength of these battle souls, Duanling Tian could tell, based on their speed, they were much stronger than Huang Jiachao. They're all, at least, as powerful as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had completely mastered Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It would be tough for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has yet to comprehend any profundity of a law to defeat even one battle soul.
Let alone 10 at once. Is this the first test in the Celestial Lord Temple?
Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, I really hope Jiachao didn't leave his room. Although he did not think Huang Jiachao would leave the room, he still could not help but worry. Would Huang Jiachao leave the room, thinking he would be able to run into him? With Huang Jiachao's strength, he would certainly perish if he left the room.
Any one of the battle souls could easily kill Huang Jiachao after all.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand. The giant sword that he had just obtained not too long ago appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. It was far more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Devouring Dark Devil Technique.
1. Earth Elemental Profundity.
Eastern Purple Chi.
Immobilization King Method.
After the king-grade celestial sword appeared, Duanling Tian did not hesitate as he successively unleashed techniques after techniques. He slashed with the giant sword, drawing an arc in the sky. It looked like a hawk diving down. The sword that contained his full strength left ripples and explosions in its wake. Whoosh! Soon after, the giant sword landed on one of the battle souls, cleaving it into two before it could even make a move. It was instantly reduced to ashes. Swoosh! The giant sword continued on its trajectory and annihilated another two battle souls. Then it headed for the fourth battle soul. Meanwhile, the void rippled and shook. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian discovered his giant sword seemed to have frozen in midair as though it was being restricted by some force. However, he could not sense any force in the hall that might be restricting his giant sword.
What's happening?
This strange scene caused Duanling Tian to feel slightly uneasy. He did not know what was happening. In fact, it felt as though the giant sword was still moving and he still had it under his control. However, contrary to what he felt, the giant sword was motionless.
Duanling Tian, who was growing more and more anxious, suddenly heard the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice in his mind. It's the law of time. The law of time? Duanling Tian was stunned.
Yes, the law of time, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. After killing the third battle soul, the energy from the law of time froze the time where the giant sword is at. If I'm not mistaken, the law of time has appeared to buy time for the remaining 7 battle souls to fuse. What happened subsequently proved the Chaos Divine Earth right. Zoom, zoom, zoom. In just a moment, the 7 remaining battle souls fused together and formed one battle soul. The battle soul had the appearance of a muscular middle-aged man. It was more than 2 meters tall and looked as solid as an iron tower. The shirtless middle-aged man's bulging muscles and almost popping veins showed his formidable strength. It did not take long before the exact replica of Duanling Tian's giant sword appeared in his hand. Even the replicated sword had the same aura as the original.
Despite being a replica, it was for all intent and purpose a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord.
I can move again. When Duanling Tian discovered that he could move his giant sword again, he discovered his attack had missed since his target was no longer there. Boy, it's not going to be easy for you to defeat this battle soul. At this moment, its strength is already on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended a profundity of a law. In fact, it might even be a little stronger than that, the Chaos Divine Earth said. I will help you at the critical point when you fight. However, all I can do is boost your defenses. You can only depend on yourself to kill it. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he's awake, he could merge with the first form profound divine metal you just found and evolve into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'd be able to boost your attacks by fusing with your offensive celestial weapon. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duanling Tian realized how formidable the battle soul in front of him was. Will the law of time appear again? If it does and freezes my movements, the battle soul would be able to easily kill me. Duanling Tian was most worried about the law of time. Based on how his giant sword's movements were frozen earlier, he was afraid the law of time would freeze him and allow the battle soul to kill him. He would not stand a chance at all if that happened. With this thought in mind, he was numb with fear. The law of time was truly terrifying. It was so unpredictable that one would have a hard time defending against it. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, "That's unlikely. If it happens, it only means the Celestial Lord's objective is to kill people." By doing something like that, what good would it bring the Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven ancient realm? It dispelled Duan Ling Tian's worries immediately. The law of time only appeared earlier to let the remaining souls merge. Now that the merge is complete, it won't appear again. If the Celestial Lord had truly intended to kill you, the law of time would have frozen you earlier and let the battle souls kill you. Duan Ling Tian thought the Chaos Divine Earth's words made sense. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "Killing this battle soul should be your first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. This means the subsequent trials are just going to be tougher and tougher." "I know." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he turned to look at the last final battle soul. "Now, I'll be fine so long as the law of time doesn't appear again." Whoosh! The battle soul was already moving when Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. It brandished the giant sword and slashed at Duan Ling Tian as though it was trying to cleave him into two. The way it wielded the giant sword was similar to Duan Ling Tian earlier. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian scoffed. He unleashed all his strength as he brandished his giant sword when faced with the battle soul's ferocious attack. Clang! When the two giant swords collided, the sounds of explosions rang in the air as the shockwave rippled out into the surroundings. Boom! 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 The shockwave from the collision of the giant swords was incredibly terrifying. The void shook and rippled as the shockwave rolled out. Then the entire hall began to quake when the shockwave hit the walls. It was like a terrible earthquake. So powerful. Its strength is on par with mine. Based on the recoil he felt in his hands, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the battle soul's strength. With this knowledge, he knew it would be difficult for him to win if he depended on force alone. He would need to strategize wisely in order to win. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Divine Earth on his side. Meanwhile, a gray-clad young man who had just passed his trial in another hall walked out. After walking out of his hall, he looked back and found the walls were transparent. He could see into the hall he was previously in and other halls. That is, soon after, the young man discovered quite a number of people gathering in front of a wall in the hall. Roughly 5 or 6 people were all watching a battle in one of the halls as they discussed among themselves. This purple-clad young man must have brought another person into the Celestial Lord Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to fight with such a terrifying battle soul. Previously, Hong Tao, the prodigy from the Compassionate Cloud sect, had been killed by a battle soul like this. Hong Tao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity, but he still died after exchanging about 100 moves with the battle soul. Hong Tao. That's right. I heard he helped his junior brother to accumulate 10 points, so his junior brother could enter the Celestial Lord Temple with him. Although his junior brother didn't exit the room, Hong Tao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat his way into the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord who created this place would increase the difficulty for those who cheated. That's quite obvious. For the same trial, we merely had to face the 10 battle souls with strength comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, look at how terrifying the battle soul that the purple-clad young man has to face. I witnessed Hong Tao's fight. Initially, they were evenly matched, but after exchanging about 100 moves, the battle soul's strength rose again. It was instantly as strong as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law. It had easily killed Hong Tao after that. Currently, the purple-clad young man's strength is on par with the battle soul. I'm guessing the battle soul's strength will improve in 100 moves or so. At that time, the purple-clad young man will surely die. The gray-clad young man looked around and discovered the center of the hall was an empty space with transparent walls around it, allowing one to see into other halls. There are so many people here? Apart from the hall where the others were gathered in front of, there were a few other halls where people were battling as well. Those in the other halls were fighting with battle souls that were similar to the ones the gray-clad young man had encountered during his first trial. He had to defeat 10 battle souls with strength comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had completely mastered his Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. When he looked at the others' halls, he noticed the people in the hall were rather strong. A few of them had easily overwhelmed the battle souls. These people's strength was on par with his strength. They had probably comprehended a profundity of a law as well. That hall? Soon after, the gray-clad young man was driven by his curiosity to look at the hall where everyone was gathered in front of.
It's him. With just a glance, he recognized the purple-clad young man fighting in the hall.
The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, the sexless genius from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent. After that, the gray-clad young man noticed the battle soul that Duanling Tian had to face was abnormally strong compared to the collective strength of the 10 battle souls he had to face. His expression was solemn as he thought to himself, "Even I would need more than 30 moves to kill it after unleashing all my strength." Moreover, based on the discussion in the surroundings, it seems like the battle soul strength would improve after 100 moves or so.
The spectators continued to fervently discuss among themselves as they watched Duanling Tian. Most of them did not think Duanling Tian would be able to survive.
They've already exchanged 22 moves. Although this purple-clad young man is powerful, he's destined to die if he can't defeat it within 100 moves. The battle soul is too powerful. I'd definitely die if I have to face it. Moreover, we can't rely on external forces in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so celestial talismans and celestial pills are useless here.
That's right. So long as they contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or someone stronger, they won't work here. If a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a medicinal pill that could increase their strength to that of a celestial duke, they would be instantly killed by the formation guarding the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
He only has a chance of defeating this battle soul if he has comprehended 2 profundities of a law. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for him to win. After all, they're both using king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by a celestial lord. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, the gray-clad young man did not agree nor disagree. He'll die for sure? Duanling Tian isn't that weak. Due to his extraordinary background, he prided himself on being a good judge of character. When he first saw Duanling Tian, he had sensed a familiar aura from Duanling Tian. Although he was not sure what aura it was, he could tell it was similar to his clan and the realm he was from. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "The aura feels like the aura of an artifact, but it's not exactly the same either. It feels like something is missing." As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a female voice rang in his mind. The voice was mellifluous but bone-chillingly cold at the same time. "The soul of the artifact is missing. Sister Huanger, you're awake?" Upon hearing the female voice, the gray-clad young man widened his eyes in excitement. "Yes." The mellifluous and cold voice rang again. "I've already regained consciousness when you first met him. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you." After a pause, the woman spoke up again. "Little Feng, you've grown up." Upon hearing these words, the gray-clad young man's eyes reddened. He had unknowingly clenched his hands as he said, "Sister Huanger, one day, I'll avenge you and the clan." "I believe you," the woman said. "I'll help you as well."
"Sister Huanger, you," the gray-clad young man's eyes flashed as he spoke.
However, before he could finish speaking, the woman interjected. "Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the artifact in Duanling Tian's body and become the soul of that artifact." The soul of the artifact in his body? Upon hearing the woman's words, the gray-clad young man's eyes widened in shock, and his expression changed drastically. "Sister Huanger, you're the soul of a prominent artifact."
"Not even a mediocre artifact is worthy of you, let alone a primitive artifact." Then he looked at the purple-clad young man before he asked in a trembling voice, Is it possible that the soulless artifact in Duanling Tian's body is a prominent artifact?" "You've heard of the artifact in his body before," the woman said.
"I've heard of it?" The gray-clad youth was stunned. Then his eyes brightened as he said, "Sister Huanger, you're saying that the artifact in Duanling Tian's body is not just a prominent artifact, but a prominent artifact from the divine offering land. Am I right?
The artifact in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, the woman replied.
What? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The gray-clad young man's eyes widened in shock. That sword, isn't it in the possession of Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan? Why is it in Duan Ling Tian's body?
The gray-clad young man had, naturally, heard about the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Almost everyone from the divine offering land had heard of it.
The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was famous not because of how outstanding it was among prominent artifacts, but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land. You have to ask him about this. However, since he has the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, it shows that he has a special relationship with Xianxia. The woman said, if you can befriend Xianxia through him, you'll have a powerful ally helping you when you seek revenge in the future. The Xia clan's third master is quite strong after all.
Sister Huanger, the gray-clad young man trembled slightly. The woman was the soul of the artifact that his elder sister used to carry around in the past. After the artifact's body was destroyed, the seriously injured soul escaped and hid in his body.
Then, it guided him to escape from his destroyed clan and the divine offering land to the spirit overarching heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms.
Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not privy to the gray-clad young man and the woman's conversation. Otherwise, he would be surprised by the way the woman had addressed the gray-clad young man. After all, based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, the gray-clad young man's name did not contain the word Feng.
Meanwhile, another person had appeared near the gray-clad young man. This person was also one of the participants who was fighting fiercely in one of the halls earlier. He had just passed the trial and walked into this hall not long ago. When he looked into the hall where most people were gathered in front of, he recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian?
This young man was none other than Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Previously, he had fought with Duan Ling Tian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
He was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. Due to his strength, he managed to survive thus far.
Cheating? Xue Jingyu was shocked when he heard the discussions in his surroundings. He was shocked to find out that Duan Ling Tian was being punished during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating.
They think he'll die for sure? Xue Jingyu sneered when he heard several people saying Duan Ling Tian would certainly die. He was aware that Duan Ling Tian was not as weak as these people thought.
However, that battle soul is truly strong. Its attack is much stronger than mine during our battle. However, I don't think its attack is strong enough to breach Duan Ling Tian's defenses. Back then, Duan Ling Tian had easily stopped my attack. Moreover, at that time he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must have grown even more formidable. That battle soul won't be able to break his defenses.
As long as Duan Ling Tian takes advantage of the time when the battle soul is attacking him, he'll be able to kill the battle soul. Naturally, it carries a risk as well. Xue Jingyu was thoroughly convinced of his defeat by Duan Ling Tian's hand. He was rather certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill the battle soul.
If it were me, I would be easily killed by that battle soul. After seeing the strength of the battle soul Duan Ling Tian faced, he knew he was no match for the battle soul. He was unlike Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth.
Moreover, the other law of earth's profundity was a defensive profundity. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian no longer attacked the battle soul head-on.
Instead, just as Xue Jingyu had speculated, he allowed the battle soul to attack him. In the next moment, the red scale vest appeared on his body. At the same time, he took the chance and slashed with his giant sword at lightning speed. The battle soul that was in the midst of attacking could not defend itself from Duan Ling Tian's attack. It did not stop and continued on its trajectory to cut Duan Ling Tian down. Its only purpose was to kill Duan Ling Tian. It had no regard for its life at all. Upon seeing this, the spectators gasped in shock. Did the purple-clad young man plan to die along with the battle soul? He must know that this move would kill him even if he managed to kill the battle soul, right? However, the subsequent progress was out of their expectations.
On the contrary, Xue Jingyu smiled faintly. looking smug that he had guessed correctly. I knew it. Meanwhile, the gray-clad young man who was having a conversation with the soul of the artifact in his mind regained his senses when he heard the exclamations in his surroundings. Heavens! What a terrifyingly strong defense! He blocked the full attack from the battle soul just by using his defensive king-grade celestial weapon? How did he do it? His defensive king-grade celestial weapon doesn't look like it had been nurtured by a celestial lord. In fact, even if it had been nurtured by a celestial lord, it still wouldn't be able to completely stop the attack of that battle soul, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, the second profundity must be a defensive profundity. Otherwise, his defenses won't be so terrifyingly strong. After hearing these words, the gray-clad young man saw the battle soul had attacked Duanling Tian with all its strength, but failed to penetrate the red vest on Duanling Tian's body. At the same time, Duanling Tian's explosive attack managed to completely destroy the battle soul. This guy is terrifying. He's too terrifying. I don't think there are many people who can breach his defense, right? Who's he? How's he so insanely strong? I've never heard of him before. That young man called out his name earlier. Maybe he knows him. With that, everyone looked at Xue Jingyu inquiringly. Xue Jingyu calmly said without any prompt, his name is Duanling Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator who's representing the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. A genius sectless cultivator representing the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory? Most people were shocked by Xue Jingyu's words. They had assumed Duanling Tian had come from a grade 7 force after witnessing his strength. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had just passed the trial, entered the hall where everyone was gathered. He did not expect to see so many people after he walked out of the hall. Moreover, he even recognized two of the people there. They were none other than Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, and Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. It seems like these are people who have just passed the trial. Duanling Tian surveyed his surroundings. Not only did he discover that everything in the hall he had just exited could be seen, but he also discovered he could see everything that was happening in other halls. There was a total of 10 halls, and 3 of the halls were occupied by participants who were still going through the trial. After Duanling Tian watched the other participants' trials for a moment, a frown appeared on his face. He saw one of the participants had killed 7 battle souls, but the remaining 3 battle souls showed no sign of merging. In the end, the participant killed 3 of the battle souls without them merging. The remaining 2 participants had also killed more than 5 battle souls each. Similarly, the battle souls showed no sign of merging. Duanling Tian was annoyed and puzzled by this. What's going on? Why is my trial so much more difficult than theirs? At the same time, Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, noticed the confused expression on Duanling Tian's face. He took the initiative and said, Duanling Tian, did you help another person obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple? Duanling Tian looked at Xue Jingyu skeptically. Although Duanling Tian did not know why Xue Jingyu would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. Indeed, he had helped Huang Jichao obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. That's right. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply, Xue Jingyu said, it's considered as cheating to help someone to obtain 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. That's why the first trial you faced after entering the Celestial Lord Temple had a higher difficulty level. There was a person who wasn't any weaker than me who died facing the same trial you did. Cheating? Duanling Tian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had never heard of it before. However, when he recalled those who obtained 10 points and were granted entry to the Celestial Lord would lose their memories after exiting the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he thought it was only natural that the rule was not widely known. At this moment, Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation, called out Duanling Tian. Then he made his way over to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was surprised that Ling Juyun would take the initiative to greet him. He nodded and calmly replied, Ling Juyun, can I talk to you in private? Ling Juyun asked.
Although Duan Ling Tian did not know what Ling Ju Yun's intentions were, he nodded and acquiesced to Ling Ju Yun's request without asking any question.
Thank you very much. Ling Ju Yun thanked Duan Ling Tian when he saw the other party agreeing to his request. Then, he led Duan Ling Tian back into the hall that Duan Ling Tian had just exited. Meanwhile, Xue Jingyu, who had heard Duan Ling Tian calling out Ling Ju Yun's name, fell deep in his thoughts. He found the name familiar. Ling Ju Yun?
That's right. He's the genius who's representing the East Ming nation. He's a heaven-stage, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who comprehended a power of the law. During the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, he had defeated all the other participants. At this moment, everyone, including Xue Jingyu, could see Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju Yun, who stood facing each other in the hall. Ling Ju Yun's back was facing a few people standing outside. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man looked at Xue Jingyu and curiously asked, "You said earlier that the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory?" Upon hearing this, a few people turned to look at Xue Jingyu.
Yes. Xue Jingyu nodded. It's not just him. The person in the hall with him and I are also from the Thousand Nations territory. Unlike me, who's from the Southern Qi nation, they're both sectless cultivators.
They're only representing the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. They're not citizens of the nations they're representing.
I didn't expect that 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. The middle-aged man sighed.
At this time, an old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked, If I'm not mistaken, the purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old, right?"
When Duan Ling Tian followed Ling Ju Yun into the hall, the old man had instinctively extended divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian for a brief moment. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was less than 100 years old, but he was not very sure. Upon hearing the old man's words, a few people, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads disbelievingly.
What? The purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old?
Impossible. How can someone who hasn't even reached the age of 100 be so strong? He's right, Xue Jingyu calmly replied. It's not just the purple-clad young man. The gray-clad young man with him is also less than 100 years old. If you don't believe me, you can confirm my words when they come out.
What?
Both of them are under 100 years old?
The purple-clad young man comprehended 2 profundities of a law. How can he be less than 100 years old? Are you joking?
When the crowd heard the conviction in Xue Jingyu's words, they no longer doubted him. After all, there was no reason for him to lie. Moreover, just as Xue Jingyu had suggested, they could check for themselves when the duo exited the hall. If they wanted to confirm it now, they could even enter the hall now. However, none of them had the courage to do such a thing. After all, the purple-clad young man was insanely strong. Although they were strong as well, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. They were far from being a match for him. In the hall, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Ju Yun and asked, "What's the matter?" He was naturally slightly curious. Ling Ju Yun did not beat around the bush and bluntly asked, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know Xianxia?"
Xianxia? Upon hearing Ling Ju Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Waves of emotions rose in his heart immediately.
Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, familiar with this name. Moreover, Xianxia had left a deep impression on him. After all, Xianxia was Kur's 3rd uncle in her previous life.
Not only that, but Xianxia had saved his life in the mundane realm and gave him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword.
Which Xianxia are you talking about? Duan Ling Tian asked after calming down. He did not think Ling Ju Yun, a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would know Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was someone who was stronger than heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. I'm talking about Xianxia, the 3rd master of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Ling Ju Yun slowly said. Upon hearing the words, divine offering land, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Indeed, Ling Ju Yun was talking about Kur's uncle. He was perplexed. How did Ling Ju Yun know about the divine offering land?
Ling Ju Yun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xianxia and the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian inhaled deeply before he asked with narrowed eyes, how did you know I knew him? Ling Yun replied honestly, it's due to the prominent artifact in your body, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. That's Xianxia's sword. Since it's with you now, he must have given it to you. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Yun warily and asked, who are you? I'm from the divine offering land, Ling Yun, who had expected this question, calmly said. To be precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the divine offering land. It's a solitary but peaceful clan. He subconsciously clenched his hands into fists, and his eyes reddened when he mentioned the Ling clan. Waves of killing intent rolled out of his body at the same time. His voice was cold as he continued to say, although our Ling clan wasn't as famous as the Xia clan and our strength was slightly inferior to the Xia clan, our clan was as famous as the Xia clan back then. Upon seeing the changes in Ling Yun, Duan Lingtian wondered inwardly, does he hate his clan? Or did something happen to his clan? He could clearly sense the hatred from Ling Yun's killing intent. However, he did not know who or what the hatred was directed at. He asked, slightly perplexed, you asked to talk to me privately just to say this? After entering the hall, except for the first sentence by Duan Lingtian, the duo had been communicating through voice transmission. No, Ling Yun shook his head. I have something to ask of you. Please let the soul of my elder sister's prominent artifact become the artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. The artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened again. What do you mean? My elder sister had a prominent artifact. When she died, the prominent artifact was also taken away. However, the artifact soul forcibly separated herself from the prominent artifact that had become masterless at the cost of serious injuries. That's how she came to temporarily reside in my consciousness, Ling Yun said. After she becomes the soul of the 7 orifice exquisite sword, her life will be completely in your hands. You don't need to worry that she'll turn against you. As long as you are the master of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, you'll be her master as well. She can't escape from the 7 orifices exquisite sword as long as the 7 orifice exquisite sword has a master. Ling Yun was clearly trying to reassure Duan Lingtian with his words. Although nothing seemed to be wrong with Ling Yun's words, Duan Lingtian still decided to be cautious. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Earth, how much do you know about the artifact? Are his words true? Prior to this, Duan Lingtian only knew the 7 orifice exquisite sword in his body was a Devata artifact, and it was as powerful as a Duke-grade celestial weapon without its artifact soul. There's a Devata artifact in your body? The Chaos Divine Earth was shocked. He's able to sense it. Why can't you? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Then, he deliberately moved the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body closer to the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really a Devata artifact. Moreover, it's a prominent artifact. The Chaos Divine Earth sighed before it complained in its childish voice. Boy, since you possess a Devata artifact, why did you use the royal-grade celestial weapon to kill that Sima Chun previously? Although this Devata artifact doesn't have a soul, its strength is still comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon if someone with your strength wields it. If you had used this sword against Sima Chun, you could have killed him in seconds before he could even attack. Then I wouldn't need to help you deflect his attack at all. Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although the 7 orifice exquisite sword in my body is a Devata artifact, it's only as powerful as a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There's no way it's comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had tried using the 7 orifices exquisite sword more than once and had confirmed it was only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth asked, you probably used this artifact before comprehending the law of profundity, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. You mean, after comprehending the profundity of a law, I'm able to increase the power of the artifact? That's right, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Those who comprehend the power of the law can even boost a soulless primitive artifact to the level of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone a prominent artifact like yours. You have such a wonderful artifact and yet you still use that royal-grade celestial weapon. What a waste. It did not hesitate to chide Duan Ling Tian for being unable to recognize the treasure he possessed. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He was truly unaware of this. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "As for what he said earlier, it's true. If your Devata artifact is fused with a suitable soul, it'll be beneficial to you. After all, with a soul, the sword would be restored to its full strength and potential. Naturally, with your current strength, you won't be able to use it to its full potential yet. However, just being able to wield part of its power is already equivalent to wielding an Emperor-grade celestial weapon." When Ling Zhuyun saw Duan Ling Tian was distracted, he frowned slightly. "Duan Ling Tian, are you unwilling to accept my proposal?" Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian would refuse such a great deal, he became uncertain when he saw Duan Ling Tian's hesitation. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses when he heard Ling Zhuyun calling out to him. He looked at Ling Zhuyun intently as he said, "I agree. However, I'm sure there are conditions, right?" There was no reason for Duan Ling Tian to refuse such a great deal. However, he knew there was no free lunch in the world. He would definitely need to pay a price in exchange for such a great deal. "My sister's soul artifact will talk to you about this," Ling Zhuyun said. The moment Ling Zhuyun's voice trailed off, Duan Ling Tian received a voice transmission from Ling Zhuyun, but it was not Ling Zhuyun's voice. A mellifluous but cold woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "I'm willing to be the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and I have but one condition." Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he heard the cold voice. "What condition?" "When you've grown strong enough, avenge my master by killing her murderer," the woman said. "Avenge your master?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "If the person who killed your former master deserves to die, I don't mind helping you avenge her. However, if your former master was a sinister person who deserved death, and the murderer was just enforcing justice, I won't agree to your condition." Although the temptation of having a soul in the artifact was huge, Duan Ling Tian was not someone who would go against his conscience and kill innocent people for his own benefit. What an honorable man! As expected of the person whom Xianxia gave the sword to, the woman said. Based on her words, it was clear she had no objections to his words. "Will do as you say." Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Ling Tian was rather certain the murderer was someone who deserved to die. "I'll enter your sea of consciousness now. Don't resist it. After entering your sea of consciousness, I'll gradually merge with the 7 orifice exquisite sword in your body and become its soul." As soon as the woman's voice trailed off, something flashed past the corners of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He saw a streak of green light rushing into his body. "Chaos Divine Earth, you," Duan Ling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth when it saw the streak of green light rushing toward his sea of consciousness and his soul. He wanted the Chaos Divine Earth to help him limit the profound divine metal's power that was guarding his soul. Although profound divine metal was in deep slumber, it still instinctively protected Duan Ling Tian's soul. Therefore, it was very likely that the soul artifact would not be able to enter his soul and his sea of consciousness. "Don't worry." The Chaos Divine Earth seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to say. "The profound divine metal won't block her soul." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt fluctuations in his sea of consciousness. Soon after, a woman's voice rang in his mind. "Profound divine metal? Chaos Divine Earth? Chaos Divine Flame?" Hints of shock could be heard in her voice. "The divine tree of life is also here. You managed to make it acknowledge you as its master." She knew that Duan Ling Tian had successfully obtained the divine tree of life in the past, but she did not expect that he would be able to make the divine tree of life recognize him as its master. She sighed in awe. "As it turns out, you have 99 heavenly veins. No wonder. No wonder Xianxia chose you." "Xianxia chose me? What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian frowned in confusion. "Aren't you the successor Xianxia was looking for in the Devata realm?" The woman was puzzled. "No," Duan Ling Tian calmly replied, "Xianxia and I can be regarded as relatives at best. I address him as third uncle." "Third uncle? You're his relative? Are you from the Xia clan?" "No. Your surname is Duan. Are you the illegitimate son of the patriarch of the Xia clan?" the woman asked. "Nonsense," Duan Ling Tian said in response to her question.
Then why do you address Xianxia as third uncle? The woman asked again. My wife is the young lady of the Xia clan, Xianing Shui. Duanling Tian said. Xianing Yu was Kuer's name in her past life.
Xianing Shui. The woman murmured, how's that possible?
Xianing Shui had already died because she refused the marriage with the Yun clan, even if she's not dead. How can she have such a weak man as her husband?
It's up to you to believe me or not. Speaking of Kuer, Duanling Tian became sad and irritable.
The woman could sense Duanling Tian's turbulent emotions, so she did not say more. When Duanling Tian came back to his senses, he glanced at Ling Juyun and said, I didn't expect that you come from the divine offering land. Duanling Tian. Ling Juyun returned Duanling Tian's stare and solemnly said in a deep voice, although Sister Huang'er has chosen to be the sword soul of your seven-orifice exquisite sword and serve you as her master, if I find out that you insult her or force her to do what she's unwilling to do, I will fight you with my life and seek justice for her.
Stop thinking such dirty thoughts. Duanling Tian glanced at Ling Juyun before he walked out of the hall, leaving Ling Juyun behind. He knew what Ling Juyun's words meant. Ling Juyun was worried he would abuse his power as Huang'er's master and force her to do something she did not want to do. For example, have sex with him. However, was he that kind of person? He could understand Ling Juyun's concern, but he could not help but feel offended.
Ling Juyun followed Duanling Tian out of the hall. Not only was he not dissatisfied with Duanling Tian's attitude, but a faint smile could be seen on his face as well. He could tell Duanling Tian was someone worthy of his trust. When Duanling Tian walked out of the hall, the woman's astonished voice rang in his mind again. Third form Chaos Divine Earth, third form Chaos Divine Flame, and second form Profound Divine Metal.
How did you do it? The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before he replied, girl, you mean third form Profound Divine Metal. After all, once the Profound Divine Metal wakes up, it'll evolve to the third form by absorbing the first form Profound Divine Metal this kid obtained.
Chaos Divine Earth, why are you willing to share the same host as the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame? I thought the 5 divine elements are very arrogant. How can you be willing to share a host with other divine elements? The woman asked, surprised. Girl, before asking me this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The Chaos Divine Earth asked.
My name is Huang'er.
I was the soul of a prominent Devata artifact. I have now become the soul of the 7-orifice exquisite sword in his body, the woman said.
Huang'er. That's a nice name. The Chaos Divine Earth's manner of speaking was mature, contrary to its childish voice. When Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out of the hall, another person who had passed the trial walked out of another hall. Currently, there were 8 people, including Duanling Tian, in the room.
As soon as Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out, a few people probed them with their divine consciousness.
Indeed, he's less than 100 years old. Both of them are younger than 100 years old.
Heavens! Who are they? They're already so powerful at this age. How insanely strong would they be in the future? Duanling Tian, Ling Juyun, as long as both of them don't die an untimely death, they'll definitely be famous in the profound nether mansion in the future.
With their talent and comprehension skills, once they grow stronger, they'll definitely leave the profound nether mansion and dominate the southern heaven territory.
Younger than 100 years old? When the participant who had just passed his trial heard the discussion in his surroundings, he instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun.
Indeed, he confirmed the duo was truly less than 100 years old after investigating with his divine consciousness. His discovery made him feel dejected. They're less than 100 years old, but they managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple and pass the difficult trial? In the past, this young man had thought of himself as a genius. However, in front of this duo, he really could not be regarded as a genius at all. He was older than 300 years old, and the duo was not even 100 years old. And yet, they were not weaker than him.
Since these people were here, he knew they had all passed the trial. This meant that they were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended one profundity of a law, at least. At this moment, Xue Jingyu looked around his surroundings. When he saw no entrance or passage, he asked in confusion, "What do we do next? Do we just stay here and wait?" With these words, everyone's attention shifted away from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, and they began to survey their surroundings.
I think. Well, perhaps there has to be a certain number of people here before we can progress, a middle-aged man speculated out loud.
That makes sense. Several other people agreed. We have 8 people now. There are 2 more people who aren't here. They should be here soon.
Only one person has appeared, replacing one of the participants who had died during the trial. No one has appeared in the other halls since.
Since there are 10 halls, I'm guessing we'll only be able to proceed once there are 10 people here. The people discussed among themselves as they watched the remaining 2 participants who were still undergoing the trial. Their trials were coming to end. They seem quite strong, so they'll probably be able to easily pass the trial. That's not surprising at all. Someone who managed to obtain 10 points has to be somewhat strong. Not necessarily. Some people are unlucky, and some manage to accumulate 10 points because they had help. You're talking about the genius Hong Tao from the Compassionate Cloud sect, right?
He's, indeed, unlucky. He could be standing here with us now, but he died because he helped another person.
He didn't know that such a thing would happen, after all. In fact, none of us knew beforehand. It seems like we won't be able to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with memories of the Celestial Lord Temple.
Humph. If he was as strong as Duan Ling Tian, would he have died? As a few people discussed among themselves, their eyes drifted back to Duan Ling Tian again.
Duan Ling Tian stood motionlessly with his eyes closed. Ling Juyun, who was standing not far away, looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. His cold expression seemed to thaw when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. These 2 people, Xue Jingyu, who was standing at the side, was slightly confused when he saw the changes in Ling Juyun's expression. Before the duo entered the hall, he was certain that Ling Juyun was rather indifferent when looking at Duan Ling Tian.
However, at this moment, Ling Juyun looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian was a friend.
What did they talk about inside? Since Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun had communicated using voice transmission, Xue Jingyu was, naturally, not privy to their conversation. When Duan Ling Tian came out from the hall, his expression had remained indifferent.
On the contrary, a faint smile could be seen on Ling Juyun's face. Coupled with the changes in Ling Juyun's expression now, Xue Jingyu could not help but feel curious. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who stood with his eyes closed, might seem like he was resting. However, he was, in fact, conversing with Huanger, the soul artifact he had recently acquired. What artifact were you a soul of before this?
A prominent artifact called the Divine Phoenix Glazed Sword, Huanger replied. You were a sword soul as well in the past? The Chaos Divine Earth interjected, surprised. If you were the soul of a prominent divine sword before, it'd be easier for you to become the soul of the sword in this kid's body. Moreover, you'd be more in sync with the sword as well. Huanger said, There's one more thing you might not know. The Divine Phoenix Glazed Sword and the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword were forged by the same powerhouse. Plus, they were refined one after another. The 2 stayed together for a long time. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and I were born almost at the same time. I used to address the former soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword as elder sister. However, even if our host possessed another Devata artifact, I'd still make the same decision I did earlier. Based on her words, it could be seen she had a close relationship with the former soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword.
You know the original soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword?
Do you know what's the relationship between the original owner of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and third uncle then? Duan Ling Tian asked. Prominent artifacts are rare even in the realm of gods. In the Divine Offering Land, all prominent artifacts are famous, and their owners are also powerful figures, Huanger replied. With how famous the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was in the past, almost everyone knew its owner. As for the relationship between the original owner of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and Xianxia, you'll have to ask Xianxia. I can't tell you, nor should I tell you about it. She sighed after she finished speaking.
Upon hearing Huanga's sigh, Duan Ling Tian speculated that the original owner of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and Xianxia must have had an unusual relationship. You said that the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword is a prominent artifact. So, artifacts are also divided into primitive, mediocre, and prominent grades. Duan Tian asked. He only knew that Devata artifacts were superior to celestial weapons. Moreover, they even possessed artifact souls. However, he did not know that there were different grades of Devata artifacts. Yes, Huanger said. Artifacts are divided into primitive artifacts, mediocre artifacts, and prominent artifacts. Are there artifacts superior to prominent artifacts? Duan Tian asked. No, Huanger replied. The prominent artifacts are the pinnacle of artifacts. Only the strongest and most skilled are capable of forging them. Not only does one have to be skilled, the materials needed to forge prominent artifacts, the forging environment, and the forging time have strict requirements as well. Duan Tian gained a deeper understanding of prominent artifacts after listening to Huang's words. He also learned more about mediocre artifacts and primitive artifacts from her. As it turns out, most of the heavenly emperors of Devata realms only possess primitive artifacts. Very few possess mediocre artifacts, let alone prominent artifacts. Artifacts are only divided into 3 grades, unlike celestial weapons that are divided into primitive, mediocre, and prominent grades before being further divided into Duke grade, King grade, Royal grade, and Emperor grade. Moreover, only Devata artifacts can give birth to artifact souls. As for celestial weapons, only Emperor-grade celestial weapons can be forcibly injected with life to produce an artifact spirit. The difference between artifact souls and artifact spirits lies not only in their name. The former is born while the latter is not. The former is naturally superior to the latter. Thinking of this, Duan Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was once again reminded of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon that he once owned, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. There was an extraneous artifact spirit forcibly imprisoned in the pagoda. It was a 3-legged golden crow called Elder Hua. Although the power of 7 Orifices exquisite sword is comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, if I wield it with my current strength, it should still be weaker than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an extraneous artifact spirit. Emperor-grade celestial weapons with extraneous artifact spirits are far more powerful than Emperor-grade celestial weapons without extraneous artifact spirits. Duan Tian also learned that there were differences in strength between Emperor-grade celestial weapons as well. At this moment, a commotion broke out, causing Duan Tian to open his eyes. They came out. They are out. Duan Tian saw 2 people coming out from the 2 halls. Finally, 10 people were gathered in the room. Soon after, the voice that Duan Tian suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang again. Congratulations, you passed the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. Next, 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords will appear. As to who will obtain them, it's up to you to decide. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords' celestial origin energies. The eyes of the 10 people in the room brightened up immediately when they heard the words of what seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The next moment, 3 pieces of dark armor appeared in the air. They were shrouded in black light, and purple lightning bolts could be seen flashing on them. Whenever the purple lightning bolts flashed, the air seemed to ripple. A mysterious energy loomed in the room, slightly pressuring the room's occupants. So these are the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords? Duan Tian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons, clearly delighted. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords were undoubtedly stronger than the ordinary defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale vest that Duan Tian possessed. In fact, it was only slightly weaker than a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Boom! 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 Duan Tian was still immersed in his thoughts when a series of explosions rang in the air. 8 people, including Xue Jingyu, flew into the air, making their way to the 3 defensive king-grade celestial weapons that were hovering in the air at lightning speed. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords were extremely rare. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans possessed only a few of such weapons. The weapons were rare and invaluable. Who could resist them? Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! 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 Duan Tian and Ling Juyun remained in their spots.
They watched in a leisurely manner as the 8 people dashed toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at the speed of light, hoping to get their hands on the weapons first. Ling Juyun looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I want one."
Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. "Are you short of king-grade celestial weapons?" He was slightly taken back that Ling Juyun was interested in the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. Although they were rare, Ling Juyun was from the divine offering land after all. There were many treasures that were far superior to king-grade celestial weapons. Why would Ling Juyun want one?
I know what you're thinking. When I left the divine offering land, I took a few artifacts and emperor-grade celestial weapons with me. The king-grade celestial weapons that I currently have were obtained later on. However, do you think it's wise for me to openly wield my artifacts and emperor-grade celestial weapons? Ling Juyun glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Do you openly wield your artifact? If the 3 sects and 2 clans find out you possess an artifact, they'll definitely kill you if you refuse to hand over the artifact to them. I've already obtained a king-grade celestial sword that had been nurtured by a celestial lord in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but I'm lacking a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly when he heard Ling Juyun's explanation. He could empathize with Ling Juyun after all. Just as Ling Juyun had said, he could not simply reveal the existence of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, unless he was 100% certain there was no one around and he could kill his opponent. Moreover, if he were to fight with Ling Juyun over the defensive king-grade celestial weapons, he was not sure he could best Ling Juyun. After all, Ling Juyun possessed artifacts from the divine offering realm. Moreover, it was likely that Ling Juyun's artifacts had artifact souls as well.
Even if he was certain he could best Ling Juyun, he still would not fight Ling Juyun for a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. After all, although it came with a condition, it was all thanks to Ling Juyun that he had gained an artifact soul for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword.
One of the king-grade celestial weapons is yours. The remaining 2 are mine, Duan Ling Tian said to Ling Juyun. Based on his words, he clearly did not think the other 8 participants would be able to snatch the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons from him. It doesn't matter to me since I can only use one anyway. Ling Juyun shrugged. Boom, 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 boom. While Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun were conversing, an intense battle broke out between the 8 people who went for the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. These people attacked indiscriminately.
Whenever one person reached out for one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, he would be instantly targeted by the other 7 people. At this moment, it was difficult to predict the outcome. After a few moments, one of the participants discovered there were only 8 of them vying for 3 king-grade celestial weapons. He thought to himself in confusion, why are there only 8 of us? Boom! The participant, a middle-aged man, withdrew from the battle momentarily and saw 2 young men standing leisurely at a corner. It was as though they were not interested in the king-grade celestial weapons at all. He asked, aren't both of you interested in the king-grade celestial weapons? The middle-aged man's voice was loud and clear, drowning out the noises from the ongoing battle. All of a sudden, the 7 people fighting for the king-grade celestial weapons halted their movements and exchanged a look before they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun. Among the 7 people, 4 of them shivered slightly when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities of a law. His strength was superior to theirs, and his defenses were exceptional. Even if they attacked with all their might, they would not be able to breach his defense. The frightened expressions on the 4 participants' faces caught the attention of the remaining 3 people behind them. These 3 people were oblivious to Duan Ling Tian's strength, since they did not witness him in battle during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. 2 of them began to discuss among themselves. Is the purple-clad young man very powerful? He's not even 100 years old. How powerful could he be? The middle-aged man who noticed Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun's absence first sneered. Why don't both of you find out for yourselves how powerful he is? These 3 men's strength was on par with his. He knew they would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if they joined forces. At this moment, an old man who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's prowess earlier said, Duan Ling Tian, most of us know how powerful you are. Why don't you take one of the king-grade celestial weapons
and leave the remaining 2 for us. What do you think?"
Upon hearing the old man's words, the 3 clueless men frowned.
On the contrary, the other 4 people, including Xue Jingyu, nodded in agreement. "That's right. Duanling Tian, why don't you choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons?" "Duanling Tian, after you." That's right, that's right. Let us fight over the remaining 2 weapons."
Upon seeing the 4 participants' reactions, the 3 clueless men finally realized Duanling Tian was not a simple person.
Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities of a law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the others give up a king-grade celestial weapon so easily? It's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, after all. Seeing how afraid they are of him, I don't think we're his match at all. If he wants one, just let him have it. The 3 men finally decided not to object to the old man's suggestion of letting Duanling Tian have one of the king-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, the 7 participants looked at Duanling Tian, waiting for his reply. The 3 clueless men were certain Duanling Tian would instantly agree to the request. On the contrary, the remaining 4 participants were unsure. They were worried Duanling Tian might want all 3 of the king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, 5 of them would have no choice but to trust each other and join forces to fight Duanling Tian.
They knew if they did not join forces, they would not be a match for him at all. However, even if they joined forces, they knew it was impossible for them to kill or defeat Duanling Tian. At most, they would be able to come to a draw.
Apart from that, it would be difficult for them to work together since they were rife with distrust. 1 king-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian faintly smiled before he calmly said, "I'm sorry, but I want 2 king-grade celestial weapons." 2 king-grade celestial weapons.
Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the 5 participants, including Xue Jingyu, frowned slightly. They felt he was rather quite demanding. Nevertheless, none of them dared to voice their dissatisfaction.
At the very least, Duanling Tian did not intend to take all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. On the other hand, the 3 clueless participants who did not witness Duanling Tian's strength did not hide their displeasure. One of the 3 men, a middle-aged man, looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a dark expression on his face, "Lad, don't you think you're being too greedy? Do you have an opinion about it?" Duanling Tian looked at the man meaningfully before the other 2 men could chime in. "You're not even 100 years old. Why do you need 2 king-grade celestial weapons?"
"Are you even capable of keeping them?" the middle-aged man asked coldly as he glared at Duanling Tian. He had discovered Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was oblivious to Duanling Tian's strength.
There were many talented powerhouses below the age of 100 in the history of the profound Nether Mansion, but the strongest among them was only as strong as him. Not even 100 years old? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, a young man, one of 3 clueless participants, extended his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian. Then, he turned to the other 5 participants, including Xue Jingyu, and said disdainfully, "It's true. He's not even 100 years old. You lot are terrified of a brat who's not even 100 years old? Cowards." The 5 participants were not embarrassed nor were they angry when the young man mocked them. Instead, they looked at him as though he was an idiot. This young man's strength was roughly on par with theirs. He had only comprehended 1 profundity of a law. "Does this mean both of you plan to go against me?" Duanling Tian looked at the young man. The corner of his lips was lifted up into a smirk.
"Brat, quit playing games with me.
If you want the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, you'll have to go through me first," the young man retorted, clearly not taking Duanling Tian seriously. Duanling Tian did not reply to the young man. Instead, he looked at the final man from the group of 3. This man was the participant who had walked out of the hall when Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun walked out of another hall earlier. "What about you?
Are you planning to go against me as well?" The man looked at Duanling Tian, recalling the other 5 participants' discussion earlier.
"It's true. They're under 100 years old. Both of them are under 100 years old. Heavens! Who are they? They're so talented even at such a young age." Can you imagine how strong they would become in the future? Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju-yun. If they don't die an untimely death, they'll definitely become formidable characters in the future. Based on their innate talents and high comprehension skills, even the profound nether mansion would be too small for them. The southern heaven territory is where they belong. After he recalled the conversations he heard, the man remained silent when faced with Duan Ling Tian's inquiry. Seems like you're the only one with no opinion among the three. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the man briefly before he shifted his eyes to the other two men and faintly said, "Since both of you are dissatisfied, why don't you attack me together?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body flickered out of sight, leaving the ground shaking in his wake. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and young man who were dissatisfied with him, wanting 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Attack together? The young man laughed before he said disdainfully, "Lad, I can defeat you by myself." "Really? I can't wait to see what you've got." Duan Ling Tian grinned. The young man scoffed and charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. A short knife, a king-grade celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. Its aura that was cold and domineering spread into the surroundings. From this alone, one could tell it was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. The young man cast all his Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities before sending his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal's profundity into the short knife that he wielded. In just an instant, the short knife gleamed with a golden light and its aura intensified. The law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity? Once Duan Ling Tian sensed the sharp aura from the young man's celestial origin energy, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man had comprehended the law of metal. The law of metal was an offensive law, and its profundities were mostly offensive skills. Its fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, could increase the sharpness of one's celestial weapon and celestial origin energy. Buzz, 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 buzz. The celestial knife shot out cheese that were as dazzlingly bright as the sun as the young man drew closer to Duan Ling Tian. The short knife shone even brighter than before, like the sun that could vanquish the darkness, capturing everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian leisurely flew in the air to meet the incoming attack. His celestial origin energy that was boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity surged out of his body as he cast his celestial methods and divine abilities. His celestial origin energy surged into a giant sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand. The giant sword's aura was too overwhelming. Upon seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. He has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity? Nonetheless, he was not surprised. After all, those who were able to pass the trial and made it this far would have strength on par with his. He could not say for certain if Duan Ling Tian or he was stronger. Although he has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, he's not even 100 years old. His battle experience must be lesser than mine. No matter how I see it, I have the advantage. With this thought in mind, the young man's confidence was boosted. He was rather confident about his victory. Alas, the young man's confidence did not last long. It was soon replaced by shock. How's that possible? Is he seeking death? His eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging at him head-on with no intention of dodging his attack. He had assumed Duan Ling Tian would deflect his attack with his giant sword. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had chosen to disregard his life just to land a blow on him. It was as though Duan Ling Tian intended for them to die together. He could see the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, so he did not think Duan Ling Tian was bluffing. "You're insane," the young man cried out when he regained his sense. He swiftly moved to avoid Duan Ling Tian's attack. For this reason, the force of his attack was greatly reduced. The diminished force from the young man's attack swept toward Duan Ling Tian and was easily deflected by the red scale vest on Duan Ling Tian's body. Although the young man had successfully evaded Duan Ling Tian's attack, by doing that, he had given Duan Ling Tian the upper hand. He tried to retaliate with all his might, but he found that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of avoiding his attacks like earlier. With this, the young man grew more and more passive in the battle. Eventually, when he attacked for the third time, he decided not to dodge Duanling Tian's attack anymore and charged forward. "I'd like to see if you're truly courageous enough to die along with me," the young man cried out as he mustered up all his strength and attacked Duanling Tian. Alas, the young man could not breach Duanling Tian's defense at all. The red scale vest on Duanling Tian's body that emitted a mustard light seemed invincible. It had been boosted by the Chaos Divine Earth, after all. YUV comprehended the law of Earth's second profundity. The young man's expression changed drastically. Realization finally dawned on him. He finally realized why the other 5 participants were so fearful of Duanling Tian to the point that they were willing to give up 2 king-grade celestial weapons to Duanling Tian without a fight. As it turned out, Duanling Tian had comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Boom! A wave of regret overwhelmed the young man as Duanling Tian brought his giant sword down on the young man, easily breaching the young man's defense. Duanling Tian easily sliced through the young man's defense like a hot knife through butter. "No!" the young man cried in sorrow before he died. The 5 participants, including Xue Jingyu, watched as Duanling Tian killed the young man. They gloated inwardly when they remembered how the young man had mocked them earlier for being afraid of Duanling Tian. What an idiot! Did he really think we're stupid? Can't he tell something is wrong judging by how fearful we are of Duanling Tian? Serves him right. Would we concede 2 king-grade celestial weapons to Duanling Tian for no reason at all? Humph! With Duanling Tian's strength, I don't think I'd say anything even if he demands all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. A young man, who was part of the 3 participants who were unaware of Duanling Tian's strength, sighed in relief. Thank goodness! Although he was unaware of Duanling Tian's strength, he had chosen not to oppose Duanling Tian when he recalled the conversations he had heard. He was truly thankful. His decision to stay silent had saved his life. Then, he turned to look at a middle-aged man and sighed inwardly. "I'm afraid this fellow is in trouble." The middle-aged man was one of the 2 men who had ridiculed and opposed Duanling Tian earlier. Seeing the young man's miserable death at this moment, the middle-aged man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at Duanling Tian as though he was looking at a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had just claimed the young man's spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapon and put them away. The points the young man had accumulated were also transferred to his accumulative points jade as well. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man pointedly. "Now, it's your turn." His expression that had remained calm from the beginning until now would have made those who were unaware of the situation think he was having a casual conversation with the middle-aged man. "Why you?" the middle-aged man stuttered. His face turned even paler. He said in a trembling voice, Why you can't kill me? If you kill me, my clan won't let you get away with it. My clan is..." Duanling Tian chuckled as he interjected, "How are they going to find out that I killed you?" He raised his giant sword that was raging with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. The giant sword emitted a golden light that was laced with purple chi. It looked extremely magical. Xue Jingyu laughed. "This man is really an idiot. Doesn't he know that any memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, whether they belong to those who enter the temple or not, will be erased?" "That's right. In the past, there were many people who entered the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple, but all their memories were erased as soon as they exited the realm. It's obvious there's a formation that erases our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. It doesn't even matter that so many people are witnessing his death. After all, none of us will remember it after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple." The other participants looked at the middle-aged man with pity. He could only blame himself for seeking death by provoking someone like Duanling Tian. The middle-aged man who had heard the conversation in the surroundings fell into despair. In the end, he hastily fell to his knees and kowtowed as he anxiously said, "Please spare my life. I'm willing to give you everything I have." Faced with death, he no longer cared about his pride or dignity. After all, what did anything else matter if he died? Duanling Tian smiled contemptuously as he replied, "Your belongings will still be mine after I kill you. After we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll give you more things."
Just spare my life. Please, the middle-aged man continued to plead. Alas, all the middle-aged man got as a reply was Duan Lingtian charging at him with the giant sword, looking like the Grim Reaper with his scythe. Xue Jingyu and the others shook their heads again when they heard the middle-aged man's words. This idiot. They would have no memories of this after leaving the southern heaven ancient realm. Would the middle-aged man still be able to remember to give Duan Lingtian treasures at that time? Moreover, even if their memories were not erased, what reason did Duan Lingtian have to believe his words? It was more likely that the middle-aged man would sick his clan on Duan Lingtian in revenge. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian charged out with his giant sword in hand, leaving the void shaking and sounds of explosions in his wake. Although the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he still tried to retaliate. Boom! When they collided, the middle-aged man was sent flying before he exploded into a blood mist, leaving 2 king-grade celestial weapons and his spatial ring behind. Whoosh! After claiming his prizes, Duan Lingtian stepped toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Xue Jingyu and the others naturally stepped aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. Xue Jingyu sincerely congratulated Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian walked past him. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. Although a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes, it was not malicious like jealousy. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. The other 5 participants followed in Xue Jingyu's footsteps and congratulated Duan Lingtian. They were well aware they could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Xue Jingyu did not expect the others would try to flatter Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored all of them, making a beeline for the king-grade celestial weapons. The 3 black armors hovering in the air looked like the armors of a demon god. They were emitting a black light, and purple lightning bolts flashed around them. The void would ripple in tandem with the flashing purple lightning bolts. Duan Lingtian felt a gust of terrifying wind blowing at him when he stood in front of the 3 armors. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he reached out to take 2 king-grade celestial weapons. He did not waste any time and dripped a drop of his blood on each of the king-grade celestial weapons to claim ownership over them. Then he put one on, replacing the red scale vest. My defense has risen tremendously. Black armor appeared on Duan Lingtian's body in just an instant. Indeed, a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was superior to its ordinary counterparts. After putting away the red scale vest and the other newly obtained king-grade celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian descended to the ground. The remaining participants were jealous that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain 2 king-grade celestial weapons so easily. However, they naturally did not dare to give voice to their thoughts. After all, they were no match for Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law. Thank goodness he's kind enough to leave us with 1 king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Jingyu and the others instantly shifted their attention back to the last king-grade celestial weapon hovering in the air. The tension between them quickly escalated, and they began to fight again. Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the ground, felt a gust of wind next to him. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Ling Juyun, who was standing nearby, had disappeared. Xue Jingyu and the group of people who were in the midst of a battle were quick to discover something was amiss. Their expressions changed one after another when they saw a gray figure standing before the last king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun. Xue Jingyu was quick to recognize Ling Juyun. His fighting spirit soared. He was not afraid of Ling Juyun. After all, their strength was on equal ground. I want this king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun looked at Xue Jingyu and the remaining participants nonchalantly. He was not in a hurry to claim the king-grade celestial weapon. Does this brat think he's Duan Lingtian? Preposterous. There's only 1 king-grade celestial weapon left. We can't let him have it. Humph. You'll pay for your arrogance. After being forced to submission by Duan Lingtian, these people's anger that had been brewing inside finally erupted. There was no doubt Xue Jingyu and the other participants were dissatisfied that Duan Lingtian had claimed 2 king-grade celestial weapons. However, they knew there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Duan Tian had comprehended two profundities of a law. Now that another person had audaciously stepped forward to lay claim on the final king-grade celestial weapon, how could they endure it, especially when this person was only as strong as they were? Lad, although both you and Duan Tian are geniuses who haven't reached the age of 100, don't forget he has comprehended two profundities from the law of Earth. There's nothing wrong if he wants to claim two king-grade celestial weapons. However, look at your own strength before you try to emulate Duan Tian. Don't tell me, similar to Duan Tian, you've comprehended two profundities of a law as well. An old man did not hesitate to vent his frustrations caused by Duan Tian on Ling Juyun. Why don't you try me? Ling Juyun replied nonchalantly. The old man was slightly taken aback. The scornful expressions on Xue Jingyun and the other participants' faces disappeared. They were confused by Ling Juyun's reply. When they looked at Ling Juyun hovering in the air confidently, they could not help but feel his temperament was rather similar to Duan Tian. It was as though Duan Tian had stepped forward to lay claim on the king-grade celestial weapons again. Is it possible that he has comprehended two profundities as well? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. You can't say that. Duan Tian hasn't reached the age of 100 as well, right? You're right. Duan Tian is not even 100 years old, but he has already comprehended two profundities. There's no doubt he's a rarely seen monstrous genius. Saying that, do you really think we'll encounter, not one, but two rarely seen monstrous geniuses who comprehended two profundities before the age of 100 at the same time and place? What do you think of the chances of that happening? 0 to none. A freak like Duan Tian hasn't appeared in the past 10,000 years in the profound Nether Mansion. It's impossible for us to meet two of such geniuses at the same time and place. The remaining participants, including Xue Jingyu, were rather certain Ling Juyin, who was not even 100 years old, did not comprehend two profundities of a law. Ling Juyun, Duan Tian looked at Ling Juyun knowingly. He had deliberately left the final king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Juyun. He would have taken all three of the weapons if Ling Juyun did not say he wanted one as well. They were defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords after all. Their value was incredibly high. He could give them to his friends after leaving the southern heaven ancient realm. Why would he leave one behind if it was not for Ling Juyun? Duan Tian was the only one who knew Ling Juyun would be able to easily take the king-grade celestial weapon away. Lad, quit fooling around. The old man looked at Ling Juyun disdainfully. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. He did not wait for Ling Juyun's reply and mobilized his celestial origin energy immediately. At the same time, a mace appeared in his hand. Soon after, his celestial origin energy turned blue. It was obvious he had boosted it with the fundamental profundity he had comprehended. When Duan Tian sensed the cool aura from the old man's celestial origin energy, he thought to himself, this is the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity? The old man's celestial origin energy had turned blue and become fluid, taking on the characteristics of water. Swoosh! 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 Before Xue Jingyu and the others regained their senses, the old man had swung his mace before letting it loose in the air. It was like a meteorite in the sky as it sailed in the air. It seemed to be shrouded by a mist of blood and spots of black light. Obviously, the old man had also cast other techniques apart from just boosting his celestial origin energy with the water elemental profundity. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "What a surprise! It's a preemptive attack from Oldly. He's really not holding back and intends to kill him. In the southern heaven ancient realm, a slight mistake will result in death. He did so to make sure nothing goes wrong," a young man replied. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of explosions rang in the air as the mace split into two and continued on their trajectories. All of a sudden, the blue celestial origin energy that shrouded the two maces suddenly morphed into two giant wolves' heads. They bared and snapped their fangs as they drew closer to Ling Juyun. Why isn't he dodging? Is his speed too slow? He's going to die for sure. How dare he lay claim on the king-grade celestial weapon with this level of strength? Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the maces landed on Ling Juyun, and the two giant wolves' heads sunk their fangs into each of his shoulders. Unlike Xue Jingyun and the other participants,
Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss. What kind of technique is that? He was rather certain it was not Ling Juyun who had received the old man's attacks. At this moment, the voice of Huanger, the artifact soul he just obtained, rang in his mind. It's the undead doppelganger, a profundity from the law of death. Huanger continued to say, Little Feng has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Besides the fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the undead doppelganger.
The undead doppelganger? Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw two streaks of dazzling red light shooting out of Ling Juyun's eyes. Apart from that, he could keenly sense the bloody aura that Ling Juyun emitted at the moment.
Ling Juyun, whose eyes were red, scoffed. Is this all you've got? A cloak suddenly appeared on Ling Juyun's body. There were lines of ancient scriptures and patterns embroidered on it. As soon as the cloak appeared, the wolves' heads released their bites on Ling Juyun's shoulders and disappeared. Meanwhile, the two maces bounced off his body as well. Then, his bloody aura suddenly spiked, and his cloak turned red and began to flutter even though there was no wind blowing in the air. There's no way that cloak is a king-grade celestial weapon.
A king-grade celestial weapon wouldn't have such terrifying powers. Duan Ling Tian's attention was captured by Ling Juyun's cloak.
The intricate scriptures seemed to come to life as Ling Juyun's aura spiked. It seemed as though the scriptures were veins, and blood was coursing through them. Huanger, his cloak is, Duan Ling Tian said. It's a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, Huanger replied.
An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Although Duan Ling Tian had suspected this, he was still taken aback.
Ling Juyun did not hesitate to use his emperor-grade celestial weapon, since everyone would have their memories erased after leaving this place. Nobody would remember he possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon after leaving the Southern Heaven ancient realm.
Meanwhile, Xue Jingyu and the others realized that Ling Juyun's cloak was extraordinary. It was definitely not just a king-grade celestial weapon. That cloak. It seems extraordinary.
Is this a royal-grade celestial weapon? The old man asked. Fear was written all over his face when he realized his attack could hardly leave a scratch on Ling Juyun. His expression changed as he stared at the cloak on Ling Juyun. He could tell even a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was far inferior to the cloak. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ling Juyun sneered. A royal-grade celestial weapon? However, he did not bother to correct the old man. Instead, he charged at the old man at the speed of light. The old man knew he did not have time to put up his defenses. He could only bite the bullet and try to withstand Ling Juyun's attack. Even if he was injured, it would be fine as long he survived. I hope he's not as crazy as Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Ling Juyun fisted his hand and swung it at the old man's maces. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Ling Juyun's fist collided with the old man's maces.
Thank goodness. The old man sighed in relief inwardly. It seemed like he was able to withstand Ling Juyun's attack. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Whoosh! A short-lived sound of wind howling rang in the air. A figure shrouded in black and red chi seemed to have shot out of Ling Juyun's body before turning into a sword. The sword easily pierced the old man, cleaving him into two. Upon seeing this, Xue Jingyu and the others widened their eyes and gasped in shock. This? How did Ling Juyun appear out of his own body? Good heavens!
What sort of technique is this?
How could they not be surprised? The figure that appeared resembled Ling Juyun. Why were there two Ling Juyun? Ling Juyun shot out of the red-eyed Ling Juyun and transformed into a sword before killing the old man. Upon seeing this, a middle-aged man exclaimed in horror, That's his real form. The one with the blood-red eyes is just a doppelganger from the power of a profundity.
Based on his techniques, it seems like he has comprehended one of the four supreme laws. It should be the law of death, a young man said with widened eyes. To my knowledge, the undead doppelganger is a profundity from the law of death. It creates a clone of the caster that has a stronger defense. Apart from that, the clone's combat strength is almost the same as the original. The clone is also capable of wielding celestial weapons and other techniques its real form has comprehended.
During a battle, The real form can also hide inside the clone and make a move during the crucial moment. The look in his eyes changed as he looked at Ling Juyun and his clone near the end of his words. Whoosh! At this moment, the red-eyed Ling Juyun flickered and vanished into the real Ling Juyun's body. A gentle breeze stirred up, and Ling Juyun's celestial origin energy gradually subsided. The place was restored to its previous calmness. Finally, Xue Jingyu and the other participants regained their senses. They were thoroughly shocked when they saw Ling Juyun's strength and capabilities. They did not expect him to be so formidable. In fact, it seemed like he was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian. They looked at each other and saw the bitter smiles on each other's faces. In the past, most of them had thought of themselves as geniuses. However, after meeting Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian, they were completely disabused of that notion. The duo was not even 100 years old, but they had comprehended two profundities from a law. The law of death? Ling Juyun comprehended the law of death? Good heavens! The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. It can't be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. One would only be able to comprehend it if one had a fortuitous encounter or inherit it from someone. The requirements to comprehend the four supreme laws are the most demanding compared to the other laws. Ling Juyun isn't even 100 years old, but he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. He's really a freak among freaks. In my opinion, he's much more talented than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he has comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. After killing the old man, Ling Juyun claimed the last king-grade celestial weapon. There was nothing Xue Jingyu and the others could do. If they tried to stop him, there was no doubt they would die. The cloak he possesses seems like a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? Why does he even need a king-grade celestial weapon? Xue Jingyu was perplexed. Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, a young man laughed lightly before he said, "Let me ask you, if you own a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, would you dare to simply use it?" "That's right. Since we're in the Celestial Lord Temple, we won't remember anything about it once we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." That's the only reason he had used his defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He knows he won't be exposed since no one would have memories of it. "That's right. If it's not because we won't have memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, I'm afraid he'd probably kill all of us to prevent us from divulging his secret." "Well, it's unlikely that he'll recklessly kill all of us. After all, the more people die, the faster the exit in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will open." "That's right. Once the exit is open, even those in the Celestial Lord Temple have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'd be trapped in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm once it closes." Many people were aware of the reason Ling Juyun dared to openly use his royal-grade celestial weapon in the Celestial Lord Temple. Apart from that, they were also certain Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian would not kill unnecessarily. The rewards from the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple have been taken by them. What should we do next? Xue Jingyu looked around his surroundings. There was nothing in sight except for the 10 halls and the endless darkness that surrounded them. The other participants began to study their surroundings as well. When they failed to find anything, they decided to wait a little longer. At this moment, they saw Ling Juyun move to stand next to Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the last defensive king-grade celestial weapon. It's strange that both of them get along so peacefully. Do you think they came to an agreement before they entered the hall? That's possible. In my opinion, the reason Duan Ling Tian only took 2 king-grade celestial weapons has everything to do with Ling Juyun. They must have come to an agreement beforehand. That's why Duan Ling Tian left 1 king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Juyun. I agree. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could have taken all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. I expected them to fight, but it seems like that's unlikely to happen for the time being. Xue Jingyu and the other participants were rather disappointed when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun getting on harmoniously. The duo was like 2 dark clouds looming over them, making them feel gloomy. With the duo around, they knew they would not gain anything. It's best if we can part ways with them. With them around, it's impossible for us to gain anything. I agree. Hopefully there's a chance for us to split from them. Otherwise, We won't be able to gain anything from the Celestial Lord Temple even if we manage to get out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. Time passed by quickly as the participants engaged in a discussion. Based on my knowledge, apart from those two, there are 7 other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law, a middle-aged man said. 7? I only know of 5, a young man said. The genius from the Sima clan, Sima Chun, is one of them. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. The gale profundity? It's a movement profundity from the law of wind, right? Not only does the gale profundity increase one's attack speed, but it also increases one's movement speed. The law of wind is related to speed. It allows one to move like the wind. Since Sima Chun has comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity, it'd be impossible to defeat him, let alone kill him. Unless there's someone who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law among the participants who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. With the law of wind's wind elemental profundity and gale profundity, I think Sima Chun should have the fastest speed among all the participants. He can just flee if he can't defeat his opponent. He won't suffer a loss since he's incredibly fast. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned strangely awkward when the others brought up Sima Chun during their discussion. It would be difficult to defeat, let alone kill, Sima Chun because of his speed. The change in Duan Ling Tian's expression did not escape Ling Ju Yun's notice. He asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Do you know Sima Chun?" "No, I don't know him. I only met him before I entered the Celestial Lord Temple." Duan Ling Tian replied casually. "Did you have a fight with him?" Ling Ju Yun asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Ling Ju Yun said, "He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, including the gale profundity. If I were to fight him, I'd need to use my Emperor-grade celestial weapon or an artifact to kill him." He paused for a moment before he asked, "Based on his speed, it'd be impossible for you to kill him unless you used the artifact in your body. Is he dead?" Duan Ling Tian nodded again. "Did you use an artifact to kill him?" Ling Ju Yun asked. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. When he saw Ling Ju Yun furrowing his brows in confusion, he said, "I didn't use the artifact, but I used my royal-grade celestial weapon. It still wouldn't be easy for you to kill him even if you used a purely offensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? The law you comprehended is the law of Earth. Speed isn't your forte at all." Ling Ju Yun was correct in his assessment. Duan Ling Tian smiled. "It seems like you know me rather well. You're right. I used other techniques as well." Ling Ju Yun's assessment of Duan Ling Tian and Sima Chun's battle was accurate. Duan Ling Tian was only able to kill Sima Chun because he had used the gravitational space profundity along with a royal-grade celestial weapon. Without the gravitational space profundity, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Sima Chun, and Sima Chun would have gotten away. Although he was still far from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage and it did not boost his strength significantly, it was still useful in instances like that. "What techniques did you use?" Ling Ju Yun asked curiously. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, the ground beneath their feet suddenly disappeared. When they regained their footing, they discovered they were in a different place. With a flash of light, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was standing in a wide area, and he saw what seemed to an abyss with no end in sight before him. "Where's this place? We've left the location of the first trial. Does this mean this is the location of the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duan Ling Tian heard a commotion and instinctively turned to look. He discovered that apart from Ling Ju Yun, Xue Jingyu, and the other participants, there were another 8 people. Duan Ling Tian's group and the new group of people regarded each other warily. Among the new group of 8, there were middle-aged men, and even a young woman. The woman was beautiful and elegant. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she had a unique charm. Upon seeing a young man dressed in fine robes, a fearful expression appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as he exclaimed, "That's Dongfang Jinluan." Dongfang Jinluan? The people from Duan Ling Tian's group instinctively followed Xue Jingyu's gaze. "It's truly Dongfang Jinluan." Dongfang Jinluan is the brightest talent ever to appear in the Dongfang clan. He's only slightly over 200 years old, and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder. It was obvious many people from Duanling Tian's group recognized the young man dressed in fine robes. Dongfang Jin Luan? Duanling Tian had turned to look at the young man as well. The young man dressed in fine robes was tall and muscular. He had a square face, big eyes, and bushy brows that made him look rather dignified. He stood with his back straight like a tower. His expression was calm and indifferent despite Xue Jingyun and the others' words.
Dongfeng Jingluan is a member of the Dongfang clan, a grade 7 clan.
He's slightly over 200 years old and has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity, and the lightning profundity, Duanling Tian thought to himself, recalling the conversation Xue Jingyu had with the others when they were discussing participants who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law. Through their discussion, he also knew that Dongfang Jingluan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose speed was not inferior to Sima Chun whom he had killed previously. However, the lightning profundity had an unknown ability that the gale profundity did not have.
Needless to say, the lightning profundity was powerful and practical.
Whoosh! 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 Xue Jingyu and the others hastily flew toward Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun, obviously seeking protection from the duo. In their opinion, the other 8 people posed a greater threat to them compared to the duo.
A young man standing next to Xue Jingyu looked at the only woman in the other group and said with a slight frown, "That young woman looks familiar."
"She's Oya from the Frost sect," Xue Jingyu said in a hushed tone. As the most outstanding prince among the sons of the emperor of the southern Qi nation, Xue Jingyu had followed his father to visit many forces in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. It was only natural that he was well informed about the geniuses from various forces in the profound Nether Mansion. Whether it was Dongfang Jinluan from the grade 7 Dongfang clan or Oya from the grade 8 Frost sect, he had met them at least once in the past.
However, it was not guaranteed that they would remember him. The group of people near Duanling Tian heard Xue Jingyu's words and shifted their eyes to the woman as they discussed among themselves.
Oya from the Frost sect?
I've heard of Oyu from the Frost sect. She's a rare genius among the women in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Similar to Dongfang Jingluan, she hasn't reached the age of 200, but she has already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of ice. In terms of innate talent, Oya is better than Dongfang Jingluan, but she's no match for Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun.
Oya?
Duanling Tian glanced at the woman standing on the other side. He knew she was a female genius from the grade 8 Frost sect. Although the Frost sect was a grade 8 sect, it was among the strongest grade 8 forces in the Thousand Nations. Its sect guarding celestial method was a king grade celestial method that contained the law of ice. One would be able to comprehend the law of ice's fundamental profundity, the frost elemental profundity, and the frost profundity from the king grade celestial method. Based on the frost profundity's name, the profundity would probably grant the caster the ability to freeze his or her opponent.
Boom. Soon after, a loud explosion suddenly rang in the air. It sounded as though a flood of water had broken through a dam. Duanling Tian regained his senses and looked at the source of the commotion. He saw water surging toward them violently at this moment. It finally dawned on him that they were standing at a riverbank at this moment. As the flood of water approached like a roaring water dragon, Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness. He could sense the water was not ordinary water. It emitted an aura that made him feel threatened.
At this moment, Huang's voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. It's the soul-extinguishing water.
If you touch the water, your soul will be destroyed. Without the protection of a purely defensive celestial weapon above the Duke grade, those weaker than celestial dukes will surely die if they come in contact with the soul-extinguishing water.
Soul-extinguishing water? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He quickly took off into the air to avoid the soul-extinguishing water that was about to spill over to the riverbank where everyone stood.
The soul-extinguishing water cannot harm you because the profound divine metal is protecting your soul. Huang's words made Duanling Tian realize he had been too anxious and was worried for nothing. As it turned out, he had no need to fear the soul-extinguishing water at all.
After Duanling Tian rose into the air, the others finally regained their senses.
Good heavens! It's the soul-distinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water destroys one's soul upon contact if one's cultivation base is lower than that of a celestial duke. Is this the Celestial Lord Temple's second trial? Those who knew about the soul-extinguishing water began to take to the air, and those who did not know followed suit anyway. As the flood of water swept through the riverbank, those who had just learned about the soul-extinguishing water could not help but gasp. Soon after, someone cried out, "Look! There are boxes and chests flowing in the soul-extinguishing water."
Duanling Tian instinctively looked beneath his feet and saw boxes and chests floating in the soul-extinguishing water. He tried to investigate them with his divine consciousness, but they were protected by formations. With this, he knew none of the participants would be able to investigate the contents with their peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial's divine consciousness. A middle-aged man from the new group of 8 descended near a chest with brightly lit eyes. The boxes and chests must contain treasures left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The chest was 5 feet long, sufficient to contain most celestial weapons. As a precaution, the middle-aged man mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by his fundamental profundity. A blue armor appeared on his body. "This chest is mine." The middle-aged man hovered above the chest and reached for the chest. However, as soon as he touched the chest, an invisible force surged out of the chest into the surroundings, causing the soul-extinguishing water to soar higher. It was as though the flood of soul-extinguishing water had come to life and turned into water dragons that flew up into the sky. "It's too heavy." The middle-aged man panted as he mustered all his strength to lift the chest. He could barely move it. His expression changed drastically when he saw the soul-extinguishing water that soared into the air had gathered and formed a wall before him, ready to drop down on him. "No," the middleman cried out in horror as the soul-extinguishing water engulfed him. After the soul-extinguishing water calmed down, Duanling Tian and the others saw the middle-aged man had collapsed on top of the chest. His lifeless eyes were wide open, a hint of despair could still be seen in his eyes. His complexion was turning pale swiftly due to his soul being destroyed by the soul-extinguishing water. How terrifying! The soul-extinguishing water destroyed his soul in just a blink of an eye. "It's too terrifying. I was going to collect one of the boxes and chests as well. Thank goodness he went for it first. I would have died otherwise." Most of everyone present were relieved and felt lucky they did not make the first move to obtain the chests and boxes when they looked at the middle-aged man's corpse. At this moment, Dongfeng Jingluan, the genius from the Dongfeng clan, scoffed and said disdainfully, "Serves him right for overestimating his own ability."
As soon as Dongfeng Jinluan's voice fell, the void around him rippled, and his body flickered out of sight. Everyone saw an enormous bolt of lightning shooting across the sky at the same time. There was no doubt Dongfeng Jinluan was the one who had ostentatiously turned into a bolt of lightning. It was the law of thunder's lightning profundity. Before one could comprehend or cast the lightning profundity, one had to first comprehend the law of thunder's elemental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity.
It was clear Dongfeng Jinluan had used the law of thunder's second profundity to turn into a lightning bolt. Nobody could tell, at the moment, if he had cast other techniques as well.
Boom!
Splash! Dongfeng Jinluan's target was the chest that the middle-aged man had died trying to obtain earlier. As soon as he made a move, the soul-extinguishing water that had killed the middle-aged man began to stir and roil again.
When the soul-extinguishing water soared and was about to crash down on him, he had already grabbed both the chest, along with the middle-aged man's corpse, and escaped out of reach. Swoosh!
Dongfeng Jinluan moved at lightning speed, easily bringing back the chest and the middle-aged man's corpse. He flipped the chest open, causing the corpse to fall to the ground before rolling into the flood of soul-extinguishing water. How fast! It seems like he's even slightly faster than Sima-chun. Duanling Tian looked at Dongfeng Jinluan in amazement. With such speed, it was only natural that the soul-extinguishing water could not catch up to Dongfeng Jinluan, let alone destroy his soul.
Click!
Dongfeng Jinluan opened the chest, revealing its content to everyone present.
Upon seeing the content, everyone, including Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded. A frown appeared on Dongfeng Jinluan's face as he stared at the chest. The chest was empty.
With this, everyone realized that not every box or chest contained treasure. Soon after, they shifted their attention to the other boxes and chests floating in the soul-extinguishing water. Even if some of the boxes and chests were empty, there would still be many boxes and chests with treasures in them. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in the air. The wind was bone-chillingly cold. Someone cried out, "It's Oya!" Uya, the genius disciple from the Frost sect and the only female peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial present on the scene, made her move at this moment. Her body seemed as light as a feather as she descended, approaching a small box. Boom! Splash! Similar to the two instances earlier, as soon as Oya approached, the soul-extinguishing water soared up again, trying to drown her. Most people inhaled sharply and their expressions turned grim when they saw the soul-extinguishing water was about to crash down on her. Crackling noises rang in the air suddenly. Everyone saw the soul-extinguishing water that was about to drown Oya froze over. A layer of protective energy that seemed like ice appeared on Uya's body as she grabbed the box and from the soul-extinguishing water's reach. When she finally landed, the soul-extinguishing water was no longer frozen and had returned to its liquid state. Similar to before, with no one approaching, the soul-extinguishing water remained calm. The participants finally regained their senses after seeing Oya successfully and easily obtaining a box. Incredible! How strong! As expected of someone who has comprehended two profundities from the law of ice. I can't believe she managed to freeze the soul-extinguishing water. The law of ice is really formidable. Most of the participants who were amazed by this feat were participants who had only comprehended one profundity, the fundamental profundity of a law. Although fundamental profundities were important and were the foundation to comprehending other profundities, their powers and uses were inferior to other profundities. Therefore, these participants were a whole level below those who had comprehended two profundities. How could they not be amazed? Click! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Oya opened the box. It was empty again. Oya shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "It seems like my luck isn't very good." At this moment, someone from Dongfang Jinluan's group cried out in a voice filled with awe, Is that a doppelganger?" Dongfang Jinluan's group was now left with 7 people after the middle-aged man died. The 6 of them were startled by the 7th person's words. Swoosh! In the next moment, they saw a red-eyed young man approaching a chest in the soul-extinguishing water. Boom! Splash! The soul-extinguishing water raged and churned as it soared up. In just an instant, the water crashed down on the red-eyed young man. In the next moment, he shot out of the water with the chest in tow. He was completely unaffected by the water. The red-eyed young man was none other than Ling Ju-yun's doppelganger. Since he had comprehended the law of death's second profundity, the undead doppelganger, he was able to create a clone of himself. His clone was naturally soulless, so how could the soul-extinguishing water affect it? The doppelganger merged with Ling Ju-yun's body as he held the chest. Click! Ling Ju-yun opened the chest, revealing a 4-foot-long broadsaber. Based on its aura, one could tell it was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured with a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. He muttered to himself, "Seems like my luck isn't too bad." Then, he turned to look at Duanling Tian and egged Duanling Tian on. "So? Are you going to give it a go, or what?" As soon as Ling Ju-yun's voice fell, Duanling Tian's body flashed out of sight as he made his way to a small box floating in the soul-extinguishing water. The box seemed to be the smallest in size among all the boxes and chests floating in the water. Likewise, the soul-extinguishing water stirred and soared up again. Faced with the soul-extinguishing water that was threatening to crash down, Duanling Tian did not dodge nor retreat. Even his stance was neutral, neither defensive nor offensive. It seemed as though he was going to follow in Ling Ju-yun's footsteps and let the water crash down on him. Ha! Ling Ju-yun was taken aback when he saw this. After all, he could only touch the soul-extinguishing water through his doppelganger. If he had personally gone to retrieve the box, he would never let the water touch him. For this reason, he was shocked when he saw Duanling Tian had no intention of avoiding the soul-extinguishing water at all. However, as shocked as he was, he did not think Duanling Tian was recklessly throwing his life away. Needless to say, the rest of the participants from Duanling Tian's group, including Xue Jingyu, were even more shocked. They were baffled.
They could not understand what Duanling Tian was trying to do. One's physical body was different from a doppelganger, after all. How was Duanling Tian planning to survive the soul-extinguishing water? If Duanling Tian had cast his defensive techniques, they would not be shocked. After all, none of them doubted Duanling Tian's strength. However, the problem was Duanling Tian did not seem to be doing anything at all to defend himself against the soul-extinguishing water. Is he mad? Does he think he's invulnerable like Ling Juyun's doppelganger? He's going to let the soul-extinguishing water touch him. Is he seeking death? Crazy. Duanling Tian is crazy. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jinluan looked at Duanling Tian and sneered before he contemptuously said, "Seeking death." Oya was similarly watching Duanling Tian. A hint of confusion could be seen in her limpid eyes. A woman's sixth sense was much keener compared to men. Although it seemed like Duanling Tian was seeking death, her instincts told her that the matter was not that simple. There was more than meets the eye. Moreover, someone who was capable of entering the Celestial Lord Temple would not be a simple character. He would certainly not be foolish and court death for no reason. Got it. When Duanling Tian grabbed the box, the soul-extinguishing water crashed down on him, effectively drenching him. He felt as though buckets upon buckets of ice-cold water were splashed on him. It's coming. As soon as the soul-extinguishing water touched Duanling Tian, he could feel a tyrannical and destructive force surge into his body, making its way to his soul. As it drew close to his soul, the profound divine metal glowed with a golden light that easily stopped the destructive force from destroying his soul. Varying expressions, from shocked to incredulity to bewilderment, could be seen on everyone's faces as they watched Duanling Tian safely emerge from the soul-extinguishing water and return to his position. Needless to say, everyone broke into an uproar when they regained their senses. Heavens! What's going on? He actually survived. This purple-clad young man must have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the Duke grade or above. I hear soul defense weapons of those grades could protect one from the soul-extinguishing water's effect. Among these people, there were quite a few who were knowledgeable and experienced. They did not hesitate to make their own conjectures. A soul defense celestial weapon at or above the Duke grade. Soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest. The cost of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon is roughly the cost of a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. If he truly has that kind of weapon, it's no wonder he's able to survive the soul-extinguishing water with his body alone. This soul defense celestial weapon will give him all advantage during the Celestial Lord Temple's second trial. It's really going to be a walk in the park for him. With the soul defense celestial weapon, it's as though the boxes and chest are being served on a silver platter to him. Duanling Tian's group had long been convinced of his strength and knew he was not inferior to Dongfang Jinluan at all. On the other hand, the people from Dongfang Jinluan's group looked at Duanling Tian with eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. It was clear they were all looking for an opportunity to snatch the soul defense celestial weapon away from him. At this moment, Dongfang Jinluan stepped forward and looked at Duanling Tian before he said in a hoarse voice, "Brat, you have a soul defense celestial weapon at the Duke grade or above?" Although there were no ripples in his eyes, and it was as indifferent as always. If one were to look closely, one would be able to see the greed brewing in the depths of his eyes. Although the price of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was roughly the price of a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon, people would rarely exchange the former for the latter. Those who own soul defense Duke grade celestial weapons would not even exchange them for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. After all, soul defense celestial weapons were extremely rare. Not only was it difficult to forge them, but the materials required to forge them were incredibly rare as well. There was no doubt a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was much more precious than a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon could protect one from soul attacks by celestial dukes and those weaker. As long as it was not someone stronger than a celestial duke, a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon could even block attacks boosted with the profundity of a law. Naturally, that was only on the premise that the attacker had not fully comprehended the profundity of a law. If the attacker had completely mastered the profundity of a law, the Soul Defense Duke grade celestial weapon would not even be able to block the attack from a 1 basic celestial duke. The force from the soul extinguishing water was weaker than an attack boosted with a profundity of a law from a celestial duke. For this reason, a Soul Defense Duke grade celestial weapon would be able to block it. Brat, you have a Soul Defense celestial weapon at the Duke grade or above? Dongfang Jinluan stared at Duanling Tian greedily. It was rather obvious to everyone present on the scene that Dongfang Jinluan coveted Duanling Tian's Soul Defense celestial weapon.
Duanling Tian asked indifferently, "Why?
Do you want it? If you hand over your Soul Defense celestial weapon, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also protect you and make sure you leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive," Dongfang Jinluan replied. The purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. There was no way the young man posed any threat to him. Even if the purple-clad young man comprehended 2 profundities like him, he was still not afraid. He made no attempt to conceal his killing intent as he continued to say, "Although there's no doubt a Soul Defense celestial weapon is precious, it's definitely not as precious as your life." "You're right." Duanling Tian nodded faintly, agreeing with Dongfang Jinluan's words. It's not just Soul Defense celestial weapons. No treasure is comparable to one's life. Dongfang Jinluan said with a sneer. "Since you understand, hurry up and hand over your Soul Defense celestial weapon to me. Otherwise, you'll regret it if I make my move." He was only interested in Duanling Tian's Soul Defense celestial weapon. He did not care about other treasures Duanling Tian might possess. After all, he had no lack of treasures.
Although Dongfang Jinluan was confident he would be able to kill Duanling Tian and snatch the Soul Defense celestial weapon away, he did not wish to kill anyone if it was not necessary. After all, once 70% of the participants had fallen, everyone would be sent out of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. He wanted to spend more time in the lower realm to search for more treasures and fortuitous encounters.
"Is that so?" Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said tonelessly. "Then, let's have a look at how you're going to make me feel regret." With just a thought, he mobilized his power that lay dormant in his body. "Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish." Dongfang Jinluan did not expect Duanling Tian to be so obstinate. His expression darkened as bolts of purple lightning flashed around his body.
Bang! In the next moment, a saber appeared in Dongfang Jinluan's hand before he seemed to transform into a gigantic lightning bolt and shot toward Duanling Tian. Although he did not think Duanling Tian was a match for him, he did not hold back when he attacked. He did not dare to be careless, after all. Everyone watched with bated breath as Dongfang Jinluan drew closer to Duanling Tian. When Dongfang Jinluan was almost upon Duanling Tian, a 7-color sword shot out of Duanling Tian's body. The sword emitted red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet lights. Among the 7 colors, the violet light shone the brightest. A golden and mustard light could be seen as well. Swish! Show! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air. The ear-piercing sound caused the onlookers to involuntarily shiver. An expression of terror could be seen on their faces when they saw the 7-color sword had accurately pierced Dongfang Jinluan's forehead. The 7-color sword did not create much disturbance as it sailed in the air. It quietly and easily pierced Dongfang Jinluan's forehead. It seemed as effortless as snapping a twig into 2. A stream of blood gushed out of the wound on Dongfang Jinluan's forehead as his lightning power faded away. Although he had died, his eyes were wide open and his body was still moving toward Duanling Tian due to inertia. Duanling Tian lifted a hand and blasted Dongfang Jinluan's corpse away with a surge of energy. Then, he collected Dongfang Jinluan's saber, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, and spatial ring. Splash! The crowd finally regained their senses when Dongfang Jinluan's corpse fell into the soul-extinguishing water. At this moment, apart from Ling Juyin, everyone, including Oya, the genius from the Frost sect, regarded Duanling Tian with expressions of terror on their faces. The sword. A hint of confusion could be seen in Oya's eyes when she looked at the 7-color sword that disappeared into Duanling Tian's palm. Although the celestial methods and divine abilities he used earlier contained the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, their grades are only at the king grade or lower.
The only reason he's able to kill Dongfang Jinluan is all thanks to that 7-color sword. Is the sword a royal-grade celestial weapon? Oya continued thinking to herself. No. With the strength he demonstrated earlier, if it was a royal-grade celestial weapon, Dongfang Jinluan could have dodged the attack with his speed. Moreover, royal-grade celestial weapons won't be able to merge with one's body in such a manner. Don't tell me it's an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although most of the participants were clueless, there were a few participants who shared the same thoughts as Oya as well. Those who were unaware were shocked when they saw the 7-color sword enter Duanling Tian's body. They began to fervently discuss among themselves. Heavens, what did I just see? That sword returned to Duanling Tian's body. What kind of weapon is that? A royal-grade celestial weapon. I've never seen anything like that. How did it enter his body? Don't tell me Duanling Tian created a small world in his body? Impossible. He's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Only celestial dukes or those who are stronger are capable of creating small worlds. Then, how do you explain what happened? Although a celestial duke can create a small world in their bodies, they wouldn't store their celestial weapons in there. It's very troublesome to retrieve celestial weapons from there, after all. It's much more convenient to store them in spatial rings, a middle-aged speculated in a soft voice. If I'm not mistaken, the 7-color sword should be an emperor-grade celestial weapon. His voice shook when he reached the end of his sentence. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing these words, Xue Jingyu and the others were thoroughly shocked. Who could blame them? They did not even dare to think about emperor-grade celestial weapons. In the entire Southern Heaven territory, the number of emperor-grade celestial weapons could be counted on one hand. How could they not be shocked upon discovering Duanling Tian possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Who's Duanling Tian? Xue Jingyu, who had fought Duanling Tian previously, felt his body shook when he regained his senses. If someone had told him that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon before this, he would not have believed it even if he were beaten to death. In all the South Heaven territory, not even the later generations of South Heaven celestial lords possessed emperor-grade celestial weapons, let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Who's Duanling Tian? Why does he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Is this a joke? An emperor-grade celestial weapon. I didn't expect I'd be able to see one in my life. Many of the participants stared at Duanling Tian in shock and disbelief. A young man speculated out loud. Is it possible he obtained his emperor-grade celestial weapon in the South Heaven ancient realm? Upon hearing this, many people disagreed with him. You're thinking too much. Let alone the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient. There are no emperor-grade celestial weapons even in the middle realm and the higher realm. Even titled celestial lords from the Southern Heaven territory would only encounter emperor-grade celestial weapons if they were incredibly lucky. It's impossible that the Southern Heaven ancient realm has emperor-grade celestial weapons. Emperor-grade celestial weapon? A trace of disdain flitted past Ling Ju-yun's face when he heard the crowd's discussion. Duanling Tian had used an artifact earlier. How could emperor-grade celestial weapons compare to artifacts? Moreover, Duanling Tian's artifact was a prominent artifact. The people from Oya's side continued to discuss among themselves. Unfortunately, all memories related to the Celestial Lord Temple would be erased once we leave. It's destined that no one will remember Duanling Tian's emperor-grade celestial weapon. If news spreads out that Duanling Tian possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapons, let alone the profound nether mansion, it would cause an uproar in the entire Southern Heaven territory. Well, I'm sure Duanling Tian wouldn't have brought out his emperor-grade celestial weapon if our memories regarding the Celestial Lord Temple aren't going to be erased. After all, even if he has an extraordinary background, it wouldn't be able to deter others from risking their lives to obtain the emperor-grade celestial weapon. I disagree. Under the circumstances earlier, I don't think he has any other choice but to bring out his emperor-grade celestial weapon to defend himself against Dongfang Jinluan. On the other hand, the people from Duanling Tian's group, including Xue Jingyu, sneered when they heard the other group's discussion. Many of them spoke up one after another. Even if Duanling Tian didn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, There's still no reason for him to fear Dongfang Jinluan. That's right. Although Dongfang Jinluan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder and was incredibly powerful, it was impossible for him to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian has also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, one of the profundities is a defensive profundity. Although Dongfang Jinluan was powerful, he would not have been able to breach Duanling Tian's defense. Since Duanling Tian's speed is a little slower, a battle between the duo would probably end in a draw if Duanling Tian didn't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I disagree. In my opinion, even if Duanling Tian didn't use the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would still be able to kill Dongfang Jinluan, Xue Jingyu said. No one was clearer than him in regard to Duanling Tian's strength. The words of Xue Jingyu and the others caused an uproar among Oya and the others. Duanling Tian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth? They have no reason to lie to us. They don't seem to be lying either. Isn't Duanling Tian younger than 100 years old? He comprehended 2 profundities from the law earth before reaching the age of 100? He's really a monster. Terrifying. He's too terrifying. That's right. He's a rarely seen one-of-kind genius. Meanwhile, Oya regarded Duanling Tian fearfully. One of a kind? Xue Jingyu chuckled. Did you see the other person in our group who cast the undead doppelganger earlier? It's a profundity from the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. He's also younger than 100 years old. Xue Jingyu's words drew everyone's attention away from Duanling Tian to Ling Juyun. The others had forgotten about Ling Juyun due to the commotion Duanling Tian had caused. Currently, there was an expression of fear on their faces as well when they looked at Ling Juyun. The undead doppelganger? His doppelganger is from the undead doppelganger? He comprehended the law of death. The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. One can't find them in celestial methods or divine abilities. One can only find them if one's incredibly lucky. He's really less than 100 years ago. Someone cried out after probing Ling Juyun with his divine consciousness. To comprehend the law of death's undead doppelganger, he would have to fully comprehend the law of death's fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity. In other words, he has comprehended 2 laws from the law of death. When did such terrifying freaks appear in the profound nether mansion? While everyone's attention was on Ling Juyun, Duanling Tian opened the small box in his hand. He muttered to himself as expected, "It's empty." Upon seeing this, Ling Juyun said with a chuckle, "It seems like you're not as lucky as me." Duanling Tian ignored Ling Juyun. He flew out and continued to retrieve boxes and chests. During the entire time, no one dared to interrupt Duanling Tian. Even Oya did not dare to compete with Duanling Tian for the boxes and chests. After all, who knew if that would incur his wrath? The only person who was undaunted and unaffected by Duanling Tian was Ling Juyun. He joined Duanling Tian and began to retrieve boxes and chests from the soul-extinguishing water. The others could only watch on in envy. However, they were not too vexed. After all, apart from Oya, even if Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun were not around, they were still incapable of retrieving the boxes and chests from the soul-extinguishing water. Oya, who was capable of retrieving the boxes and chests, did not make a move since she was fearful of Duanling Tian, who possessed an Emperor-grade celestial sword. In about 15 minutes, Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun had collected almost all the boxes and chests in the soul-extinguishing water. Most of them were empty. In the end, Duanling Tian obtained 5 king-grade celestial weapons, 3 pill bottles, and 6 celestial talismans. On the other hand, Ling Juyun obtained 6 king-grade celestial weapons, 2 pill bottles, and 3 celestial talismans. Splash! 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 After Duanling Tian and Ling Juyun collected all the chests and boxes, the soul-extinguishing water began to surge and roil again before it slowly disappeared to where it came from. In just a blink of an eye, the soul-extinguishing water disappeared without a trace. If it were not for the 2 corpses on the ground, they would have thought they were dreaming. Soon after the soul-extinguishing water disappeared, Duanling Tian sensed a disturbance in the air. It did not take long before a mystical energy surged from all directions and shrouded him and the other participants. We're changing location?
Despite the overwhelming force of the energy, the others could sense it was not dangerous. It was only transporting them to another place like a boat. All of them were brought to a dark place. At the same time, the voice whom everyone suspected belonged to the southern heaven celestial lord rang in their ears. Congratulations! All of you have passed the second trial in the celestial lord temple. You're now heading to the final destination in the celestial lord temple. The final destination? The trials are over so soon? What sort of place is the final destination? Will all of us be transported to the same place? Seems like it, someone said with a sigh. If that's the case, it seems like we're destined to leave the celestial lord temple empty-handed. That's right. It's impossible for us to obtain any treasure with those two freaks around. A bitter smile could be seen on everyone's face, including Oya, when they discovered it was likely that they were being sent to the same place. Meanwhile, in the center of the scaling cloud lake, outside of the southern heaven of ancient realm, Jean Lewin, a sorrowful cry echoed in the air. A green-clad, middle-aged man stood frozen in grief and disbelief. One of the names at the top of the scoreboard had suddenly disappeared. An uproar broke out when the people above the scaling cloud lake learned about Dongfang Jean Lewin's death. It's the son of the second master of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Jean Lewin's name has disappeared. Dongfang Jean Lewin was the most talented son of the second master of the Dongfang clan. Moreover, he was the most talented person to appear in his clan. I can't believe even someone like him died. Rumor has it that Dongfang Jean Lewin had already comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the lightning profundity. The lightning profundity, that's one of the most practical profundities from the law of thunder. It's an offensive and movement profundity. With such strength, he still died? Who's powerful enough to kill someone like him? This is the death of the second person who had comprehended two profundities. First, it was Sima Chun from the Sima clan. And now, it's Dongfang Jean Lewin from the Dongfang clan. Is it possible that one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has comprehended three profundities from a law? That's quite likely. Otherwise, how could Sima Chun and Dongfang Jean Lewin die? The deaths of Sima Chun and Dongfang Jean Lewin caused the atmosphere to turn heavy. More and more people shifted their gaze to the scoreboard at this moment. Only a few points separated the names on the top of the scoreboard. The first place was occupied by someone called Murong Xiao Xiao, while Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju Yun occupied the second and third place respectively. Meanwhile, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was visibly excited when he saw Duan Ling Tian's name in the second place on the scoreboard. As long as Duan Ling Tian maintained his ranking, he would be handsomely rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Ling Tian is still in second place even though his points have increased greatly. If I'm not mistaken, Murong Xiao Xiao is the most remarkable member to appear in the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan, in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, she's also a female. However, Ling Ju Yun is just a few points behind Duan Ling Tian. Hu Lin Yi clenched his hands into fists. Clearly anxious Ling Ju Yun would overtake Duan Ling Tian. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had forgotten about the protective measure that the Celestial Lord had put in place to protect the anonymity of the participants. The scores of the participants would not be updated in real time on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's points from killing Dongf and Jean Lewin were not reflected in his points on the scoreboard. Otherwise, he would have taken the first place. Some of the emperors from Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations knew Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju Yun represented the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively. They looked at the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation in envy. The supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation are truly lucky to have found such talented sectless cultivators. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans were also discussing among themselves. The 2 participants ranked second and third respectively, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju Yun, seemed to be younger than 100 years old. The representative leader from the Xianxia clan, Xianxia Xianxia, looked at the second and third name on the scoreboard and said, I heard they're sectless cultivators found by Grade 8 celestial kingdoms from the Thousand Nations territory.
Although Ling Juyun has comprehended the law of death, the fact that he made it this far proves that he has, at least, comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Gongyang Yu, the representative leader from the Gongyang clan, said confidently. Hung Chan, the hall master from Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform sect, said, Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian aren't even 100 years old. Following your line of thought, Duan Ling Tian must have also comprehended two profundities from a law.
Both of them are monstrously talented. Don't forget about Murong Xiao. She's the most talented person to appear in the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan, in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a female. Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial, said. Then, he looked at Hung Chan and added, Hung Chan, since Murong Xiao is a woman, it seems like the Cloud Platform Celestial sect wouldn't be able to recruit her.
Hung Chan only scoffed in response. Indeed, the Cloud Platform Celestial sect only accepted male disciples. Since Murong Xiao is a woman, she would not be able to join the sect regardless of how talented she was. For this reason, his eyes shone brightly when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun's name on the scoreboard. Even if they were slightly weaker than Murong Xiao, there was no doubt the duo was much more talented than her. After all, the two men were less than 100 years old, while she was already almost 200 years old. Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, was the only representative from the 3 sects and 2 clans who did not speak. However, his eyes were firmly trained on the top 3 names. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian and the others had been brought into a seemingly bottom abyss by a mysterious energy that disappeared as soon as they arrived at their final destination. This place. Duan Ling Tian saw blocks of stones hovering at the different heights in the abyss. The higher it was, the fewer stone blocks there were. The size of the blocks of stones was not big. They would fit one person sitting cross-legged at most. When Duan Ling Tian looked around, he discovered he could not see an end to the place at all. There was only endless darkness surrounding them. At this moment, a few people cried out in surprise. Someone's approaching from this end. Someone's approaching from this end as well. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the two ends of the place they were brought to. He saw a group of people on each end. It was clear these two groups of people were also brought by the mysterious energy. There was no doubt these people were also those who managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Sister Oya. A gentle and pleasant voice rang in the air at this moment. Following that, a green figure flew toward Oya, the genius from the Frost sect, who was standing with the people from Duan Ling Tian's group. Sister Murong. A rare smile bloomed on Oya's face when she saw the green figure. The green figure belonged to a woman who was much more graceful and prettier than Oya. She seemed like a strong and capable woman. Murong Xiao. Xue Jingyu, who was standing near Duan Ling Tian, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the green figure. She's Murong Xiao? Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad lady in front of him in surprise when he heard Xue Jingyu's words. Murong Xiao was a prodigy from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan. She was almost 200 years old and had comprehended two profundities from the law of water. She was in the midst of comprehending the third profundity and had already grasped its basics. Her comprehension of the third profundity from the law of water was comparable to Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Due to their level of comprehension, it did not boost their strength much, but this tiny boost in strength was still important. For example, if it were not for the tiny boost, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill Sima Chun if he relied on his royal grade celestial weapon alone. Seeing Oya and Murong Xiao's interaction, it was not difficult to see they had a good relationship. Women were inherently at a disadvantage in regard to cultivating. There were only a handful of talented female cultivators like Murong Xiao and Oya in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. For this reason, the two women had a close relationship. Sister Oya, your trip must have been fruitful, right? Murong Xiao asked with a smile. Oya could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing Murong Xiao's words. She instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. Without Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt her trip would have been fruitful. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength and his emperor-grade celestial weapon during the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, she did not dare to act recklessly and compete with him for the boxes and chests in the soul-extinguishing water. What happened? Upon seeing the bitter smile on Oya's face and the wariness in Oya's eyes when she looked at a purple-clad young man, Murong Xiao could tell that something was amiss. "It's nothing." Oya shook her head and shifted her eyes back to Murong Xiao before she asked, "Sister Murong, did you obtain many things?" "It's not too bad." Murong Xiao nodded. It was clear she was being modest based on the smile on her face. She knew Oya quite well, so she knew something was bothering Oya despite Oya's words. She asked, "Sister Oya, what's wrong? I can tell something's bothering you. Does it have something to do with that purple-clad young man?" Oya sighed before she recounted what had happened through voice transmission. Murong Xiao was stunned speechless after hearing about what happened. She did not doubt Oya's words. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? His talent really put her to shame. Moreover, this person also owned an emperor-grade celestial weapon. With the emperor-grade celestial weapon, he killed Dongfang Jinluan with just a strike. Naturally, Murong Xiao knew Dongfang Jinluan. After all, there was a time when he had tried to court her. Although she was confident she could best Dongfang Jinluan in a fight, it would probably take her hundreds of moves before she could do so. It was impossible for her to kill him with just one move. When Murong Xiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Ling Tian as she said to Oya, "Sister Oya, can you introduce us?" Oya smiled helplessly and said, "Sister Murong, I'm not familiar with him. We haven't even spoken to each other." "You're really too shy. You could have greeted him politely after he killed Dongfang Jinluan. After that, he probably wouldn't mind if you took 1 or 2 boxes for yourself," Murong Xiao said as she shook her head. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, surveyed his surroundings, trying to guess what the final trial was. When he regained his senses, he felt 2 pairs of eyes gazing at him. Soon after, he saw Murong Xiao and Oya walking toward him. Murong Xiao was the first to speak. She said, somewhat presumptuously, "Hello, I'm Murong Xiao from the Grade 7 Murong clan." "Hello." As the saying went, it was difficult to slap a smiling face. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he responded to Murong Xiao curtly. Although it was their first meeting, he could tell she was very independent and assertive. Murong Xiao ignored Duan Ling Tian's cold response and smiled even more brilliantly as she said, "Since I've already introduced myself, aren't you going to do the same?" "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian curtly replied. Murong Xiao tried to converse with Duan Ling Tian by broaching various topics. Alas, it only served to annoy him. Meanwhile, a black-clad young man from the new group of people who had just arrived looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face. Who's that brat? He had been pursuing Murong Xiao for years now but had made no progress. She would usually ignore him, so how could he not feel upset when he saw her taking the initiative to converse with another man? Moreover, she was being persistently friendly despite the cold reception. How could he tolerate this? A green-clad young man standing next to the black-clad young man said, "It seems like he came with Oya. Perhaps he's a friend of Oya. That's why Murong Xiao is so friendly." "Brother Yuan." The purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old. The green-clad young man had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the black-clad extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian as well. Although he could see Duan Ling Tian was slightly annoyed when Murong Xiao spoke to him and he knew he did not stand a chance with her, he was still displeased. The black-clad young man knew that for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old to make it this far, he had to be very lucky or powerful. Nevertheless, he did not think Murong Xiao's enthusiasm was born from Duan Ling Tian's strength. He thought it was more likely that she was friendly because of Oya. How could he treat Murong Xiao like that? The black-clad young man glared at Duan Ling Tian viciously. A trace of jealousy could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had noticed the 2 men's divine consciousness probing him. A slight frown could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, "HM? Who are they? Do I know them?" However, When Duanling Tian saw the black-clad young man's love-struck gaze that was trained on Morong Xiao, realization quickly dawned on him. He sighed inwardly. Beauty is really the root of all troubles. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions suddenly rang in the air above. Duanling Tian was the first to look up. The originally clear blue sky had turned gray and cloudy. A murky gray energy could be seen swirling in the air. The outer energy was churning clockwise while the inner energy churned anti-clockwise. At the same time, a voice rang in the air again. In the final destination of the Celestial Lord Temple, you may observe the law of time through the formation I left behind and try to comprehend it. I named this place Time Valley. Once you take a seat on the block of stone, you'll be able to begin comprehending the law of time. The higher the block of stone you occupy, the easier it would be for you to comprehend the law of time. Naturally, this depends on your talent as well. If you're talented, you'd be able to comprehend it even if you're not seated at the top. However, it'd be undeniably easier if you're seated at the top. You'll be able to comprehend it until time runs out when the exit of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens.
At that time, all of you will be sent out.
The three groups of people who were brought to Time Valley were shocked.
The law of time?
If we sit on the stone block, we'll be given a chance to comprehend the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? Previously, I've heard there are people who had comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, after they exited the Southern Ancient Realm. Although they did not completely master the time elemental profundity, it was still incredibly shocking. After all, the law of time is known as the most mysterious and profound law among the four supreme laws. That's right. They, naturally, didn't know when they had even encountered the law of time in the Southern Ancient Realm. As it turned out, they encountered it in the Celestial Lord Temple, and they had no memory of it because their memories were erased. The law of time? Ling Juyun's eyes lit up instantly as he looked up at the highest stone block. It was rather eye-catching since it was all alone. That was the best place to comprehend the law of time.
A few people were also looking at the highest stone block with a covetous gaze. Many of those who had comprehended two profundities from a law intended to fight for that stone block. Naturally, there were many who did not have such thoughts.
The law of time. Morong Xiao had stopped talking as soon as the law of time was mentioned. She looked at the highest stone block eagerly. However, as though she had recalled something, she turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was standing next to her. Ladies first. Duanling Tian, you wouldn't fight me for the highest stone block, right? Without Duanling Tian, Morong Xiao, who was unaware of Ling Juyun's strength, was confident she would be able to obtain the highest stone block.
However, if Duanling Tian intended to fight her for that spot, she knew she would not stand a chance. Since she really wanted to comprehend the law of time, she decided to say those words to Duanling Tian even though they were rude and presumptuous.
Duanling Tian retorted, "You're older than me, right? Shouldn't you give in to your juniors?" Morong Xiao glared at Duanling Tian when she heard his reply. Did he not know one should not talk about a woman's age? Meanwhile, the green-clad young man said to the black-clad young man, "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect we'll be given a chance to comprehend the law of time at our final destination in the Celestial Lord Temple. I didn't expect this as well." The black-clad young man nodded as he looked at the highest stone block. Although he was relatively strong and had comprehended two profundities from the law of metal, he knew he was no match for Morong Xiao. Damn it! The black-clad young man's eyes found the two stone blocks that were roughly 100 meters below the highest one and cursed inwardly. The highest seat will surely be taken by Morong Xiao. It seems like I can only claim one of the 2 highest seats. I wonder who'll be able to claim the other seat. Then, the black-clad young man turned to look at the green-clad young man and said indifferently, "Wang Xian, I'll help you claim one of the 2 highest seats. What do you think?" The green-clad young man did not give the highest stone block much attention. After all, he was well aware of his own strength. He was, naturally, interested in claiming the 2nd highest seat, but he was not sure he could claim it with his strength. After all, he had only comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, and had not fully comprehended the second profundity.
Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, his eyes brightened up immediately and he thanked the black-clad young man profusely as though the seat was already his. "Thank you, Brother Yuan."
"Thank you."
At this moment, Ling Ju-yun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he sent him a voice transmission. "Duan Ling Tian."
Before Ling Ju-yun could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interjected, "Don't tell me you want the highest seat as well. I want it.
However, we can fight for it." The corner of Ling Ju-yun's mouth twitched after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him even if Duan Ling Tian possessed a prominent artifact and he only possessed a mediocre artifact.
After all, with their current strength, they would not be able to unleash the full potential of their artifacts. However, he had to take into consideration that Huang had become Duan Ling Tian's artifact soul. Huang was originally the artifact soul of Ling Ju-yun's sister's prominent artifact. After that, she had forcibly left the artifact and lived in his sea of consciousness. With her help, he managed to escape from the divine offering land to the Devata realm.
If it were not for her, he would have died. Even without all these factors, he had already considered Huang a sister as when his sister was still alive. Since she had become the sole artifact of Duan Ling Tian's prominent artifact, her life and death depended on Duan Ling Tian.
Naturally, he did not want to offend Duan Ling Tian if it was possible. Duan Ling Tian would have been rendered speechless if he could read Ling Ju-yun's mind. Was he, Duan Ling Tian, that kind man? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with eagerness as he looked at Ling Ju-yun and said, "So?
Should we fight for the highest seat?
We can use our artifact or not. It's your choice. Of course, if we're not using divine artifacts, you can't use your Emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. We should fight with our King-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords."
Ling Ju-yun only grunted in response before he flew toward the blocks of stones at lightning speed.
Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw Ling Ju-yun flying to the second highest stone blocks without saying anything. He gave up?
This isn't like him at all.
"Little Feng is worried you'll vent your anger out on me if he defeats you." Huang's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness in a timely manner.
Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Huang's words. He only looked at Ling Ju-yun's back silently. As it turned out, Ling Ju-yun fled without a fight because he was afraid he would vent his anger on Huang if he lost.
Meanwhile, the people in Time Valley were still in shock about being able to comprehend the law of time. However, now that someone had made the first move, all of them snapped back to their senses and moved one after another. Whoosh! 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 A group of people, including Xue Jingyu and the others who were standing near Duan Ling Tian, flew into the air and made their way toward the blocks of stones. Most of them only comprehended one profundity from a law and were well aware of the limitations of their strength, so none of them dared to claim the 6 highest stone blocks. The 6 coveted stone blocks were the highest seats. There was one stone block at the highest point. 100 meters below the highest stone block were 2 stone blocks. Finally, 100 meters below the 2 second highest stone blocks were 3 stone blocks. Currently, only Ling Ju-yun had gone to the top and chose one of the 2 second highest seats. The second highest seats were also the ones that were targeted by the black-clad young man who had been glaring at Duan Ling Tian since earlier.
At this moment, people had begun fighting for the stone platforms. As of now, no one had died yet. Those who felt they were not as strong as their opponents wisely withdrew, and those who were stronger would wait for their opponents to withdraw. Everyone was reluctant to kill because killing more people would only expedite the opening of the exit of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were worried they would not have sufficient time to comprehend the law of time that had been left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord before being sent out.
As time passed, the stone blocks at the bottom were all claimed by the participants. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian, Murong Xiao Xiao Oya, a black-clad young man, a green-clad young man, a blue-clad middle-aged man, a red-clad middle-aged man, a silver-clad old man, and a gray-clad old man had not claimed their seats. Most of these people moved independently. Only the green-clad young man followed the black-clad young man like a shadow. "Let's go," Murong Xiao Xiao said to Oya. Now that she knew she would be able to comprehend the law of time at the final destination of the Celestial Lord Temple. She no longer wanted to waste time currying favor with Duanling Tian. Initially, she had wanted to get closer to Duanling Tian in hopes that he would look out for her. Since Duanling Tian had made it clear he was not going to give up his claim on the highest seat, she no longer wasted any time on him. After Morong Xiao and Oyu flew away, the black-clad young man walked to Duanling Tian with the green-clad young man in tow. He said, "Brat, stay away from Xiao. Otherwise, you might die." After the black-clad young man finished speaking, he and the green-clad young man flew toward the stone blocks as well. If it were not for the fact that he was worried about being sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would have killed Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian only shook his head slightly at the black-clad young man's threat and did not say anything. Upon seeing this, the red-clad middle-aged man laughed before he said, "Young man, you're really lucky. Li Yuan isn't someone who shows restraint. It's surprising that he let you go." Then, the silver-clad old man chimed in. "That's right. If he's not worried about shortening our time in the southern heaven ancient realm by killing you, he would have killed you. You're really lucky." A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he said, "So both of you think that he'll be able to kill me just because he wants to?" As it turned out, the black-clad young man was Li Yuan. Duanling Tian had heard Xue Jingyu and the others talking about Li Yuan previously. Based on their conversation, he learned that Li Yuan was a genius from a grade 8 sect. However, it must be said that those who made it to the Celestial Lord Temple were geniuses in their own right. He also learned that Li Yuan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal. The silver-clad old man smiled genially before he said, "Young man, don't feel offended. We only said those words because Li Yuan is really powerful. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal." Duanling Tian did not agree nor disagree. He asked indifferently, "How does his strength compare to Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the blue-clad middle-aged man and the gray-clad middle-aged man who were about to take flight halted their movements and turned to look at Duanling Tian. "Sima Chun? Dongfang Jinluan." The red-clad middle-aged man was taken aback. He instinctively looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "That's right. Where are Sima Chun and Dongfang Junlin? With their strength, there's no doubt they would be here." Out of everyone who has comprehended 2 profundities in the southern heaven ancient realm, only both of them aren't here. How strange. Is it possible that both of them died? The blue-clad middle-aged man wondered out loud. "There's no reason for them not to be here unless they've died," the gray-clad old man said. The 2 middle-aged men and 2 old men exchanged a look. As realization dawned on them, an expression of horror appeared on their faces immediately. The silver-clad old man inhaled deeply before he asked tentatively, "Young man, since you mentioned Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, do you know where they are?" Duanling Tian looked at the silver-clad old man and slowly said, "They're dead." Although the 4 men had suspected this, they were still shocked by Duanling Tian's confirmation. Sima Chun, the genius from the grade 7 Sima clan, had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. He was much stronger than the 4 men. Although 4 of them had also comprehended 2 profundities of a law, it was impossible for them to kill Sima Chun. After all, Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity that boosted his speed. As for Dongfang Jinluan, the genius from the grade 7 Dongfang clan, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity and the lightning profundity. He was stronger than Sima Chun, so the 4 men knew they were definitely no match for him either. The blue-clad middle-aged man gulped as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked in a trembling voice, Why you? Did you kill them?" The remaining 3 men turned to look at Duanling Tian in unison. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded faintly. Then, as he prepared to take flight, he nonchalantly said, "They provoked me one after another. Alas, their strength was just average. I killed them within seconds with just 1 strike." The 4 men's eyes widened in shock and fear when they heard Duanling Tian's words. How terrifying! They would not be so shocked if Duanling Tian had merely told them he had killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. What shocked them was Duanling Tian killing those 2 geniuses with just a strike. When the 4 men regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. They were clearly skeptical. He's joking, right? Look at him.
He doesn't seem to be joking. He said he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan in seconds. Even if he comprehended 3 profundities from a law, it's impossible for him to kill them within seconds. Right? That's right. Even if he possesses a royal-grade celestial weapon, it'd still be difficult for him to achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian drew close to the highest stone block in the air above Time Valley. At this moment, Li Yuan, the black-clad young man, and Wang Xian, the green-clad young man, were already standing near the 2 second-highest stone blocks. Li Yuan looked at Morong Xiao in confusion and surprise when he saw she had no intention of claiming the highest seat. Xiao, you should go to the highest stone block. What are you doing here? After a moment, he looked at Oya before he asked, are you here to help Oya claim one of these 2 seats? When Wang Xian, who was standing next to Li Yuan, heard these words, his expression changed drastically. Oya might not be a match for Li Yuan. However, if Morong Xiao helped her, there was no way Li Yuan would be able to help him obtain one of the 2 second-highest seats. Morong Xiao did not answer Li Yuan and made a move instead. Swoosh! Morong Xiao's figure flashed out of sight. In just a blink of an eye, she reappeared on one of the 2 second-highest stone blocks. Currently, the 2 second-highest stone blocks in Time Valley had been claimed by Ling Juyun and Morong Xiao. What? Li Yuan was perplexed. He did not expect this. Xiao, you're not going to claim the highest seat. When he finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the highest stone block. At this moment, the highest stone block that was 100 meters above him was empty. However, soon enough, Li Yuan saw a purple figure flying onto the highest stone block. When he finally had a good look at the purple figure's face, his eyes lit up in recognition as he exclaimed, "It's him!" Wang Xian, who was standing next to Li Yuan, had also seen Duanling Tian. He said, clearly dissatisfied, "He's not even 100 years old. How dare he claim the highest spot?" A stunned expression could be seen on Li Yuan's face as he asked, Xiao, did you deliberately relinquish the highest spot to him? In Li Yuan's opinion, among everyone present on the scene, Morong Xiao was the only one who was qualified to occupy the highest stone block. He was furious when he thought about her deliberately giving up the best seat to someone else. Morong Xiao continued to ignore Li Yuan. She sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Soon enough, a blue energy shrouded her entire body, making her look as though she had been submerged in water. She was already beautiful to begin with. However, with the blue cast from the energy, she looked even more enchanting. Normally, Li Yuan would have been entranced by this sight. However, he was incensed at this moment, so he did not have the mood to appreciate Morong Xiao's beauty. His expression turned even more unsightly when he saw her ignoring him. Boom! Li Yuan stomped his feet in the air and shot up to the highest stone block at lightning speed. Many of the participants' attention was drawn by Li Yuan's action, and they began to discuss among themselves. Something's about to happen. Since Morong Xiao had taken the initiative to speak to that purple-clad young man, it's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Perhaps he's stronger than Morong Xiao. It'd explain why Morong Xiao didn't fight him for the highest seat. That's not necessarily true. He's a pretty boy no matter how you look at him. Maybe Morong Xiao let him have that place due to his looks. That's not important. The important thing is he seems to be less than 100 years old. Less than 100 years old? Heavens! He made it so far even though he's less than 100 years old? That's insane. When I was his age, I hadn't even broken through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending a profundity from a law. Where did this purple-clad young man come from? He's really terrifying. No matter how strong he is, he's still less than 100 years old. It's impossible for him to defeat Li Yuan. That's not necessarily true. Morong Xiao took the initiative to speak to him earlier so she might help him. Moreover, it seems like she had relinquished the highest seat to him. It stands to reason she'd help him keep the seat. Who knows? Maybe this person has an amazing background. He might come from the force that supports the Morong clan. Maybe that's why Morong Xiao willingly relinquished the seat to him. Meanwhile, the 4 men who were still in shock over Duanling Tian's statement of killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan were further shocked. He went straight to the highest point.
It seems like Murong Xiao has no intention of fighting him for the highest stone block.
Murong Xiao spoke to him earlier. Perhaps she had done that because she knows he's stronger than her. If I'm not mistaken, Oya arrived with him. Since Oya and Murong Xiao are good friends, Oya must have revealed what she knows about Duanling Tian to Murong Xiao.
There's a chance Oya had witnessed him killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan.
I still find it difficult to believe he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with just a strike. Well, Li Yuan obviously intends to fight him for the highest stone block. We'll be able to see soon enough if he truly has the strength to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with just a strike.
Li Yuan is stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. He has comprehended two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the burst profundity. The burst profundity is the most powerful profundity from the law of fire. With this profundity, his strength is stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, let alone the few of us. Based on their conversation, it was clear the four men seemed very familiar with Li Yuan's strength. Among all the people in Time Valley, only Murong Xiao is stronger than Li Yuan. Her comprehension of the law of water is much higher than Li Yuan's comprehension of the law of fire, after all. I'm really curious if this purple-clad young man is as strong as he said he is, since he said he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan in seconds. When Li Yuan arrived at the highest point, he looked at Duanling Tian, who was sitting on the stone block, coldly and said, "Brat, get lost." Duanling Tian had already noticed when Li Yuan flew up here. His expression darkened when he heard Li Yuan's words. He said indifferently in a bone-chilling tone, "I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever." Duanling Tian's voice was not low at all, so everyone heard his words clearly.
Duanling Tian's words naturally caused a commotion. People like Xue Jingyu and Oya, who had seen Duanling Tian kill Dongfang Jinluan with a single strike, were not surprised. Naturally, they did not doubt his ability to kill Li Yuan.
Li Yuan might be stronger than Dongfang Jinluan, but he was only slightly stronger. Even if Li Yuan fought Dongfang Jinluan, it was not guaranteed that he would be able to defeat Dongfang Jinluan. Even if one was stronger, if one's strength was not significantly stronger than one's opponent, one's victory was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, when Wang Xian heard Duanling Tian's words, he thought Duanling Tian had a death wish. However, when he saw Oya did not seem surprised after hearing Duanling Tian's words, he began to feel uncertain. He recalled how Murong Xiao had taken the initiative to speak to Duanling Tian, and a thought that made him sweat appeared in his mind. Is it possible that he's stronger than Oya and Murong Xiao? Did Murong Xiao try to curry favor with him earlier so she could have a small share of whatever treasures he obtains? After all, once Murong Xiao learned we would be comprehending the law of time here, and there are no treasures to fight over here, she gave up on talking to him. Wang Xian inhaled sharply. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was that his speculation was correct. The first thought that appeared in his mind after this revelation was to warn Li Yuan.
Alas, before Wang Xian could send a voice transmission to Li Xian had already mobilized his celestial origin energy, causing his body to burst into flames. Flames danced on his body as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Swoosh! As Li Yuan flew toward Duanling Tian, the air was lit up by the flames. A faint burnt smell permeated the air.
Idiot! At this moment, a faint voice rang from one of the two second highest seats. It was none other than Ling Juyun who had spat out this insult. His expression was indifferent as he watched Li Yuan flying toward Duanling Tian. In his opinion, Li Yuan was truly an idiot for attacking Duanling Tian. Li Yuan's action was akin to courting death. After all, Duanling Tian, who possessed an artifact, could easily kill anyone in the Celestial Lord Temple.
Murong Xiao turned to look at Ling Juyun when she heard him speaking. She instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe him. He's less than 100 years old, just like Duanling Tian?
That's right. I remember he arrived in Time Valley with Duanling Tian and Sister Oya earlier.
At this moment, a short-lived sword cry rang in Time Valley. It sounded like death itself.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuan, whose body was on fire, charged toward Duanling Tian. Alas, before he could even draw close to Duanling Tian, he was cleaved into two. The only thing they saw and heard before Li Yuan's death was the sound of a sword cry and a burst of seven-color light. After Li Yuan was cleaved in two, the fire continued to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the two parts of his corpse were burnt into ashes. After the fire died down, only a spatial ring, a spear, a golden armor, and an accumulation points jade hovered in the air. "You can have his points," Duanling Tian said to Ling Juyun. Before Li Yuan's accumulative points jade could go to him, he sent it over to Ling Juyun with a flick of his fingers. Li Yuan's accumulative point jade accurately flew more than 100 meters away toward Ling Juyun in just a blink of an eye. Compared to Murong Xiao Xiao, Ling Juyun was seated closer to Duanling Tian. Boom! After Li Yuan's accumulative points jade exploded, Duanling Tian brought out his own accumulative points jade. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw his points did not increase. Prior to this, he had obtained a lot of points after killing two people who had comprehended two profundities from a law. If he had obtained Li Yuan's points as well, it would certainly raise people's suspicion. Even if no one would have memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, with his points, it was easy to rouse people's suspicion. With so many points, someone was bound to connect Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, and Li Yuan's deaths to him. Although Duanling Tian would be somewhat protected after joining the 3 sects and 2 clans, he knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would not be able to protect him all the time. He was more than capable of protecting himself since he still possessed the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, but he did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. For all these reasons, Duanling Tian decided to give Ling Juyun the points so their points would be balanced. When Ling Juyun saw the many points he just obtained, he said through gritted teeth, "You're trying to make me your scapegoat. Don't worry, they won't just suspect us. There are many people with a lot of points as well. It'd be difficult for them to narrow down the suspect," Duanling Tian said through voice transmission. Whoosh! Then, Duanling Tian raised a hand and an invisible force brought Li Yuan's spatial ring, spear, and golden armor to him. "I thought the law of time would be my biggest gain in Time Valley. Who knew someone would give me their spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapon?" Duanling Tian put the things away and shook his head as he said, "Although I don't lack king-grade celestial weapons, it'd be rude of me not to accept it." Due to the silence in Time Valley, Duanling Tian's words rang clearly in everyone's ears. They were rendered speechless by his words. He did not lack king-grade celestial weapons? If he did not lack those weapons, he could give them away. Naturally, they did not dare to verbalize their thoughts after witnessing his strength. Who would dare to provoke this monster? Duanling Tian looked down at everyone and said, "Everyone, I apologize. Since I just killed someone, it means our time here has been shortened. After this, I hope everyone will quietly comprehend the law of time that was left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." He continued to say, "Well, I'll start comprehending the law of time now. Please don't disturb me unless it's urgent. It's not that easy for me to enter the meditative state." Everyone felt chills running up their spines when they heard the threat in Duanling Tian's words. They had no doubt if anyone dared to provoke him, they would surely end up like Li Yuan. Duanling Tian closed his eyes. Before he entered the meditative state, he extended his divine consciousness to monitor surroundings. "I hope no one will bother me again. After all, it takes time to comprehend the law of time. This is the law of time?" As soon as Duanling Tian began to comprehend the law of time, he could feel a mysterious energy swirling around him. The air on his right seemed to flow slowly before it suddenly picked up speed. Then, at some point, it completely stagnated as though time had stopped. The 4 supreme laws could not be found in celestial methods and divine abilities. It depended on one's luck to encounter and comprehend the 4 supreme laws. The law of time was known as the most mysterious and profound among the 4 supreme laws. Duanling Tian thought to himself, the emperor-grade celestial weapon that I once owned, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, should contain the law of time as well. After all, the time flow in the pagoda was different. When he recalled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he, naturally, thought about Elder Hua. He could not help but sigh. He wondered where Elder Hua and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were now. While Duan Ling Tian was immersed in comprehending the law of time, fierce battles ensued underneath his seat. Many participants were vying for the stone blocks. However, regardless of how intense the fights were, none of them dared to approach the stone block that Duan Ling Tian occupied. Meanwhile, Morong Xiao Xiao, who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Li Yuan with just a strike, was in shock for a long time. Although she did not doubt Oya's words, it was still a shocking sight to behold. His strength is terrifying. I wonder if that 7-color light came from his Emperor-grade celestial weapon? If he had attacked me, I'd end up just like Li Yuan. She broke out in cold sweat when she thought about this. Similarly, the 4 men who doubted Duan Ling Tian's words earlier were shocked. They did not believe he was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law due to his age. Moreover, they had found it difficult to believe he had killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Junlin. Their strength is just average. I killed them within seconds with just a strike. Duan Ling Tian's words echoed over and over again in their minds. He's a monster. How's he so strong? If I'm not mistaken, he had only attacked with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity earlier. The reason his attack was so strong should be due to the 7-color light that burst forth from his sword earlier. In fact, I saw the sword entering his body after he attacked. One of them remembered seeing a sword returning to Duan Ling Tian's body after he killed Li Yuan. He did not think the sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon. Entering his body? This is a trait unique to Emperor-grade celestial weapons, right? He has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. This purple-clad young man possesses an Emperor-grade celestial weapons. It did not take long before everyone in Time Valley knew Duan Ling Tian possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Oya, Xue Jingyu, and others who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Dongfang Jinluan were not surprised at all. A few people occupying the lower stone blocks discussed among themselves. Li Yuan was foolish to provoke Duan Ling Tian. I could have reminded him earlier to not look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. However, his reputation was really bad and I don't like him, so I let him be. Me too. Meanwhile, near the 2 second highest stone blocks. When Morong Xiao Xiao saw Oya was about to leave, she said through voice transmission, "Sister Oya. This person is less than 100 years old. Aren't you going to challenge him for his seat? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to claim his seat." Upon hearing Morong Xiao Xiao's words, a bitter smile appeared on Oya's face before she explained through voice transmission. "Sister Morong, I appreciate your kind thought. However, I'm not his match. Even if both of us join forces, we still won't be a match for him. Instead of wasting time challenging him for the seat, I'd rather use my time to comprehend the law of time." Morong Xiao Xiao asked, Does he own an Emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Ling Tian? She did not think there would be a second person who possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon here. After all, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were incredibly rare. "He doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapons," Oya said. "Then why are you afraid of him?" Morong Xiao Xiao asked. "He doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapons, but I heard some people said he has a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death," Oya said with a trace of helplessness. Duan Ling Tian was less than 100 old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Apart from that, he had a 7-color sword that was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, Ling Juyun was also less than 100 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. On top of that, he possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Oya had no intention of challenging these 2 people at all. "What?" Oya's words frightened Morong Xiao Xiao. "A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Just like purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons were rare among king-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were very rare and valuable among royal-grade celestial weapons as well. They were only second to soul defense royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon was almost as valuable as an ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapon." "That's right." Oya nodded. She no longer wasted time and descended to 3 stone blocks 100 meters below the second highest stone blocks. With her strength, it would not be difficult to claim one of 3 stone blocks.
Naturally, just because Oyu was wise enough to give up on fighting Ling Ju-yun for his seat, it did not mean others would give up. Soon enough, a red-clad middle-aged man, one of the 4 men who were terrified of Duan Ling Tian, flew toward Ling Ju-yun. Although Murong Xiao Zhao's seat was on the same level as Ling Ju-yun's seat, he did not dare to challenge Murong Xiao Xiao for her seat since Murong Xiao Zhao's strength was widely known. On the other hand, Ling Ju-yun was just a nameless young man. Moreover, since Duan Ling Tian had communicated with Ling Ju-yun through voice transmission earlier, when he had given Li Yuan's point to Ling Ju-yun, most people did not know they were acquainted. Although they had seen Ling Ju-yun obtaining the points, they assumed Duan Ling Tian had randomly chosen Ling Ju-yun. Li Yuan was a never-seen-before genius from a grade 8 sect. For that reason, the sect regarded him as their lifeline. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan had even more formidable backgrounds. Both of them came from grade 7 clans that had many powerhouses. If any of these people knew who murdered the geniuses from their clans and sects, there was no doubt they would seek revenge. For these reasons, they were not surprised Duan Ling Tian had given the points away. They had assumed the points were given to Ling Ju-yun because he was seated closest to Duan Ling Tian. Only Oye, Xue Jingyu, and a few others knew that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju-yun were acquainted and had witnessed Ling Ju-yun's strength during the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, they were all busy fighting for a good seat or comprehending the law of time. They did not have the time nor the energy to warn the others who were unaware. Yun Zhan. Murong Xiao Xiao recognized the red-clad middle-aged man who planned to challenge Ling Ju-yun. He was a disciple from a grade 8 sect, and he was not as young as the other participants. His appearance was that of a middle-aged man, but he was, in fact, more than 1,000 years old. He had suppressed his cultivation base and comprehended the profundities from a law so he could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Not only did Yun Zhan comprehend 2 profundities from the law of earth, but due to his age, he had many combat experiences as well. All these factors contributed to his strength. Murong Xiao Xiao did not think she would be able to defeat Yun Zhan during the time when she had just begun to comprehend the second profundity from the law of water. Ling Ju-yun looked at Yun Zhan, who was standing nearby, indifferently before he said in a frosty voice, "I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever." After repeating Duan Ling Tian's earlier words to Li Yuan, Ling Ju-yun thought to himself, "I feel cool saying this." Yun Zhan did not expect Ling Ju-yun to repeat Duan Ling Tian's words to him. Since Ling Ju-yun did not make an effort to lower his voice, everyone heard his domineering words. They stopped fighting immediately and looked at the 2 second-highest seats. They saw a gray-clad young man sitting cross-legged on one of 2 stone blocks with a sheathed longsword on his lap. His words naturally caused an uproar. Many of them were rendered speechless by his words. Huh? He's less than 100 years old. Hey, aren't his words a copy of Duan Ling Tian's words to Li Yuan? This is my first time seeing such a lazy person. Is it that difficult for him to think of his own line? Is there a need to copy someone else's line? Does this guy think he's Duan Ling Tian? Is he under the delusion that he possesses an Emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Ling Tian? Are Emperor-grade celestial weapons so easy to obtain now? All of them were also curious if Ling Ju-yun would be able to withstand the attack from Yun Zhan. Many of them knew who Yun Zhan was. On the contrary, most of them had never heard of or seen Ling Ju-yun before. The red-clad middle-aged man is Yun Zhan. He's an outer elder of the grade 8000 Autumn sect. He intentionally suppressed his cultivation base to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so he could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Coupled with his 1,000 years of experience, he's actually quite strong. I've never seen the gray-clad young man before. Is there anyone who knows anything about him? At this moment, someone looked at Xue Jingyu and asked, "Mister, you arrived with Duan Ling Tian and that gray-clad young man, right? How strong is he? Is he a match for Yun Zhan?" "I don't know." Xue Jingyu shook his head, feigning cluelessness. He knew Ling Ju-yun was extraordinarily strong and possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon.
He had no intention of revealing this since he despised Yunzhan and the other shameless old men who deliberately suppressed their cultivation bases just to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete with their juniors for treasures and fortuitous encounters. Many people who had arrived in Time Valley with Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun were also asked the same question. All of them pretended not to know anything, sharing the same thought as Yu. It seems like this gray-clad young man, who's less than 100 years old, has only comprehended one profundity from a law. Impossible. If he's truly so weak, do you think he'd have the guts to claim the second highest seat? I think he has comprehended two profundities from a law. He's not even 100 years old and you think he has comprehended two profundities from a law? Do you really think there are so many geniuses like Duan Lingtian? Perhaps. He wants to take advantage of Duan Lingtian's reputation to fool people into thinking he's as strong as Duan Lingtian? That's possible. There were a lot of discussions going on, and in the end, most of them agreed Yunzhan would win Ling Yun's seat. They did not think Yunzhan was going to show Ling Yun any mercy due to the arrogant words Ling Yun had copied from Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Yunzhan was infuriated and humiliated by Ling Yun's response. His eyes were narrowed and his face was flushed red from anger. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy surged out. Since it had been boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, the energy around him was mustard color. At the same time, sand and pebbles around him rose into the air. Although Yunzhan and Duan Lingtian comprehend the same law, unlike Duan Lingtian, he really comprehended the two profundities from the law of Earth. In truth, Duan Lingtian had only fully comprehended one profundity and was in the midst of comprehending the second profundity. The mustard energy around Yunzhan surged violently as more pebbles and stones flew toward him. In the end, the stones and pebbles almost completely covered him. The air rippled like water into the surroundings. The law of Earth's shaking profundity? Ling Yun raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He unhurriedly lifted his hand. Upon seeing this, many people thought he was going to unsheath his sword. However, they were proven wrong when they saw him raising his hand over his head. What's he doing? Morong Xiao, who was closest to Ling Yun, frowned slightly, perplexed. In the next moment, she saw a black vortex appear on Ling Yun's palm. Then, the tip of a sword slowly came out from his palm. Her eyes widened in shock and her heart raced in her chest. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? It was widely known that Emperor-grade celestial weapons could be kept in one's body, after all. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a 3-foot-long sword with bolts of gray lightning flashing around it appeared in Ling Yun's hand. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon? How's this possible? When did Emperor-grade celestial weapons become so common? Duan Lingtian has one, and Ling Yun also has one. Everyone, including Jingyu and the others, was dumbfounded when they saw Ling Yun taking out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. To them, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were legendary and incredibly rare. How could they not be dumbstruck seeing two Emperor-grade celestial weapons consecutively? At this moment, a trembling voice laden with horror rang from the void where the stones and pebbles gathered. I give up, I give up. I give up. Yunzhan, who had spoken domineeringly and had threatened to kill Ling Yun earlier, was filled with horror and fear as soon as Ling Yun drew out his 3-foot-long sword. The sword was clearly an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been boosted by a profundity of a law. I surrender. I surrender. Yunzhan cried out, afraid that Ling Yun would strike at him with the sword that had gray lightning bolts flashing around it. You're surrendering now? Ling Yun looked at Yunzhan that was shrouded by a sandstorm and nonchalantly said, Isn't it a little too early for you to surrender? Under everyone's watchful eyes, another Ling Yun suddenly appeared. However, this Ling Yun had red eyes and emitted a strange aura. Is that a doppelganger? Yun said in surprise, I know Ling Yun has comprehended two profundities from the law of death, and this technique is the undead doppelganger. However, I didn't expect him to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Jingyu had been shocked when Duan Lingtian drew out his Emperor-grade celestial sword earlier. He was shocked again when he discovered Ling Yun possessed an Emperor-grade celestial sword as well. His curiosity was piqued. He could not help but wonder if they had obtained it from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. The other participants were shocked when they heard Xuejing use words. They could not help but shake their heads and sighed, feeling pity for Yunzhan who had provoked a monstrous genius like Ling Juyun. The law of death?
The undead doppelganger. This gray-clad young man, Ling Juyun, has comprehended the law of death?
Moreover, he has also comprehended two profundities from the law of death. The law of death is powerful as it is, since he has comprehended two profundities. His strength should be on par with Yunzhan, even if he didn't use his emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun is definitely going to emerge victorious now that he has brought out his emperor-grade celestial weapon. You're stating the obvious. Can't you see Yunzhan cowering in fear and waving the white flag?
He's close to kneeling before Ling Juyun.
Yunzhan probably didn't expect he'd be so unfortunate to meet such a strong opponent. Swoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The sound of wind howling rang in the air, followed by a series of explosions. Ling Juyun's doppelganger charged toward Yunzhan with the emperor-grade celestial sword in hand. As it drew closer to Yunzhan, gray sword cheese shot out of the sword and formed a wall that surrounded Yunzhan. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yunzhan charged against the wall of sword cheese in an attempt to breach it. His expression changed drastically when he saw the wall of word cheese merely shook for a moment before returning to normal.
Boom!
Boom! Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of explosions continued to ring in the air.
Before Ling Juyun's doppelganger reached him, Yunzhan frantically cast all the techniques in his arsenal and used his king-grade celestial weapon to break free. Alas, despite his attempts, the wall of sword cheese remained standing. Despair was written all over his face at this moment. When Ling Juyun's doppelganger passed through the wall of sword cheese and was about to bring the sword down, Yunzhan pleaded desperately in a last-ditch attempt to save himself. "Please spare me. My possessions are all yours as long as you let me live. Please." Yunzhan's voice echoed clearly in Time Valley. Everyone could hear the anguish and despair in his voice. His helplessness was palpable. At this moment, a miserable cry rang in the air. "No!" Soon after, silence descended in the valley again. With this feat, the other participants viewed Ling Juyun in a completely new light. In fact, they felt Ling Juyun was more formidable than Duan Ling Tian since Ling Juyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. This made them incredibly fearful of him. Based on Ling Juyun's strength with his emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's no doubt he's a match for Duan Ling Tian. Why did he relinquish the highest stone block to Duan Ling Tian? Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian were in the same group. They must have a good relationship. Who knows, they might even know each other for a long time now.
They're both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial under 100 years old, and both of them possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. They must have come from the same place.
What kind of force is able to give their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials an emperor-grade celestial weapon each? Why would they even be interested in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Not even the upper realm has anything that interests them, right? Who knows? In any case, I don't think it's a coincidence that both of them are in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm at the same time. Similar to the others, Xuejing Yu and the others who were with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun during the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple had the same question as well. Did Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun come from the same place and knew each other beforehand?
A slight frown appeared on Xuejing Yu's face as he thought to himself, I remember Ling Juyun approaching Duan Ling Tian during the end of the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. They even spoke privately in another hall. If they knew each other from before, they could have just communicated through voice transmission in the first place. He had a feeling Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun only met not too long ago.
In the end, Xuejing Yu shook his head and sat cross-legged on the stone block before he began to comprehend the law of time. Whatever, it's none of my business whether they knew each other from before or not. I better start comprehending the law of time.
Meanwhile, Morong Xiao looked at Ling Juyun fearfully and said, with your strength, you could have competed with Duan Ling Tian for the highest seat. Morong Xiao had already known Ling Ju-yun was not a simple person after listening to Oya's words. She had thought his defenses must be remarkable since he had a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Who knew his offensive power was even more remarkable? It was only natural since he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon to boost his attacks. What does it have to do with you? It's none of your business. Ling Ju-yun scowled at her disdainfully before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the law of time. Morong Xiao's words had touched a nerve in Ling Ju-yun. He was not afraid of Duanling Tian and could hold his own against Duanling Tian. However, since Huang'er had to depend on Duanling Tian now that she became his sole artifact, he had no choice but to yield to Duanling Tian in fear of Duanling Tian venting his anger on Huang'er. Why you? Morong Xiao's expression soured immediately. Similar to Duanling Tian, Ling Ju-yun was rude to her. They were nothing like the men who fawned over her. She even began to wonder if she had lost her charm. Little did she know, Ling Ju-yun came from an extraordinary background and had met many women who were much more beautiful than her. Moreover, she was not even as beautiful as Huang'er, who had become the artifact soul of Duanling Tian's artifact. Morong inhaled deeply to calm her anger. She decided not to waste any more time and began to comprehend the law of time. Meanwhile, some participants resumed fighting over stone blocks and some of them began to comprehend the law of time. After a day and night had passed, Time Valley finally regained its tranquility. Everyone was now seated on their own stone block. Duanling Tian, who was seated on the highest stone block, looked calm. However, inwardly he was in turmoil. Due to being seated at the highest point, his progress was, naturally, ahead of the others since he could feel the flow of time more clearly than the others. Moreover, he was the first to begin comprehending the law of time. The law of time is mysterious and tricky. It can be fast, it can be slow, and it can even stop. This must be the effect from the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Time is fleeting. No one is able to escape from the clutches of time. Perhaps an emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda could slow down time for a while, but it has no way of reversing or stopping time at all. 100 years or 1,000 years can pass with a thought. A thought, a cycle. Duanling Tian was so immersed in comprehending the law of time that he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Duanling Tian was not even aware of the commotion that was caused by Ling Ju-yun earlier. He was fully immersed in comprehending the law of time after he had extended his divine consciousness to protect himself. At this moment, including Duanling Tian, there were more than 40 people who were comprehending the law of time. They could be considered as the strongest participants among those who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The others who were not in the Celestial Lord Temple were either dead or wandering around and killing each other while they waited for the exit of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to open. Before the exit opened, they could continue to kill to obtain points. Meanwhile, a figure was hovering above molten lava at the foot of an erupting volcano. He muttered to himself, "I wonder how Brother Duan and Jia Chao are doing." The handsome young man held a 7-foot-long spear in his hands, and he looked rather exhausted. His robes were tattered. It was clear that he had just won a battle. If Duanling Tian were here, he would quickly recognize the handsome young man as Huang Jialong. He was a good friend of Duanling Tian, whom Duanling Tian met in the central area after leaving the Borderlands. Huang Jialong smiled as he looked at his accumulative points jade that contained 11 points. "I finally accumulated more than 10 points. Although Huang Jialong had accumulated more than 10 points, he was not brought to the Celestial Lord Temple. This was because it was too late by the time he accumulated the necessary points. Apart from Huang Jialong, there were many participants who accumulated the necessary points too late and were not brought to the Celestial Lord Temple as well. At this moment, the participants outside the Celestial Lord Temple continued killing, unaware that a group of people had a fortuitous encounter in a place called the Celestial Lord Temple. However, not everyone who was in the Celestial Lord Temple chose to undergo the trials. Instead, they chose to stay in a safe room since they did not think they were strong enough to survive the trials. Moreover, some of them only managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple because they had help from others. Huang Jiachao, who had Duanling Tian's help to obtain 10 points, was an example of this. Such an act was considered cheating. Meanwhile, Huang Jiachao was cultivating in a safe room in the Celestial Lord Temple. He sighed in relief as he thought to himself, I wonder how Brother Duan is doing. He must have left his room and ventured into the Celestial Lord Temple. It'd be fairly easy for him to survive with his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Ling Tian did not only survive, but he was faring the best out of everyone who had chosen to venture into the Celestial Lord Temple. In the center of the scaling cloud lake where the portal to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located, Yonger, a plaintive cry rang in the air, drawing a few people's attention. At this moment, the majority of people present on the scene had already grown numb to the mournful cries that would ring in the air from time to time. After all, many of the participants from various forces were dying every day in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, would periodically scan through the names on the scoreboard to look for the name of his son, Hu Jingyong. At this moment, Hu Jingyong's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. This meant that his son must have perished in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was still mourning the loss of his brightest son when an exclamation rang in the air. There's a change at the top of the scoreboard. Everyone, including Hu Lin Yi, instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard. Ling Juyun. Hu Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he saw Ling Juyun's name had risen to the top, replacing Murong Xiao Xiao. His eyes moved below Ling Juyun's name and saw Duan Ling Tian had dropped from second to third place. His expression turned unsightly upon seeing this. Not only did he lose his son, but Duan Ling Tian had even dropped to third place. He was about to look away when Duan Ling Tian's name suddenly rose to second place again, kicking Murong Xiao Xiao down to third place. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the two elders from the Murong clan soured. How's this possible? Everyone broke out in an uproar when the two dark horses occupied the top two places on the scoreboard. The top three rankings didn't change for quite a long time. Who knew a drastic change would happen at this hour? Murong Xiao Xiao dropped from first place to third place just like that. Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian are sectless cultivators from the Thousand Nation territory. Since when did they have such talented sectless cultivators there? These two sectless cultivators are truly extraordinary. They've achieved more than any sectless cultivators had achieved in the past. That's right. Two sectless cultivators occupying the top two places are unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Half a month passed in just a blink of an eye. The void above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake rippled before a gateway appeared. Upon seeing this, many people who were waiting began to perk up. They'll be coming out any moment now. The gateway to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has appeared. Seems like there are only 30% of participants left now. How tragic. Soon after, many people began to discuss the deaths of Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan. Their deaths were the most shocking ones among all the participants who perished in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan were the respective geniuses of their Grade 7 clans. Li Yuan was also the first genius to appear in his Grade 8 sect. Finally, Yun Zhan was an elder from a Grade 8 sect who had deliberately suppressed his cultivation base so he could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since 4 of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law, there was no doubt that they were rather powerful. In fact, it should not be difficult for them to rank in the top 10 with their strength. Alas, not only did they not rank in the top 10, but they were dead. A total of 4 people who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. This is unprecedented. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, Yun Zhan. They were some of the most famous peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. No one expected them to die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Who could have killed them? Ling Juyun? Duan Ling Tian? Murong Xiao Xiao? Or was it the collective force of a few people? Who knows? Duan Ling Tian is only a few points away from Ling Juyun, whereas Murong Xiao Xiao is short of roughly a dozen points. The point gaps are too small. The point gaps after the 4th rank are very small as well. It's really difficult to tell who killed Sima Chun and the others. Perhaps they were killed by a group of people.
Or they could have died trying to obtain treasures or fortuitous encounters, and their points were given to those who were fortunate enough to be in the vicinity.
That's possible as well.
At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh.
One by one, figures began to appear in the gateway. Those with stronger cultivation bases could feel the powerful force sending people to the gateway.
The group of people who just appeared looked around in confusion, clearly disoriented. In fact, it seemed as though they had lost their memories and did not know how they left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This group of people was precisely the people who had entered the Celestial Lord Temple. Where am I?
How did I end up here? Wasn't I in the middle of a snow mountain? What's going on?
Why was I sent out?
I feel like I've forgotten something.
What's going on? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was looking around, saw a figure he was familiar with in the midst of these people. Jia Chao.
Duan Ling Tian was confused as well. He had suddenly appeared at the gateway at the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. He remembered running into Sima Chun from the Grade 7 Sima clan.
After killing Sima Chun, he had accumulated more than 10 points in his accumulative point Jade, but he could not recall what happened from that moment onward. All he knew was he had suddenly been sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I remember after killing Sima Chun, I had 11 points in my accumulative point Jade. Duan Ling Tian instinctively checked his accumulative point Jade. He was shocked to discover he had accumulated 286 points in his accumulative points Jade.
Since he had started out with 1 point, this meant he had accumulated 285 points from other people at some point.
Out of the 285 points I accumulated, I can only account for 10 points. Where did the remaining 275 points come from?
Is there something wrong with my accumulative points, Jade? No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried to search his memory, he still could not figure out where the points came from. At this moment, the people around Duan Ling Tian were slowly regaining their senses. Similarly, they were surprised when they saw their points.
Since when did I accumulate so many points? I remember only having 12 points. Me too. I remember I had 11 points, but now, I have 23 points.
My points are the same. However, I feel like I've forgotten something.
Me too.
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I feel like I've forgotten something as well.
At this moment, a gray figure began to look around his surroundings. His expression seemed a little panicked. He was none other than Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. So that's Ling Juyun? He's Ling Juyun, the genius sectless cultivator who ranks first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? He's really less than 100 years old.
He's not even 100 years old and he managed to rank first.
Did he rely on his strength, or is it just luck?
Whatever it is, it doesn't change the fact that he's the winner. At this moment, Ling Juyun had become the focus of everyone's attention. The group of people who had exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm looked at the scoreboard and was shocked to see Ling Juyun's name at the top. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun could not care less about the attention. His face was pale as he muttered to himself anxiously in a voice only audible to him, Sister Huang'er.
Where's she? Did something happen to her while we were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? I'm pretty sure I lost some of my memories. I can't recall some things. How did I obtain 288 points? I remember the last time I checked, I only had 14 points. I don't remember anything that happened next.
Duan Ling Tian and the other participants were still flustered and confused when the voice of Xianxia Xianxia, the elder from the Xianxia clan, rang in the air.
There's no need to panic.
What you're going through right now has happened to others in the past as well. This is due to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who ran into this specific fortuitous encounter would have memories related to it erased.
Your predecessors were also surprised when they found their points had increased and found they were in possession of new spatial rings, but they had no memories of obtaining the points or spatial rings.
Moreover, some of them had even comprehended the law of time, although they had no recollection of it.
When they heard Zhangsun Xiongqi's last sentence, the eyes of the participants who went into the Celestial Lord Temple lit up. The law of time?
The law of time was the most mysterious and profound law among the 4 supreme laws. It would be a huge gain if they really did comprehend the law of time.
The law of time? Pieces of information regarding the law of time suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Broken scenes of time slowing down, speeding up, and stopping appeared in his mind. That's the law of time? At this moment, a childish voice suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Boy, some formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has erased some of your memories. Let me recount them for you. It was none other than the chaos divine earth. At this moment, the mellifluous voice of a woman rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Please do me a favor and inform little Feng that I'm all right. He has also lost some of his memories. I'm sure he must be anxious to discover my sudden absence from his sea of consciousness. Who are you? Duanling Tian was shocked to hear a strange woman's voice in his mind. His expression changed drastically. Why was there another presence in his sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness was where his soul resided, and it was constantly protected by the profound divine metal. Nothing could get past the profound divine metal. Boy, there's no need to worry. After I'm done talking, you'll know who she is. As for you, girl, don't worry. He'll speak to that lad, Ling Juyun, on your behalf after I fill him in about what happened. The Chaos Divine Earth said reassuringly. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Meanwhile, the woman had fallen silent after the Chaos Divine Earth reassured her. Boy, after you accumulated 11 points by killing Sima Chun, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord spoke to you. Then, a guiding force brought you to a place called the Celestial Temple Lord. During the journey to the Celestial Lord Temple, you met that lad, Huang Jiachao, and saved him. The Chao Divine Earth began to recount what happened in detail after Duanling Tian lost his memory. So after killing Sima Chun, I also killed Dongfang Jinluan and Li Yuan. Just like Sima Chun, two of them had also comprehended two profundities from a law. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun comes from the divine offering land. Huang used to be the artifact soul of a prominent Devata artifact and has chosen me to be her master by becoming the artifact soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. In exchange for that, I promised to avenge her former master as long as the person who killed her former master deserved it. Although Duanling Tian learned about what happened, he felt a sense of detachment to the memories since he had forgotten about them. Even then, he did not doubt the veracity of the Chaos Divine Earth since he trusted it. Moreover, after he checked his spatial ring, the things in there corresponded with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. I even managed to claim the best place to comprehend the law of time in a place called Time Valley. Jia Chao is here with us because I helped him accumulate 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. He must have survived because he didn't leave the safe room in the Celestial Lord Temple. With these thoughts in mind, Duanling Tian instinctively turned to look at Huang Jiachao. Coincidentally, Huang Jiachao was making his way toward him. He asked in confusion, Brother Duan, I remember you saved me. However, all I can remember is us having a conversation before you saved me. After that, I have no memories of anything else. Do you know what happened after that? Although Duanling Tian knew what happened, he did not intend to tell Huang Jiachao. It was best nobody knew about it. Ling Juyun, Duanling Tian shifted his eyes to Ling Juyun, who had an unsightly expression on his face. Ling Juyun looked deeply unhappy and distressed even though he was ranked first on the scoreboard. He must have discovered Huang's absence. I didn't expect him to come from the divine offering land and even possess emperor-grade celestial weapons and Devata artifacts. Naturally, Duanling Tian only knew these things because of the Chaos Divine Earth's reminder. After discovering what happened, Duanling Tian finally understood why the woman's voice in his mind wanted him to inform Ling Juyun that she was all right. Ling Juyun. Duanling Tian sent a message through voice transmission. Ling Juyun looked at Duanling Tian, perplexed, as Duanling Tian informed him about what happened when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple. From when they passed the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple until Huang left Ling Juyun's Sea of Consciousness and entered Duanling Tian's Sea of Consciousness and what happened afterward, he recounted everything in detail. To prove the veracity of his words, Duanling Tian also brought up the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon that Ling Juyun used in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Devata artifact he had used in Time Valley. Indeed, the sword Ling Juyun had used in Time Valley was a Devata artifact.
Although it was only a primitive Devata artifact, its powers were on par with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ling Zhuyun's expression eased. He no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's words. With this, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were the only ones who knew about the Celestial Lord Temple. Everyone, including Murong Xiao, did not and could not remember anything at all. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao checked her accumulative points Jade before she looked at the top 3 names on the scoreboard. I've accumulated 232 points, but I still didn't rank first? First place, Ling Zhuyun with 298 points. Second place, Duan Ling Tian with 286 points. Murong Xiao frowned. She had never heard of these 2 names before. It was obvious they were not known in the profound Nether Mansion. She was shocked and confused that these 2 unknown young men managed to claim the top 2 spots in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the 2 elders from the Murong clan approached Murong Xiao and greeted her, "Second Miss." Not only was Murong Xiao a genius disciple of the Murong clan, but she was also the clan leader's only daughter. She was a woman who could hold her own among men. One of the elders from the Murong clan asked, "Second Miss, why you really can't remember what happened?" "I only remember how I accumulated 12 points. What happened afterward, I have no recollection of it at all. Nonetheless, I didn't expect I'd fail to rank first even after accumulating 232 points, Murong Xiao said with a sigh as she shook her head. She looked at the 2 names at the top of the scoreboard again and asked, "Elders, does anyone know those 2 who rank at the top?" Second Miss, Ling Zhuyun represents the East Ming Nation, and Duan Ling Tian represents the supporting Fall Nation. Both of them are sectless cultivators. One of the elders replied, "Second Miss, they're no ordinary sectless cultivators. Not only did they rank at the top, but both of them haven't even reached the age of 100. The other elder said. "What? They haven't even reached the age of 100? Murong Xiao was slightly surprised at the first elder's remark, but she was thoroughly shocked when she heard the second elder's words. Not only were they unknown sectless cultivators, but they were also younger than 100 years old. Ling Zhuyun, Murong Xiao followed the crowd's gaze and saw Ling Zhuyun. Then she probed him with her divine consciousness. Indeed, he was not even 100 years old. And Duan Ling Tian. Then Murong Xiao shifted her gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, she discovered he was also younger than 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian could tell someone had probed him with their divine consciousness. When he looked up, he saw Murong Xiao staring at him. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in his mind. "This woman is Murong Xiao." Murong Xiao. The Chaos Divine Earth had spoken briefly about her earlier. She had tried to curry favor with him when they were in Time Valley and had given up after he ignored her. Based on the look on her face, she doesn't remember me. When their eyes met, Duan Ling Tian could tell she was looking at him as though she was looking at a stranger. "The participants who have come out, please return to the force you represent." The voice of Xianxia Xiongqi, an elder from the Xianxia clan, rang in the air again. One after another, the participants returned to their respective forces. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiachao returned to the supporting Fall Nation, whereas Ling Zhuyun returned to the East Ming Nation. "Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian." Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, greeted Duan Ling Tian with a beaming smile on his face. It seemed as though he had temporarily forgotten about the death of his son, Hu Jiyong. "Congratulations to you as well, Jiachao. You made it to the top 100. Hu Linyi said with a smile as he looked at Huang Jiachao. "HM? I can't seem to find the 4th prince's name." Huang Jiachao thought to himself as he looked through the names on the scoreboard. Since Hu Jiyong's name was not on the scoreboard, it could only mean one thing. Hu Jiyong had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He gasped inwardly as he looked at Hu Linyi furtively. "Yonger is dead," Hu Linyi muttered softly after sensing Huang Jiachao's gaze. "I'm sorry for your loss, Your Majesty," Huang Jiachao said. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around Hu Linyi to congratulate him after Duan Ling Tian returned to his side. "Congratulations, Emperor Hu. Emperor Hu, you're really fortunate to be able to recruit such a monstrous talent.
There's no doubt that you'll be handsomely rewarded. Second place, Emperor Hu, with such a remarkable outcome. Your rewards will surely fill everyone with envy. Traces of jealousy could be seen in the eyes of the people who had come forth to congratulate Hu Linyi. Some of them were even cursing him inwardly for his luck. After all, the 3 sects and 2 clans would generously reward the factions of the top-ranking participants. The higher the ranks of the participants, the more generous the rewards would be. Since Duanling Tian ranked second, Hu Linyi's rewards would only be second to the Emperor of the East Ming Nation. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation would naturally have the best rewards since Ling Zhuyun was ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Zhuyun, you truly didn't let me down. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation grinned ear to ear as he welcomed Ling Zhuyun with open arms. He was clearly overjoyed. He was still shocked that Ling Zhuyun had ranked first. Although he knew Ling Zhuyun was powerful, he did not expect Ling Zhuyun to make it to the top 10, let alone first place. Meanwhile, people were also gathered around Murong Xiao, who was ranked third, to congratulate her. They did not forget to flatter her as well. Congratulations, Miss Murong, for ranking third. With the help from the 3 sects and 2 clans and your innate talent, it'd be fairly easy for you to enter the profound Nether Mansion and accomplish amazing feats. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Murong Xiao nodded perfunctorily when faced with congratulatory words and flattery. Her gaze remained fixed on Duanling Tian and Ling Zhuyun, the duo who surpassed her and claimed the top 2 rankings. At this moment, a gray-clad old man standing among the throng of people shifted his gaze between Ling Zhuyun, Duanling Tian, Murong Xiao, and the other participants. Which of them killed Chun'er? He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, Sima Pingdong. He was searching through the participants for the person who killed his beloved grandson, Sima Chun. Similarly, the people of the Dongfang clan were looking at the participants in search of the person who killed Dongfang Jinluan. The Grade 8 sects Li Yuan and Yuzhan belonged to were also searching for their murderers. Who killed Li Yuan? Who killed Elder Yunzhan? At this moment, Sima Dongping's voice rang thunderously in the center of Scaling Cloud Lake as he declared, "No matter who you are, if you're able to provide us with clues about the person who killed my grandson, Sima Chun, I, Sima Pingdong, and the Sima clan will be indebted to you." Everyone was taken aback by Sima Dongping's sudden outburst. It did not take long before they were shocked again. The people from the Grade 7 Dongfang clan followed in Sima Dongping's footsteps and declared, "Whoever's able to provide us with clues about the person who killed Dongfang Jinluan, the Dongfang clan will be indebted to you as well." The 2 clans publicly declared their determination to find the killers because Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan were no ordinary disciples of the clans. They were their brightest disciples. Humph! A cold snort rang in the air at this moment, drowning out all the voices immediately. Chills ran up everyone's spines. It seems like both of you don't have any regards for the 3 clans and 2 sects. A frosty voice rang in the air, causing the people in the surroundings to feel as though they had been dropped into an ice cave. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred in the air before a figure seemingly appeared out of thin air before Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. Bihai Ming Feng. Before Sima Pingdong had time to react and mobilize his celestial origin energy, Bihai Ming Feng raised a brush in his hand and attacked at lightning speed. The brush spun before it transformed into a dragon-like energy and shot towards Sima Pingdong. Boom! 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 The void rippled in its wake. It easily breached Sima Pingdong's celestial origin that shrouded him protectively. Then, the dragon-like energy whipped its tail at him before he exploded into a mist of blood, leaving only a spatial ring and armor behind. Swoosh! 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 The remaining force from the attack dissipated into a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers, including Duanling Tian, to flutter in the air. Those who were standing near Sima Pingdong earlier widened their eyes in horror and instinctively retreated. "He's dead." Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Sima Pingdong would die just like that. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw how swift Bihai Mingfeng's attack was. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is dead? The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is one of the clan's strongest powerhouses.
And yet, the third sect leader of the coupling sect killed him with just a strike. Although Sima Pingdong was caught off guard, he should still be able to retaliate, right?
I'm not surprised. It's known that the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is even stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling sect. Moreover, he's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. How unfortunate for the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. If the coupling celestial sect had sent another person as a representative, he would probably only be rebuked for his actions.
However, since the third sect leader represents the profound nether mansion as an inspector as well, he naturally has to be stricter since Sima Pingdong blatantly disregarded the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
While most people were in shock over Sima Pingdong's death at Bihai Mingfeng's hand, the people from the Great Eight forces that Li Yuan and Yun Zhan were from gulped. They felt incredibly lucky they did not recklessly speak up earlier.
Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Bihai Mingfeng as well. Even Sima Pingdong, who was much stronger than them, had died. How could they hope to survive?
Grand Elder, the other elder from the Sima clan, could only smile bitterly after he witnessed Sima Pingdong's death. After the commotion from Bihai Mingfeng killing Sima Pingdong died down, the onlookers quickly shifted their eyes to the person from the Dongfang clan who had made a declaration earlier about looking for Dongfang Jinluan's murderer earlier. After all, similar to Sima Pingdong, he had also blatantly disregarded one of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realms rules. As expected, Bihai Mingfeng's body flickered out of sight and appeared in front of the elder from the Dongfang clan.
The elder from the Dongfang clan who had witnessed Sima Pingdong's death paled immediately when he saw Bihai Mingfeng in front of him. For someone who had easily killed Sima Pingdong, it would be like killing an ant if Bihai Mingfei wanted to kill him.
He quickly fell to his knees and kowtowed as he said, "Third sect leader, please have mercy. Please forgive me." Bihai Mingfeng was indifferent to the pleading of the elder from the Dongfang clan. He raised the brush in his hand again. Whoosh! This time, a sword cry rang in the air as a bright light shot out of the tip of the brush like a shooting star. In the next moment, a bloody hole could be seen on the glabella of the elder from the Dongfang clan. His hand was still raised in a defensive posture as he fell to the ground. Earlier, Bihai Mingfeng had collected Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and armor, but he did not collect the possessions of the elder from the Dongfang clan, as though he did not find them worthy of him. After all, with Bihai Mingfeng's status, even Sima Pingdong could not match his wealth and resources, let alone an ordinary elder from the Dongfang clan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bihai Mingfeng calmly returned to his original position after killing the elder from the Dongfan clan. Zhang Guangzhang, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, smiled wryly as he said, "Sect leader Bihai, I'm afraid the majority of the participants who survived the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will flock to the coupling Celestial sect now after witnessing your strength." Hung Chan, the hall master of the Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, said with a hint of displeasure, "That's right. Sect leader Bihai, that's unfair." Zhang Sun Xiongqi and Gongyang Yu, the representative leaders from the Zhang Sun clan and the Gongyang clan, only smiled wryly. What could they do? The third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was undoubtedly powerful. It was only natural if the participants wanted to join the coupling celestial sect. All of you were clearly displeased when Sima Pingdong made his declaration earlier, but none of you dared to take action. Bihai Mingfeng looked at Zhang Guangzhang and Hung Chan from the corners of his eyes as he said nonchalantly, "Since it was clear none of you would do anything about it, I naturally had to take action." Zhang Guangzhang and Hung Chan could not refute Bihai Mingfeng's words. They were, indeed, displeased, but they did not dare to act in fear of embarrassing themselves. After all, their strength was only on par with Sima Pingdong's strength. If Sima Pingdong decided to flee, it was unlikely that they would be able to stop him. To avoid embarrassment, they thought it was best not to interfere. After Bihai Mingfeng had taken matters into his hands, those who wanted to seek revenge no longer dared to misbehave. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "There are more people coming out." At this moment, a figure had appeared at the gateway. Soon enough, more and more figures began to appear. Jialong. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian found Huang Jialong among the sea of people.
He knew Huang Jialong was alive since Huang Jialong's name was still on the scoreboard. Although Huang Jialong's points were only a few points ahead of Huang Jiachao, Huang Jialong had accumulated those points without any help. Out of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation, only 4 survived. Apart from me, Jialong and Jia Chao, Meng Qiu is the only one who survived, Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he scanned the names on the scoreboard. Meng Qiu was one of the 2 women among the participants from the supporting Fall Nation. An old lady who was a celestial king had accompanied her here. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong called out as he made a beeline toward Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. After Huang Jialong greeted Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he turned to Duan Lingtian and curiously asked, Brother Duan, how many points did you accumulate? He waved his accumulative points jade as he continued to say, I accumulated 22 points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard and said with a faint smile on his face, why don't you have a look at the scoreboard? Huang Jiachao kindly reminded his brother and said meaningfully, you should start at the top of the scoreboard. Huang Jialong immediately shifted his gaze to the top of the scoreboard. He exclaimed, first place, Ling Yun with 298 points. Shit. That genius seckless cultivator from the East Ming Nation is insane. How did he make it to the top? Forget about him. Why don't you look at the next name? Huang Jiachao prompted. Huang Jialong was shocked speechless when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian, 286 points. These words' impact was like a bomb to Huang Jialong. Be Brother Duan. Why you're ranked second? Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously. How on earth did you do it? It just happened. Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Whoosh. At this moment, Meng Qiu brought with her a gust of wind that carried her fragrance as she moved toward her grandmother. Finally, the 4 surviving participants from the supporting Fall Nation had gathered. Meng Qiu accumulated 31 points. Her points are higher than Jialong's. Duan Lingtian glanced at Meng Qiu, clearly surprised by her result. It seems like she hid her strength during the Southern Heaven combat. 31 points were considered a lot for participants who did not enter the Celestial Lord Temple. With these points, Meng Qiu managed to make it into the top 100. Duan Lingtian ranked second? Meanwhile, Meng Qiu's eyes widened in surprise when she looked at the scoreboard. She instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. She knew he was outstanding and was the strongest among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, but there were many outstanding geniuses from the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Put aside the many Grade 8 and Grade 7 forces, there were 1,000 Grade 8 nations like the supporting Fall Nation as well. In such a highly competitive environment, how could she not feel shocked that Duan Lingtian managed to rank second? It just happened? Huang Jialong was rendered speechless. The corners of his lips were twitching. He had only accumulated 22 points after fighting with his life on the line and several close calls with death. However, according to Duan Lingtian, he had just so happened to accumulate 286 points. In the end, Huang Jialong sighed, slightly upset, before he changed the topic. Brother Duan, have you decided which of the 3 sects and 2 clans to join? In my opinion, the Xianxia clan and Gong'an clan aren't worth your time since they'll definitely favor and prioritize their lineal disciples over you. They might put in a little effort to help you enter the profound Nether Mansion, and that's about it. On the other hand, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Coupling Celestial Sect are different. Nepotism is rarely an issue. They definitely won't hesitate to use all their resources to help you enter the profound Nether Mansion. I agree. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. This had occurred to him as well, so he did not consider joining the Xianxia clan and the Gongyang clan at all. Huang Jialong's eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky as he said, why don't we join the Coupling Celestial Sect together? Not only is Bihai Mingfeng the 3rd sect leader, but the sect has many female disciples who are supreme grade cauldrons. Duan Lingtian naturally knew Huang Jialong did not literally mean the women were cauldrons. Cauldron was a term used to refer to beautiful females with no cultivation base to serve and help male disciples raise their cultivation bases. These women who were raised by the coupling sect were not forced to become cauldrons. They had all consented to it. For this reason, despite having a bad reputation in several regions, the profound Nether Mansion, the coupling celestial sect, was not considered an evil sect.
Duanling Tian said, "The female disciples and the cauldrons are probably the only reason you want to join the coupling celestial sect."
Huang Jialong laughed sheepishly. Duanling Tian was right about his reasons for wanting to join the coupling celestial sect. Then he looked at Huang Jiachao and asked, "Jiachao, you're really lucky.
Not only did you survive, but you even accumulated 17 points.
Before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huang Jialong knew it was dangerous in there. However, only when he was in there did he realize how dangerous it was. At one point, he even wondered if his brother, Huang Jiachao, would be able to survive.
Indeed, I'm really lucky.
Brother Duan saved my life in the nick of time. Otherwise, I would have died, Huang Jiachao said with a sigh. He was filled with gratitude toward Duanling Tian. After all, without Duanling Tian, he would not be standing here with them now.
What happened? Huang Jialong asked.
After Huang Jiachao recounted his close call with death, Huang Jialong thanked Duanling Tian profusely.
However, Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts at this moment. If the Chaos Divine Earth did not tell him he had saved Huang Jiachao, he would not have known about it at all. After all the memories from the moment he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple to the time he was sent out had been erased.
Huang Jiachao had memories about Duanling Tian saving him because he had only learned about the Celestial Lord Temple after Duanling Tian had saved him. Both of you lost your memories? Huang Jialong was shocked when he learned Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao had lost some of their memories during their time in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the contrary, he remembered all his time in the lower realm.
Huang Jiachao nodded before he said, "I don't know what happened, but I was sent out first along with a group of people, including Duanling Tian, who was clearly the strongest among all the participants. It's unfortunate that I lost my memories." A wry smile could be seen on his face as he spoke.
An old man who had accompanied Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, here said, "Didn't you hear Elder Zhangsun Xianxi's words?
Those who lost their memories had a specific fortuitous encounter. Moreover, among these people, there are some who have comprehended the law of time."
Hu Lin-Yi said, "The possibility is minute. At least, in the past 10,000, no one in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control had successfully mastered the law of time in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
At most, in recent years, some people from Grade 6 forces only managed to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity.
Therefore, don't feel bad if you didn't successfully comprehend the law of time." He had clearly said these words in an attempt to console Duanling Tian and Huang Jiachao. The duo nodded.
"Your Majesty is right. The law of time is the most profound among the four supreme laws. It'd be difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it." Huang Jialong nodded in agreement.
"If I'm not mistaken, I think I've successfully comprehended the law of time," Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could not wait to test the powers of the law of time. After all, the law of time was the most profound and mysterious among the four supreme laws. It surpassed the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Nobody, including Duanling Tian, could resist the chance to comprehend such a powerful law. As time passed by, more and more people were gradually sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After 10 days,
the participants who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had all been sent out. Soon enough, the gateway disappeared without a trace. Zhangsun Xiongqi, the representative leader from the Zhangsun clan, did not waste any time and said, "The surviving overarching heavenly supreme celestials, please come forward and hand over your accumulative point jades." The participants, including Duanling Tian, began to move to hand over their accumulative point jades that shone with 4 distinctive colors. With just a glance, it was easy to see which color dominated the other 3 colors. It seems like the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect won the bet. After all, Hung Chong, the hall master of the Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, said with a chuckle before he looked at Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangzheng, Zhangsun Xiongqi, and Gongyang Yu. The golden accumulative point jades that were distributed by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect made up most of the jades in the participants' hands. Every time the gateway to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, the 3 sects and 2 clans would have a bet among themselves. The force with the most corresponding accumulative point jades held by surviving participants in the end would be the winner.
With this, all the wagers that were put out by the remaining 4 forces would go to the winner.
Zhang Guangzheng grunted as he tossed a spatial ring to Heng Chan.
Bihai Mingfeng did not seem to care that he had lost. After all, the wager he had put up was from the coupling celestial sect. What he cared about the most now was to recruit the top 3 participants to join the coupling celestial sect.
He had been surreptitiously looking at Ling Juyun, Duan Ling Tian, and Murong Xiao Xiao. Although Murong Xiao Xiao was a woman, he did not pay her any special attention. In fact, he seemed more interested in Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian.
At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Which force do you plan to join? Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked up and saw Ling Juyun standing in the distance and looking at him. He replied through voice transmission, "Why? Are you planning to join the same force as me?"
"Yes," Ling Juyun replied honestly.
"Why?" Duan Ling Tian asked.
"I'm worried Sister Huanger will be in trouble if you die," Ling Juyun bluntly replied. Huanger was the artifact soul of a prominent artifact that used to belong to his sister. Since she forcibly separated herself from the original prominent artifact, she had not fully recovered from her injuries. Huanger had chosen Duan Ling Tian as her master and became the artifact soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, before she completely integrated with the sword, she would not survive if Duan Ling Tian died.
Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Ling Juyun's blunt words and did not bother to reply to him. He said to Huanger, "It seems like he's still worried about you." Huanger said to Duan Ling Tian, "Tell him that I hope both of you don't join the same force. Both of you need separate training. Joining the same force will only hinder both of your progress since both of you will instinctively rely on each other.
Even if both of us join different forces now, in the end, we'll still end up in the profound nether mansion. However, you're right. At least, we'll learn to face difficulties independently before joining the profound nether mansion," Duan Ling Tian replied. He agreed with her words, so he conveyed her message to Ling Juyun. Huanger could only rely on Duan Ling Tian now to communicate with Ling Juyun since she resided in Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness.
"Please tell Sister Huanger that I understand and I'll act as she has advised." Ling Juyun nodded. Although he was disappointed, he had no intention of going against Huanger's words at all.
At this moment, Zhang Sun Xiong Qi flew into the air. After he looked at Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao, he announced, "Can the top 3 participants and the forces they represent please step forward to claim their rewards?"
Apart from the 3 participants, an elder from the Murong clan and the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively flew up into the air.
Ling Juyun and the Emperor of East Ming Nation were the first to receive the spatial rings that contained their respective rewards.
The Emperor of the East Ming Nation was clearly delighted after he looked into the spatial ring. The people in the surroundings from Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces looked at the Emperor of the East Ming Nation enviously. Based on his expression, there was no doubt his rewards were great. On the other hand, those from Grade 7 forces remained unmoved as though they did not think much of the rewards. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation is the Emperor of a Grade 8 nation, and yet he's not even as composed as that lad who's not even 100 years old, one of the emperors from a Grade 8 nation mockingly said.
This was because after receiving the rewards, Ling Juyun remained calm and indifferent. It was as though the rewards did not impress him at all. Generally, the rewards for participants and the forces they represented were of almost equal value. Therefore, Ling Juyun, who possessed even more valuable items, was more composed compared to the Emperor of the East Ming Nation.
"Emperor Lu, you're just jealous." The Emperor of the East Ming Nation laughed heartily despite the other party's unpleasant words. After all, he knew the other party was just jealous.
Nevertheless, many people were impressed by how composed Ling Juyun was under such circumstances.
Hum Chan from the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect looked at Ling Juyun with a profound gaze as he said, "Not only is Ling Juyun's innate talent and comprehension skill high, but her maturity far surpassed his age as well. There's no doubt he'll be the pride of the Southern Heaven territory in the future." After all, he knew it would be impossible for him to remain as calm as Ling Juyun if he was handsomely rewarded when he was still a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial.
Bihai Mingfeng looked at Heng Chan and asked, "Heng Chan, are you interested in this lad as well?" Of course, if he's willing to join our cloud platform celestial sect, we won't spare any resources to help him even if he eventually leaves our sect for the profound nether mansion.
It's fate if he joins our sect. After all, after Hang Chan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and joined his palms together with a tranquil expression on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guangzheng from the Simplicity sect scoffed before he said, "Hang Chan, you bald donkey. This lad is destined to become one of the elite powerhouses in the Southern Heaven territory.
You're only interested in him because of the benefits he'd bring the cloud platform celestial sect. So quit acting enlightened in front of us. Do you think we're stupid?"
Gong Yu could not help but chuckle when he heard Zhang Guangzheng's blunt remarks. Bihai Mingfeng's expression remained the same. He only looked at Hang Chan disdainfully.
Nevertheless, Bihai Mingfeng and Zhang Guangzheng were also impressed with Ling Juyun's composure as well. Little did they know, Ling Juyun was so calm because he had already possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon and a Devata artifact. Despite still having their uses, it was only natural that the rewards from the 3 clans and 2 sects did not impress him.
Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, each received a spatial ring as well. Hu Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement after he claimed ownership of the ring and looked at the contents. It seemed as though he had forgotten his son's death at this moment.
When Duan Lingtian checked his spatial ring, he discovered he had been rewarded with a few celestial talismans and a few bottles of medicinal pills. There was no king-grade celestial weapon at all.
After that, he extended his divine consciousness to investigate the uses of the celestial talismans through the memory celestial talismans that came with them.
The Thunder Talisman contains 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder. It's inscribed by a celestial king and is capable of killing almost all celestial dukes. On the other hand, the Spring Rain Talisman contains 2 profundities from the Law of Wood. It's also inscribed by a celestial king and tremendously speeds up one's recovery rate.
After looking through the other celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian found the only common celestial talismans he was rewarded with was the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman.
The 3 sects and 2 clans didn't reward me with any celestial weapons. They must know that I'm not lacking in celestial weapons after coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on my ranking, it won't be difficult for them to guess that I've obtained king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. It'd be pointless if they gave me celestial weapons of the same grade.
Little did they know, I've also obtained many medicinal pills and celestial talismans in there, Duan Lingtian mused inwardly. For this reason, he was also rather calm after being rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, the people who were not privy to his thoughts were impressed by his composure as well.
This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary as well. For a sectless cultivator to remain calm at this moment is really something. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun are definitely the black horses of this year's event. I wonder where these 2 sectless cultivators come from.
Somehow, I feel it's unlikely that they're sectless cultivators. Based on Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun's remarkable strength at such a young age, many people did not think they were mere sectless cultivators. Meanwhile, after Murong Xiao Xiao and the elder from the Murong clan were rewarded, Murong Xiao Xiao asked, "I thought we would be rewarded by the force that we choose to join? That was a thing of the past. From this year onward, the 3 sects and 2 clans will reward the participants before the participants choose the factions they want to join. In fact, this is an order from the profound nether mansion," Zhang Sun Xiongqi said with a sigh. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he neared the end of his words.
Although the rewards were issued by the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Zhangsun clan and Gongyang clan's contributions to the rewards were significantly less compared to the other forces. For this reason, most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials would not join their clans. Although there was nothing they could do about it, they did not feel resentful, only helpless. "I see what you mean," Murong Xiao Xiao nodded. Similarly, Murong Xiao Xiao and the elder from the Murong clan remained indifferent to the rewards. However, no one was surprised by their lack of reaction. After all, the Murong clan was a grade 7 clan. They were on the same level as the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan in terms of wealth and resources after all. They were only less famous because the other 2 clans were closely affiliated with the profound nether mansion. No wonder the 3 sects and 2 clans give out the rewards to the participants first. When those who also noticed the difference compared to the previous years heard the reply, they finally discovered why they had felt as though something was different this year. In the past, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the forces they represented would only be rewarded by whichever one of the 3 sects and 2 clans they chose to join. Since the outstanding participants and the forces they represented were rewarded according to their rankings. Xianxia said, "The participants who rank 4th to the 10th and the forces they represent, please step forward." After that, the participants who were ranked 11th to the 20th and the forces they represented were also rewarded. As time continued to pass, all the outstanding participants and the forces they represented were rewarded. Naturally, the lower the ranking, the lesser rewards would be. After all the rewards were given out, Xianxia looked at all the participants before his eyes finally rested on Ling Juyun. Then he said, "The top 30 participants starting from the top to bottom, please step forward one by one and choose the force you've decided to join. Please be informed that once the decision is made, it'll be irrevocable. Think carefully before making your choice." Whoosh! Ling Juyun, who ranked first, stepped forward first. He looked at the 5 representative leaders from the 3 sects, 2 clans. At this moment, different voices were ringing in his mind. The 5 representative leaders had sent him voice transmissions persuading him to join their respective forces. They promised they would spare no resources in helping him enter the profound nether mansion as quickly as possible if he chose to join them. The crowd and the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans held their breaths as they waited for Ling Juyun to choose. "I choose to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect." Ling Juyun eventually chose to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Although the majority of the members of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect were monks, the sect had secular disciples as well. Unlike the monk disciples, secular disciples were not required to shave their heads, wear a kasaya, or obey the Buddhist commandments. However, only geniuses were accepted as secular disciples in the sect. This was a compromise made by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. In the past, there was no secular disciple at all. Whoever joined the sect back then had to become monks and obey the Buddhist commandments. "The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect welcomes you." Chan grinned from ear to ear when he heard Ling Juyun's words. He had promised everything he could that was within his authority to entice Ling Juyun to enter the sect. Ling Juyun turned to look at the emperor of the East Ming nation and bowed slightly before he flew toward Chan and stood next to him. "Chan, you old donkey. Since you looked confident earlier, you must have made a huge promise to him, right?" Zhang Guangzheng from the Simplicity Celestial Sect asked as he looked at Chan enviously. "Old Zhang, as the saying goes, those who are unwilling to take risks won't be able to achieve great things. How can you expect people to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect if you're unwilling to promise them much?" Chan smugly said. Zhang Guangzheng ignored Chan. His eyes were now trained on the purple figure who had just stepped forward. "Which sect should I choose? The Simplicity Celestial Sect or the Coupling Celestial Sect?" Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly after Ling Juyun made his choice. He could not make up his mind at all. Although Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was powerful and was one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, it was not enough to make Duan Ling Tian blindly join the Coupling Celestial Sect. As Duan Ling Tian struggled to make a choice, Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice rang in his mind. "Duan Ling Tian, as long you join the Zhangsun clan, we're willing to give you a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord and 3 escape-type celestial talismans. Although the offer is good, it's still rather lacking. Ordinary cultivators might be tempted by Zhangsun Xiongqi's offer, but Duan Ling Tian was not moved at all. "Duan Ling Tian, if you join the Gongyang clan." Soon after, Gongyang Yu from the Gongyang clan sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. However, his offer was only slightly better than the Zhangsun clan's offer. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was rather moved by Bihai Mingfeng's offer. "Duan Ling Tian, if you join the Coupling Celestial Sect, not only you will become our core disciple, but after you successfully join the profound nether mansion, I'll be able to help you as well." Next, the determined voice of vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzheng, rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind.
Duan Ling Tian, you'll be treated like our sect leader's personal disciple if you join the Simplicity Celestial sect. The old ancestor of our sect is one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. He'll definitely look after you when you join the Profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, you'll be allowed to select an item from our sect's treasure vault that has existed since the establishment of our sect. Duan Ling Tian was very tempted by this offer. Based on his knowledge, he knew the Simplicity Celestial sect was the oldest 7th-grade sect in the regions under the Profound Nether Mansion's control. Not even the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect could compare to it.
Duan Ling Tian. Hung Chan of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. However, his offer was almost on par with Bihai Mingfeng's offer. Both the Coupling Celestial sect and the Cloud Platform Celestial sect's offers were slightly inferior to the Simplicity Celestial sect's offer. What did the old monk offer you before you joined the Cloud Platform Celestial sect? Duan Ling Tian asked Ling Juyun through voice transmission. After receiving a reply from Ling Juyun, Duan Ling Tian could not help but curse inwardly, old donkey. He discovered Hung Chan's offer to him was far inferior to what he had promised Ling Juyun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Zhang Guang. I want to select 3 items from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. If you agree to this, I'll join the Simplicity Celestial sect. Zhang Guangzhang did not reply immediately. Duan Ling Tian knew Zhang Guangzhang must be communicating with the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect through a communication celestial talisman. After a few moments, Zhang Guangzhang replied, "The most we can offer you is 2 items. If you insist on 3 items, I'm sorry, but we'll have to pass on you." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly before he announced his decision. "I choose the Simplicity Celestial sect." Then he flew to stand next to Zhang Guangzhang.
Zhang Guangzhang smiled stiffly and said, "The Simplicity Celestial sect welcomes you."
Bihai Mingfeng's expression turned unsightly when he failed to get Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian to join the Coupling Celestial sect. He asked meaningfully, "Old Zhang, old donkey, I wonder what you promised them?" He felt his offer to the top 2 participants was not lacking.
Why did they not accept his offer? Zhang Guangzhang and Heng Chan only responded with only a smile to Bihai Mingfeng's question. Bihai Mingfeng shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and sent him another message voice transmission. "Tell me, what did old Zhang promise you?"
"I'll give you 3 Shadow Void escaping talismans in return."
"I want 10 talismans," Duan Ling Tian replied. The Shadow Void escaping talismans were nothing to the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. Therefore, he was unafraid to bargain for more. "Lad, that's daylight robbery."
All right. 10 talismans it is," Bihai Mingfeng quickly replied.
After discovering what Zhang Guangzhang had promised Duan Ling Tian, the corners of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth twitched. Not only would Duan Ling Tian be treated like the personal disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect and gain the help of the sect's old ancestor after joining the Profound Nether Mansion, but the sect even promised to let him choose 2 items from their treasure vault.
Let alone Duan Ling Tian. Even Bihai Mingfeng was tempted by this offer. One must know the treasure vault in the Simplicity Celestial sect had existed for a long time now. In fact, its history was even longer than that of the Profound Nether Mansion.
The treasure vault was protected by defensive formations cast by their celestial lords, so it was almost impossible to breach. With this knowledge, he gracefully accepted his loss.
Bihai Mingfeng turned to look at Ling Juyun and was about to ask him what the Cloud Platform Celestial sect had promised him when Duan Ling Tian sent another voice transmission to him, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch.
"If you give me another 10 Shadow Void escaping talismans, I'll tell you what the Cloud Platform Celestial sect promised him."
"Is this lad shameless?" Bihai Mingfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian before he shifted his gaze to Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Bihai Mingfeng again. "It's useless. With just a word from me, he'll refuse to tell you what the Cloud Platform Celestial sect promised him." Then he sent a voice transmission to Ling Juyun. "If the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, Bihai Mingfeng, asks you what the Cloud Platform Celestial sect promised you, don't tell him anything. Tell him to ask me instead." Ling Juyun was confused. Suddenly, Bihai Mingfeng's voice rang in his mind. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian, He just sent me voice transmission asking about it. Tell him to ask me instead, Duan Ling Tian said. In Ling Juyun's opinion, this was just a trivial matter. Since Huang'er had chosen Duan Ling Tian as her master, he would definitely not go against Duan Ling Tian for such a trivial matter. Why don't you ask Duan Ling Tian? Ling Juyun replied to Bihai Mingfeng through voice transmission. Although Bihai Mingfeng was powerful, Ling Juyun was not impressed. After all, he came from the divine offering land where there were many powerhouses stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors. How could he be intimidated by a mere celestial king? After receiving Ling Juyun's reply, the corners of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth twitched. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian and sent him a message through voice transmission. Lad, I can't believe he actually cooperated with you. Thank you, third sect leader Bihai. I'm flattered. The same rule applies. 10 Shadow Void escaping talismans. After so many years in the profund nether mansion, this was the first time Bihai Mingfeng felt helpless before a junior. Alas, there was nothing he could do under such circumstances. It would tarnish his reputation if he publicly lashed out a junior. Fine. Just tell me what you know. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Heng Chan from the cloud platform Celestial Sect. I didn't expect Heng Chan, this old donkey, would act so swiftly and decisively. What Heng Chan had promised Ling Juyun was not inferior to what the Simplicity Celestial Sect promised Duan Ling Tian. Bihai Mingfeng thought to himself regretfully, I should have known better and made a bigger offer. It doesn't matter since the resources don't come from my own possessions anyway. It was his first time leading an entourage to the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, after all. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He was inexperienced and did not expect it to be so competitive. He thought to himself determinedly, I must win Murong Xiao over. Alas, before Bihai Mingfeng could make an offer to Murong Xiao, she declared as soon as she stepped forward, I choose the Gongyang clan. Before Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Zhengguang, and Zhang Sun Xiongqi could make an offer, Murong Xiao had already announced her intention to join the Gongyang clan. Naturally, Heng Chan did not make an offer since the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was a religious sect, and female disciples were not accepted. Even if Murong Xiao ranked first, the sect still would not recruit her. Their limit was accepting outstanding secular disciples. Gongyang Yu, you're fast. Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at Gongyang Yu and sighed. He was puzzled. Why did Murong Xiao join the Gongyang clan? The Gongyang clan's offer could not be that good. Moreover, with the limitations of a clan, she should have chosen to join one of the sections. Apart from that, she was from a grade 7 clan that was wealthier than the Gongyang clan. I didn't offer Miss Murong anything, Gongyang Yu said with a smile. You didn't? Who'd believe you? Why would she choose to join the Gongyang clan if you didn't promise her anything? Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at Gongyang Yu incredulously. Elder Zhang Sun, it seems like you're unaware that there's an upcoming marriage alliance between the Gongyang clan and the Murong clan. The third young master of our clan will be marrying the fourth miss of the Murong clan, Gongyang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Sun Xiongqi, Zhang Guangzheng, and Heng Chan were taken aback when they learned about this. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes and lightly said, Based on what I know, the fourth miss of the Murong clan and Murong Xiao are biological sisters. The third master of the Gongyang clan is set to be the future clan leader of the Gongyang clan as well. With this, it made sense why Murong Xiao chose to join the Gongyang clan. She would be doing a favor for the Gongyang clan and paving the way for her younger sister at the same time. This girl is not a simple person, Bihai Mingfeng thought to himself as he studied Murong Xiao. After Murong Xiao had made her choice, the other participants made their choices one after another. After learning from his past mistake, Bihai Mingfeng put in great effort and recruited almost half of the remaining participants to join the coupling celestial sect. Perhaps he was trying to make up his loss for failing to recruit the top 3 participants. He put greater effort and managed to recruit the remaining top 10 participants. Sect leader Bihai, the coupling celestial sect has recruited a large number of talents this time, Zhang Guangzheng said with a smile. Old Zhang, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Why don't you trade Duan Ling Tian for the top 15 participants I've recruited? Bihai Mingfeng replied via voice transmission to avoid offending the 15 participants who were standing around him.
In any case, he was only speaking casually. He knew Zhang Guangzheng would not agree to it.
As expected, Zhang Guangzheng only responded with a smile. As time passed by, all the participants had chosen a force to join. The majority had chosen to join the 3 sections. In fact, the number of participants who had chosen to join the 2 clans was less than half the number of participants who joined the coupling celestial sect.
At this moment, Xianxia announced to the participants who had just joined the 3 sects and 2 clans, after an hour, we will leave the scaling cloud lake. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials took this time to bid farewell to the forces they represented. Brother Duan, why didn't you join the coupling celestial sect? They have beautiful scenery and beautiful women in the sect. In fact, the female disciples make up half of the disciples. They even have many cauldrons, Huang Jialong said with a sigh through voice transmission. He was reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. Work hard and we'll meet in the profund nether mansion, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. The outstanding talents in the 3 sects and 2 clans would be given an opportunity to join the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion would serve as a greater platform for them to compete against other mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. From there, they could even advance to the top 10 clans and top sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Although Huang Jialong felt depressed having to part ways with Duan Lingtian, he had no choice but to accept it. He was determined to enter the profound nether mansion. It would be fairly easy for Duan Lingtian to join the profound nether mansion with his innate talent and high level of comprehension, but it would be challenging for him. After all, the 3 sects and 2 clans had many highly talented individuals, and yet only a handful could join the profound nether mansion. Ling Juyun said threateningly, "You better take good care of Sister Huanger. I won't let you go if you mistreat her. It'll depend on how obedient she is." Duan Lingtian replied teasingly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Ling Juyun's eyes blazed with fury. He really wanted to fight Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian said, "It's impossible for us to fight now. Why don't we have a round of battle after we join the profound nether mansion?" The Chaos Divine Earth had informed Duan Lingtian that Ling Juyun did not compete with him for the highest place to comprehend the law of time in Time Valley, even though Ling Juyun was capable of holding his own against him because Ling Juyun was worried he would mistreat Huanger. After learning about Ling Juyun's strength, he was quite keen to fight with Ling Juyun. He really wanted to see which was stronger, Ling Juyun's 2 profundities from the law of death or his 1 profundity from the law of earth that was boosted by the Chaos Divine Earth. "I'd be more than glad to do so," Ling Juyun replied valiantly. 1 hour passed in just a blink of an eye. The representative leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangzheng, Heng Chan, Zhangsun Xiangqi, and Gong Ongyu, left the center of the scaling cloud lake with their people. Before they parted, they bade each other farewell. The Simplicity Celestial sect was located in a different direction from the rest of the sects and clans. Therefore, under Zhang Guangzheng's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others flew in a different direction. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian traveled closely to Zhang Guangzheng, inciting the others' jealousy and envy. Those who were jealous of Duan Lingtian were those peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had just joined the sect as well. They were confident of their strength and were of the opinion that Duan Lingtian only ranked second due to sheer luck. An old man glared at Duan Lingtian's back with eyes that were burning with jealousy. "This Duan Lingtian is definitely weaker than me, but he's traveling so close to Vice Sect Leader Zhang. Moreover, it seems like Vice Sect Leader Zhang values him a lot." This old man was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. With this, he was undoubtedly one of the stronger participants to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. He was ranked 9th and was the only participant in the top 10, apart from Duan Lingtian, who chose to join the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect because the sect possessed the most fire element king grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of the 3 sects and 2 clans. With this, he would have a higher chance of comprehending other profundities from the law of fire. In fact, he had no wish to join the profound nether mansion at all. After all, the mansion would only accept people with remarkable innate talents and high comprehension skills under the age of 300.
His only goal was to join the Simplicity Celestial sect and obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from the Law of Fire.
The old man seethed in anger and jealousy as he watched a young man who was not even 100 years old given the privilege to travel next to Zhang Guangzheng, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity sect. It was unfortunate that he had lost all memories of the Celestial Lord Temple and Time Valley. Otherwise, he would not even dare to have such thoughts.
During his stint in Time Valley, the old man had witnessed Duan Ling Tian kill Li Yuan with just a strike. Similar to him, Li Yuan had also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Fire.
Although he coveted the highest seat in Time Valley, he did not dare to do anything after he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. Unfortunately, his memories of that time were gone, so he thought Duan Ling Tian had only ranked second due to sheer luck.
The old man was not the only one who felt jealous. A few strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were having a hushed discussion as they glared at Duan Ling Tian. This Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old. He's only able to rank second due to luck. That's right. It's already extremely difficult for someone under 100 years to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending 2 profundities of a law. Not only is he handsomely rewarded because of his rank, but he's also receiving better treatment because of it.
All of them thought Duan Ling Tian ranked second due to luck except for Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation who had also joined the Simplicity Celestial sect.
His strength was on par with the few peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials because he had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the Law of Thunder, the Thunder Elemental Profundity. Unlike the rest, he did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian.
After all, before he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had a duel with Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he knew how formidable Duan Ling Tian was. These idiots must not know that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth despite being younger than 100 years old, Shui Jingyu thought to himself when he heard the hushed discussions in his surroundings.
Meanwhile, Zhang Guangzheng asked Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, are you really a sectless cultivator?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. It was true he did not have a force he belonged to in this Devata realm. He was truly a sectless cultivator. Even those who belonged to small forces in the borderlands were considered sectless when they came to the central area. It's extremely rare for a sectless cultivator to achieve such remarkable feats at such a young age. However, from this day onward, you're no longer a sectless cultivator. You're a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Zhang Guangzheng was skeptical when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter. A true disciple? What's a true disciple? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. A true disciple is how we address the most outstanding disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect. There can only be 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect, no matter what. 10 years ago, one of our true disciples had fallen. Since then, we've been short of 1 true disciple.
Now that you joined our sect leader has decided to make you a true disciple, Zhang Guangzheng explained.
Is there a difference between true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect and the core disciples of the Coupling Celestial sect? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Of course, there's a difference. There are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect while there are at least 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial sect, Zhang Guangzheng replied.
Upon hearing Zhang Guangzheng's words, Duan Ling Tian felt that Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, was very stingy. Bihai Mingfeng had promised that he would become a core disciple of the Coupling Celestial sect if he joined the sect.
However, there were at least 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial sect. How is that special?
Since there are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect, they must have special privileges, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. Zhang Guangzheng nodded. The true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect will be given access to all king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the sect.
There are other privileges as well. You'll learn about them when we arrive at the sect.
Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. Then, what do you mean by being treated like the personal disciple of the sect leader earlier? Being a true disciple is almost the same as being the personal disciple of the sect leader. I didn't expect you to become a true disciple of our sect earlier. The sect leader had only informed me of his decision after you've chosen to join us, Zhang Guangzhang explained. Each of the 81 Devata realms had a sacred place called the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was where the Devata realm's heavenly emperors cultivated. Apart from that, heavenly emperor palaces also represented the powers and authority of heavenly emperors. In the past, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was forced to flee into one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Azura Hell. After that, a fight between a few titled celestial emperors broke out as they fought for the throne. In the end, an inverse center celestial emperor successfully became the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the night sky above the heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chun Qiu Bo! A voice resounded in the entire heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven as soon as the figure appeared. The people in the heavenly emperor palace were shocked when they heard the name Chun Qiu Bo echoing through the palace. Who was so daring to use the name of the inverse center celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? It was the name of the heavenly emperor after all. Who is that? How dare he call the name of our heavenly emperor? Is he a rebel? At this moment, a tall and muscular man flew into the air and confronted the intruder. Who's it? How dare you call the name of our heavenly emperor? It's me. A handsome young man with a medium build who was dressed in white robes looked at the tall and muscular man. You? The tall and muscular bearded man widened his eyes when he saw the white-clad young man. Why, your majesty? His eyes reddened instantly before tears streamed down his face. It was as though he had turned into a crying little girl in a blink of an eye. This big fella? The white-clad young man shook his head helplessly. Then he said teasingly, "Don't you serve Chun Qiu Bo now? You were going to defend Chun Qiu Bo earlier, weren't you? Your Majesty, stop teasing me. I didn't leave because your soul pearl indicates that you're still alive. I stayed to wait for your return." The bearded man smiled bitterly. Then, he furrowed his brows as he asked, "Your Majesty, why does your voice sound a little muffled?" The white-clad young man replied nonchalantly, "I'm speaking to you through my doppelganger using the law of Earth." The bearded man exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty, did you have a breakthrough?" "It's Master Meng Luo." "Humph. Even Master Meng Luo is shocked by that person's audacity to call the heavenly emperor by name. Even if he doesn't die, he'd be crippled, at least." "Not necessary. Since that person is so bold as to use the heavenly emperor's name, he might be really strong." When the people from the heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven heard the bearded man's voice, they recognized his voice immediately. The bearded man was Meng Luo, a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was a titled celestial emperor, and his title was Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo, entered the heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven a long time ago. His strength was only second to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the former right-hand man of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell by his attacker, someone else became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, Meng Luo chose to stay. Many people flew up into the sky to watch the excitement. At this moment, Meng Luo's thunderous voice resounded in the heavenly emperor palace again. "Chun Qiu Bo, His Majesty has returned. Hurry up and relinquish the throne." Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the eyes of many elders in the heavenly emperor palace lit up. "The heavenly emperor has returned?" Someone laughed heartily. "I knew His Majesty would survive the Azura Hell. However, Chun Qiu Bo is not a pushover. I heard that he had a breakthrough recently. He's not any weaker than His Majesty." "Humph. Do you really think His Majesty's strength will remain the same after returning from Azura Hell? Let's go. Let's go and greet His Majesty." A group of elders from the heavenly emperor palace rose into the air and made their way toward the 2 figures standing in the distance. Upon seeing the white figure, The group of elders bowed and greeted him in unison. Your Majesty.
The white-clad young man standing in front of the group of elders was none other than the former master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang.
Feng Qingyang nodded slightly in response before he shifted his gaze eastward.
A tall figure could be seen in the distance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe. His complexion was jade-like and he had a majestic air about him. The silver-clad middle-aged man advanced toward Feng Qingyang from the distance. Every time he took a step, the void would ripple violently in his wake. How surprising! Feng Qingyang, I didn't expect you to survive the Azura hell.
Chen Xiaobo. Feng Qingyang looked at the silver-clad middle-aged man indifferently. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was obvious the silver-clad middle-aged man was none other than Chen Xiaobo, the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Over the past few years, you've taken good care of the solitary destructive heaven on my behalf. You've worked hard. Now that I've returned, you can relinquish your title as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Despite Feng Qingyang's indifferent tone, everyone could sense the threat in it. Feng Qingyang, you intend to resume the position of heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?
We'll have to see if you're strong enough to do so. Chen Xiaobo did not expect Feng Qingyang to be so blunt about his intention. He narrowed his eyes and a cold expression appeared on his face immediately.
Feng Qingyang replied calmly, If I'm not mistaken, I've bested you before. That's in the past. Chen Xiaobo said with a scoff. I'm not what I used to be. I wonder if your strength has improved. As soon as he finished speaking, a crescent 3-foot-long blade emitting a fierce aura appeared in his hand.
You're currently the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and yet you don't even have a Devata artifact? Feng Qingyang looked at the 3-foot-long blade in Chen Xiaobo's hand nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. It was obvious he was mocking Chen Xiaobo's shabby weapon. Chen Xiaobo sneered as he said, Feng Qingyang, don't try to intimidate me.
Don't think I'm unaware that the soul of your Devata artifact, solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was destroyed during that attack. Currently, the strength of your solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword is, at most, equal to the celestial weapon in my hand. Kuang Ling. Upon hearing Chen Xiaobo's words, Feng Qingyang recalled the scenes when the soul artifact of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword had sacrificed himself to save him. His hands were tightly fisted as he recalled his promise to Kuang Ling, the sole artifact of his sword.
Kuang Ling, I promise I'll kill that person to avenge you when the divine offering land reopens.
When Feng Qingyang regained his senses, he said to Chen Xiaobo, Should we have a death match?
Of course. It's meaningless if we don't put our lives on the line. Chen Xiaobo replied without any hesitation.
All right. Feng Qingyang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a beige energy. Then, the beige energy divided into countless energy swords before they swept out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the energy swords formed a cage that seemed like it could contain heaven and earth above the heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as heaven and earth shook. All of a sudden, the cage shrank rapidly, imprisoning Chen Xiaobo. Chen Xiaobo's expression had changed as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang transforming into the beige energy. As the cage shrank, he could keenly feel a domineering force pressing down on him to the point where he could not even mobilize his celestial origin energy. His voice was laden with despair and fear as he said, Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through and become a god? Most 10 directions heavenly emperors struggled to become a god. It was an insanely difficult process. A god? His Majesty has become a god? It seems like the calamity that befell His Majesty not only did not kill him but presented him with a fortuitous opportunity instead. The group of elders from the heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven was clearly delighted and in awe of this discovery.
I was wondering how His Majesty suddenly transformed into an energy similar to that from the law of Earth. As it turned out, it's just his doppelganger.
I've long heard that after one becomes a god, If one has completely mastered all the profundities from a law, one would be able to create a doppelganger. As it turns out, His Majesty only sent his doppelganger back.
Just a doppelganger is enough to crush a titled celestial emperor like Qin Shobo. The strength of a god is truly terrifying.
Meanwhile, despair tightened its clutches on Chan Shobo when he felt his celestial origin energy had been completely suppressed. Apart from that, he could not cast the profundities he had mastered as well. As the cage grew smaller and smaller, he knew his death was imminent. He hastily cried out, "Feng Qingyang, I'll relinquish the position of Heavenly Emperor to you.
I don't want to be a Heavenly Emperor anymore.
Since you've become a god, there's no need for you to fight a mere celestial emperor like me, right?" Chun Shobo was drowning in fear at this moment. Although Feng Qingyang was strong in the past, he could still hold his own against Feng Qingyang with his current strength. However, now that Feng Qingyang had broken through and become a god, they were in completely different leagues.
Although his strength had improved greatly, how could he be a match for a god?
He did not even have the strength to defend himself at this moment. "Weren't you very enthusiastic about having a death match?" Feng Qingyang's voice seemed to come from all directions when he spoke. At the same time, the cage shrank at an even faster speed. Chun Shobo widened his eyes in horror. At this moment, not only was his celestial origin energy suppressed, but even his body had been immobilized. The most terrifying thing was the pillars of the cage that emitted the auras of the profundities from the law of earth. Just the auras alone made him as though he was suffocating. Chan Xiaobo hastily said, "Feng Qingyang, as long as you spare my life, I swear to serve you for 1,000, no, for 10,000 years." As the cage continued to shrink, he could acutely feel a strange energy coursing through his body. At the same time, he could feel his vitality draining away. He panicked and began to beg for mercy. "No, thanks," Feng Qingyang curtly replied. "No." Chun Xiaobo's eyes widened in fear as he let out a miserable wail. This was his last word in this world. Poof! A soft sound rang in the air as Chun Xiaobo exploded into a cloud of blood mist when the cage closed on him. With this, Chun Xiaobo, a celestial emperor, had died. After Chun Xiaobo died, the cage melted back into the beige energy before the energy transformed into Feng Qingyang. Feng Qing swept his gaze across everyone present on the scene as he said, "Before I fought with him, I had sealed the sound in the place. I don't want anyone else knowing about my breakthrough. If I find out that someone leaks this information," he trailed off.
Although Feng Qingyang did not finish his sentence, the others knew what he meant when they saw the killing intent flashing in his eyes.
Upon sensing Feng Qingyang's killing intent, one of the elders in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven said, "Your Majesty, we'll definitely keep this to ourselves." The others followed the elder's lead and bowed before they swore to keep the matter a secret. All of them felt chills running up their spines when they recalled the earlier scenes. Their Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger alone was more than enough to kill Chan Xiaobo, the Inverse Center Celestial Emperor, who was a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. It should be noted that Chan Xiaobo was one of the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Emperors in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Apart from that, they were also slightly confused. Was the law of destruction not the law that Feng Qingyang was most skilled in? Why did Feng Qingyang use the law of earth to create a doppelganger instead?
It did not take long before word of Feng Qingyang's return and the battle above the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Solitary Destructive Heaven spread out.
Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Flaming Heaven Celestial Emperor, had returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in Devata realms. He had killed the Inverse Center Celestial Emperor, Chan Xiaobo, and reclaimed the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Realm. This news, naturally, caused a huge uproar among the Celestial Lords and Celestial Emperors in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength has improved significantly after his mighty return from the Azura Hell. It seems like being forced into the Azura Hell was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Chan Xiaobo. That's right. The old Xianxia Bo might be weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but over the years, his strength had grown comparable to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength in the past. Even with such significant improvement in his strength, he was still killed by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Although he had lost his soul artifact, one could see how strong he is. With Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's current strength, he's probably ranked top 10 among the 81 Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Many people were of the opinion that Feng Qingyang's strength was now enough for him to rank in the top 10 among all the Heavenly Emperors. In the past, Feng Qingyang was only ranked 18th on the list. Moreover, that was mostly attributed to the Devata artifact he possessed. Without it, he would have ranked further back. The Devata artifact Feng Qingyang possessed was famously known as being the best divine sword in the Devata realms. Back then, he had only managed to defeat the former Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, all thanks to the Solitary Destructive Flaming Heavenly Sword. Feng Qingyang did not obtain his title from the Title Temple. According to the Title Temple's rule, there was another way to obtain a title. When one defeated or killed a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm, the Title Temple would bestow one with a title. That was how Feng Qingyang obtained his title. Feng Qingyang's title, the Flaming Heaven's Celestial Emperor, was derived from his Devata artifact, the Solitary Destructive Flaming Heavenly Sword. Since the people in the Solitary Destructive Heaven were unaware that Feng Qingyang had become a god, they merely ranked him in the top 10. Out of the 81 Heavenly Emperors, apart from Feng Qingyang, there was only one who had become a god. He was naturally ranked first. The Heavenly Emperors in the second and third places were only imminent gods. Only Feng Qingyang alone knew why he deliberately kept his breakthrough a secret. On an island in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Solitary Destructive Nation, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, stood like a guard outside a little wooden hut. He asked a white-clad young man sitting in front of a wooden desk, "Your Majesty, are you keeping the fact that you've become a god a secret because of the Title Temple?" Feng Qingyang, the white-clad young man, who had regained his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, looked up and replied, "Meng Luo, some things are better kept to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud." Yes, upon hearing this, Meng Luo no longer pressed for an answer. After a while, he changed the topic and asked, "Your Majesty, how did you escape the Azura Hell?" Not only was the Azura Hell one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, but it was also one of the more deadly places among the 7 deadliest places. Rumor had it that only the top 3 strongest Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms were capable of surviving the Azura Hell. "I'm not actually out of the Azura Hell," Feng Qingyang calmly replied. "My physical body is still trapped there. What you're seeing is a doppelganger I created from the law of Earth. Nevertheless, I'm really lucky. Otherwise, I would have long died in the Azura Hell." Despite Feng Qingyang's indifference, Meng Luo could vaguely sense a hint of fear in Feng Qingyang's voice when Feng Qingyang spoke about the Azura Hell. With this, Meng Luo speculated that the Azura Hell must be so dangerous that even gods could die in there. Otherwise, why would Feng Qingyang, who had already become a god, still be stuck in there? He asked fearfully, "The Azura Hell is so terrifying?" "It's more terrifying than you can imagine." Feng Qingyang's tone still remained indifferent, but his hands were tightly fisted, and his palms were drenched in sweat. After a while, Meng Luo asked, "Your Majesty, where's your Law of Destruction's doppelganger?" Feng Qing had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Destruction before he finished comprehending all the profundities from the Law of Earth. After becoming a god, he could create a doppelganger from each law he had mastered. Since his doppelganger from the Law of Earth was here, where was his doppelganger from the Law of Destruction? Feng Qingyang replied, "I've sent him to deal with another matter. In the spirit overarching heaven, in the southern heaven territory, a region under the profound Nether Mansion's control. As one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Simplicity Celestial sect was closely associated with the profound Nether Mansion and owned many mediocre celestial crystal veins. In the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, a giant spirit-gathering formation was set up in the center of the mediocre celestial crystal veins to gather all the heaven and earth spirit energy from the celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate was much denser compared to the outside world. It was an almost perfect place for cultivation. Naturally, the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy was not equal in the Simplicity Celestial sect. There were some places where the heaven and earth spirit energy was 5 times denser than other places in the estate. At this moment, under the lead of Zhang Guangzhang, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duanling Tian and the others had already entered the sect's estate. As they strolled around, the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect would respectfully greet Zhang Guangzhang whenever they saw him. Vice sect leader. Lord Vice sect leader.
Many of the disciples were also looking at Duanling Tian curiously. How could they not be curious about the young man who was allowed to travel so close to their vice sect leader? His identity must not be simple since he was given such treatment.
At this moment, someone called out from afar, "Senior uncle!" Soon after, a green-clad young man appeared before Zhang Guangzhang and bowed at him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Guangzhang asked with a smile, "Hong Yi, does your master know that I've returned?"
"Yes." The green-clad young man nodded. "My master asked me to invite you and junior brother Duanling Tian to see him. As for the others, I will make the necessary arrangements for them." After that, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzhang, and asked, "I'm guessing this is brother Duanling Tian?"
As soon as Hong Yi appeared, Duanling Tian had already noticed the traces of jealousy in the depths of Hong Yi's eyes. Now that Hong Yi was staring at him, he could even see traces of hatred in his eyes. He was puzzled when he saw this. Who's he? It's our first time meeting. But he already hates me. Jealous?
Does he hate me because he's jealous? Despite his thoughts, Duanling Tian nodded slightly in response to Hong Yi.
Zhang Guangzhang looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Duanling Tian, he's Zheng Hong Yi. He's the 3rd disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect."
After a short moment, Zhang Guangzhang continued to say, "Let's go and see the sect leader." Then he turned to Zheng Hong Yi and said, "Hong Yi, I'll leave the others to you. Please take care of them."
"Yes, senior uncle."
When Zheng Hongyi shifted his eyes back to Zhang Guangzhang, the traces of jealousy and hatred seemed to have disappeared. Just as Duanling Tian was about to leave with Zhang Guangzhang, Zheng Hongyi's voice rang in the air. "Brother Duanling Tian, you're the first person in the history of Simplicity Celestial sect to become a true disciple before even stepping foot into the sect." Duanling Tian could hear the resentment and unwillingness in Zheng Hongyi's voice when Zheng Hongxi said the words "true disciple." True disciple.
As soon as Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, not only the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect in the surroundings were shocked. Even the participants who had followed Zhang Guangzhang here from the Scaling Cloud Lake were shocked. Duanling Tian was already given the title of a true disciple before he even set foot in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Simplicity Celestial sect's true disciples are given the best treatment in the sect. I heard that 2 of the true disciples are the sect leader's direct disciples as well. Although Zheng Hongyi is a direct disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he's not a true disciple. That's probably why he's so obviously jealous of Duanling Tian. Put him aside. Even I am jealous. Although the group of peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials had just joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, they knew about true disciples in the sect. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples began to discuss among themselves. It's true that there's an opening for the 10th true disciple. However, Lord Sect Leader bestowed it to a person who's not even an official disciple of the sect yet.
Who the hell is he?
Not only did Lord Sect Leader make him a true disciple, but Lord Vice Sect Leader is treating him respectfully as well. This group of people whom Lord Vice Sect Leader brought back to the sect is the surviving participants from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who had chosen to join our Simplicity Celestial sect. It's likely that the young man is a participant as well. Based on Lord Vice Sect Leader's treatment of him, he must have ranked quite high on the scoreboard. Ranked quite high on the scoreboard? He's not even 100 years old. How high could his rank be? He's not even 100 years old?
Indeed. It's unlikely for a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial less than 100 years old to comprehend more than one profundity of a law. Why would Lord Vice Sect Leader treat someone like that so respectfully?
He's probably not a simple person. After all, How could Lord Sect Leader make someone ordinary a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? All of the disciples were extremely curious as to why the purple-clad young man was so favored by the sect leader and the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzhang's hearing was naturally good. It was not hard for him to overhear the discussions in his surroundings. He said, although Duanling Tian is younger than 100 years old, he's ranked second on the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. He paused for a beat before he continued to say, apart from that, he's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. After Zhang Guangzhang finished speaking, he said to Duanling Tian with a smile, Duanling Tian, don't mind them. Let's meet the sect leader. All right, Duanling Tian nodded. He looked at Zhang Hongyi a final time before he turned away. He finally discovered why Zhang Hongyi was jealous of him and hated him. After all, he, a newcomer, was made a true disciple while Zhang Hongyi, the sect leader's direct disciple, was not a true disciple. As a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Hongyi must have long hoped to become the sect's 10th true disciple. It's only natural that he's upset after the spot has been given to me. When they were out of hearing range, Zhang Guangzhang confirmed Duanling Tian's speculation. If it weren't for you, Zhang Hongyi would very likely become our sect's 10th true disciple. Apart from Zhang Hongyi and Xue Jingyu, who knew Duanling Tian's true strength, the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were shocked by Zhang Guangzhang's words before he left. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? How's that possible? It could be attributed to sheer luck if he only ranked second on the scoreboard. However, it's clear he's extraordinary based on the fact that he managed to comprehend two profundities from the law of earth at his age. He's more than extraordinary. Even the most talented person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was not capable of such a feat. I didn't expect the purple-clad young man to be such a monstrous talent. With this, it's no wonder he's given such treatment. No wonder Lord Sect Leader made him a true disciple. He's a peerless genius. Even some of the participants of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who chose to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect were shocked since they did not know about Duanling Tian's strength. There were a few who were rather skeptical of Zhang Guangzhang's words. Duanling Tian really comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? Of course. Before the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, I witnessed Duanling Tian's fight with Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation. Xue Jingyu was thoroughly defeated, a middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial said as he looked at Xue Jingyu who was standing nearby. Xue Jingyu is here as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Xue Jingyu. Xue Jingyu nodded. It's true. Duanling Tian has, indeed, comprehended two profundities. Apart from the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, he has comprehended a defensive profundity as well. I used all my strength at that time but still failed to breach his defense. As the talented second prince of the Southern Qi nation, Xue Jingyu was fairly famous among the disciples present on the scene. They knew about his strength as well. With his confirmation, they no longer doubted Duanling Tian's strength. Zhang Hongyi looked at Duanling Tian and Zhang Guangzhang's backs until they disappeared from his sight. Then, he inhaled deeply and suppressed his resentment before he said, Everyone, please come with me. I'll bring you to complete the necessary procedure to officially join the sect before bringing you to your accommodations. As Zhang Hongyi led the newcomers away, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He's just a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. No one would suspect me even if he met with an accident. He had already sentenced Duanling Tian to death in his heart because Duanling Tian had snatched away his chance of becoming a true disciple. Before Duanling Tian appeared, although it was not 100% guaranteed, he was still the most likely candidate to become the 10th true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duanling Tian's appearance had completely destroyed his chance of becoming a true disciple. The cultivation place of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was, naturally, one of the places with the best cultivation environment in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was 5 times better than the area Duanling Tian was in. The cultivation place of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was situated in a small valley with lush green trees. The sound of birds chirping rang in the air as the smell of blooming flowers permeated the place. When they arrived in front of a wooden hut in the middle of the valley, Zhang Guangzheng bowed slightly and called out, "Sect leader. Senior brother Zhang. I've said many times that there isn't a need for you to be so courteous with me. You can just address me by my name like you used to. After all, if it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago, let alone becoming the sect leader." Soon after, Duanling Tian saw a slender figure above the wooden hut. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an old robe. His appearance was average, but his eyes were keen and bright. "So he's the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect?" "We can't just dispense with formality," Zhang Guangzheng said as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only smiled helplessly. Then, he turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and said with a smile, "You must be Duanling Tian?" "I'm Sun Liangpeng, the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect." His smiling face looked kind and amiable when he spoke to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian greeted Sun Liangpeng immediately. "Sect leader. Senior brother Zhang had told me about you through a communication celestial talisman." Sun Liangpeng looked at Duanling Tian and said, "However, I'd still like to test your strength if you don't mind." Sun Liangpeng did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply as he continued to say, "It goes without saying that I'll suppress my celestial origin energy to that of A to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and I'd only use 2 profundities from a law." "Of course, I don't mind." Duanling Tian was not surprised by Sun Liangpeng's request. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect had promised him great things. It was only normal that they wanted to verify his strength. "Great." Sun Liangpeng's eyes brightened. Then he flew into the sky as swift as a swallow. In just a blink of an eye, he was already more than thousands of meters above the ground. Duanling Tian moved and flew up as well. At the same time, he called out to the Chaos Divine Earth. "Chaos Divine Earth. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect isn't an ordinary person. When you're defending me from his attacks, try to emulate the law of Earth's defensive profundity." "All right, that's a small matter." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. He was clearly not worried that Sun Liangpeng would discover his existence. "I heard your strength lies with the defensive profundity from the law of Earth. I'll attack with my celestial origin energy that's been suppressed to the level of a peak overarching heaven supreme celestial and 2 profundities from the law of metal. Apart from that, I'll also use a few Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities," Sun Liangpeng said as he stood across Duanling Tian. He raised his hand and a strange sword appeared in his hand almost immediately. The sword was more than 4 feet long and its sharp edge glinted fiercely in the light. Sun Liangpeng asked, "This is a king-grade celestial nurtured by a celestial lord. Since you're ranked 2nd in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you managed to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord as well, right?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, apart from the weapons he obtained from those he killed, he had found 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords. "All right." Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then he lifted his arm and waved his sword around. Brilliant sword rays that looked like golden ice flowers appeared immediately. The golden light intensified and spread into the surroundings soon after. It was clear he had just cast a technique. "Apart from the metal elemental profundity, I'm also using the law of metal's offensive profundity." Sun Liangpeng explained to Duanling Tian that this offensive profundity from the law of metal was a type of slashing technique. It was also the most powerful offensive profundity from the law of metal. It's known as the piercing profundity. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the sword rays that looked like ice flowers merged into one and shot toward Duanling Tian like an angry dragon at top speed. Whoosh! As it flew, it began to contract until it was as thin as a needle. Despite its size, it seemed capable of tearing the void. A buzzing sound rang in the air as it continued to make its way forward. How fierce! So this is the piercing profundity, the law of metal's strongest offensive profundity. Duanling Tian had learned about the law of metal's profundities from the profound divine metal, so he knew the piercing profundity was the strongest defensive profundity from the law of earth, even if Sun Liangpeng did not explain it to him. After Sun Liangpeng struck, Duanling Tian began to move to avoid being hit. However, he discovered the attack had locked onto him. Moreover, his speed was not faster than Sun Liangpeng's attack. It was impossible to avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he decided to stop moving. A black armor appeared on the surface of Duanling Tian's skin immediately. Then he quickly sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, into the armor. He did not waste any time and began to cast his Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and his Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. He did not stop and continued to cast his Heaven-grade assistive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, as well. He did not hold back and unleashed all his defensive skills. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's energy rolled out of Duanling Tian's body and shot into the black armor. In just a blink of an eye, glittering crystals appeared on the black armor. Is this the crystal barrier profundity? Upon seeing this, Sun Liangpeng's eyes brightened. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was knowledgeable about all types of laws and profundities. The crystal barrier profundity was one of the two profundities from the law of earth. His assistive divine ability isn't a Duke-grade divine ability. The force of the techniques he had cast is about the same as my attack. I wonder if he'd be able to resist my attack. Sun Liangpeng was looking forward to the outcome. At the same time, he directed the long golden needle to Duanling Tian, who was covered in black armor. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Boy, use your gravitational space profundity just in case he manages to see through the fake crystal barrier profundity I created. All right. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. After that, the long golden needle began to face a slight resistance. However, after a brief pause, it continued moving toward Duanling Tian. The gravitational space profundity? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up again. Although he has yet to completely master it, he has grasped the basics. It's only a matter of time before he successfully masters it. How surprising! A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial less than 100 years old managed to comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and gravitational space profundity. In the last hundreds of thousands of years in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control, we've not seen a monstrous genius such as him. The Simplicity Celestial sect has truly found a treasure this time. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng was thoroughly convinced of Duanling Tian's strength. With just a thought, he made the long golden needle disappear. Ha! Duanling Tian was taken aback when he saw Sun Liangpeng withdrawing his attack all of a sudden. I have seen enough of your strength, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile when he saw the confused expression on Duanling Tian's face. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Guangzheng, who had also risen up into the air as well. I appreciate your effort in leading the new disciples back to the sect, Senior Brother Zhang. I'll take care of the rest from here. All right. Zhang Guangzheng understood Sun Liangpeng's intention. After witnessing Duanling Tian's talent and strength, Sun Liangpeng intended to personally initiate Duanling Tian into the sect so that Duanling Tian would feel a sense of belonging to the Simplicity Celestial sect. What could be more welcoming than the sect leader personally tending to you? After Zhang Guangzheng left, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile, Duanling Tian, let me bring you to the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Initially, I plan to let you select 2 items from the treasure vault. However, after meeting you, I feel like we'll get along well. Therefore, I've decided to let you select 3 items from the treasure vault. Sun Liangpeng is really skilled at currying favors. Duanling Tian could, naturally, tell Sun Liangpeng wanted to get on his good side. In the end, he only replied, Sect leader, I'll surely take you up on your generous offer if I see something I like. Duanling Tian's meaning was clear. He would only select the 3rd item if he found anything to his liking. Otherwise, he would not pick a 3rd item to avoid owing Sun Liangpeng a favor. All right. Despite the unchanging smile on Sun Liangpeng's face, he was shocked inwardly. Duanling Tian might be young, but he's not a simple person.
Ordinary people wouldn't be able to stay calm under these circumstances. Unless he meets with an untimely death, he'll surely grow to become a terrifying figure in the future. This isn't only limited to the regions under the profound Nether Mansion but includes the entire Southern Heaven territory as well. He did not underestimate Duanling Tian at all, even though Duanling Tian was young and relatively weak now. There were numerous layers of formations protecting the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Even normal celestial lords would not be able to break in. For that reason, there was no guard guarding the treasure vault. It might seem easy to enter the treasure vault now. However, without me, even ordinary celestial lords wouldn't be able to break in, Sun Liangpeng said as they navigated through the complex underground paths. Duanling Tian nodded. He could see how detailed the formations were when Sun Liangpeng bypassed them. Soon after, they arrived in front of an altar. It was not big, but there was a huge human statue on it. The statue seemed to be modeled after a Taoist priest who was pointing a 3-feet-long sword at the sky. Although it was just a statue, it emitted a piercing aura. Sun Liangpeng bowed at the statue 3 times before he explained to Duanling Tian. This is the statue of our Simplicity Celestial Sect's founder, Han Feiyu. Under Duanling Tian's watchful eyes, Sun Liangpeng lifted his hand and began to draw a complex pattern in the air. The entire process lasted 15 minutes. After Sun Liangpeng was done, the pattern he had drawn with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by his law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, shone with a golden light and seemed to come to life. Soon enough, it flew toward the statue on the altar. When it shot into the status, 2 beams of golden light suddenly shot out from the statue's eyes. The sharp cry of a sword whistling in the air resounded immediately as the 3-foot-long sword in the statue's hand began to shoot out golden rays. The golden rays then merged with the 2 beams of lights from the statue's eyes. Then, the golden light shot toward Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng. Relax. Don't resist it. Sun Liangpeng reminded Duanling Tian. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the beam of golden light shone on Duanling Tian. He felt as though he was being pulled in a specific direction. He had instinctively wanted to struggle but stopped himself when he recalled Sun Liangpeng's words. Is this a transportation formation? The pulling force grew stronger. Then, Duanling Tian's vision turned black before he was lifted up. When his vision returned him, he discovered he was standing in a spacious mansion.